No, never.
It's, all we know is they run out of the salon. Nas, get in here now. Come quickly. There's an intruder. I'm like, ooh ah.
We're live,
Oh,
and
hi.
what I like is that we got that on the good audio. So
Yes. Oh, we. What are the other things? Oh, and then this is this is
thank you, all of them, and they're really easy to find because they're right at the beginning. So no thing tech ghosts did not come. We were just trying to get. Well, I couldn't get that, so I guess it was kind of tech ghost, but really it was just we were like talking, and then we were like, oh god, we have to read this book. Hi guys, how are you
hello.
guys? Setup looks a little bit chaotic right now because we're dealing with. It actually doesn't look bad. When we were setting up this, I was like, oh, this is going to be awful. But it actually just looks like we're doing a podcast, which I bought these to do a podcast. So there's that. Um, yes, thing. Sorry to hear that you just had to get out of the. I mean, I'm glad you're out of the hospital, but I'm sorry you were in the hospital. And hello, Ellery. It's good to see you.
Hello.
Podcast yet, but
Or,
this is the podcast setup.
sorry, yeah. Welcome
No.
to the video.
Um, the live stream along a little bit.
Oh, that's cool.
It's working. It's working out. Working on this last night. Not my turn. Being Animorph. Comforting my being like, Animorphs is a lot.
We have dinosaur. Okay, I'm gonna maybe do a crane to see if I remember how to do a crane, but I'm sure Natasha might feel it first, and Natasha deserves it.
I think Natasha would be proud of you.
Because as everybody knows, Natasha is the crane. I never will though because my cranes.
She gets them so tiny. I'm not
She has to
do it, and I still am not sure. Ellery says these Saturday streams are great for keeping me chill while I'm getting ready for a 9-hour workday. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Glad that we can be here, but sorry about the 9-hour workday. My yarn gets. My grandmother would be like, "Why didn't you roll? That's why you keep it rolled. What did you do?"
I remember, or sometimes I'm knitting. There'd be knits in the yard, and so I had to like. I guess I better start getting into reading so we can get this done ASAP. The tonight and Jimmy by Elizabeth A. Seib. Imagine you're sitting in your wick chair next to frothy mud. You know the kind, not quite hot and has. Imagine your foot slab and its sides are wrinkled. I and wonder how soon, though you know they'll eventually. A beeping. Hello, begin. This is the we are calling for pitch of the voice lord name Marcy to invite you again as she tomorrow. We look forward to hear. Message ends and you start laughing. Hiding your laugh that ridiculous happens to you. Immediately text message. Okay, which one of you? Seconds they respond. Just woke up. I'm in the Bahamas. Isn't that what caller ID is for? Sure, it wasn't the police. As you shake your head at your friend's responses, the doorbell rings. Walking to the front of your house, you wonder stopping by on a Saturday. Front door to find stuffed mental envelope stamp important. When you lift it up, examining it in your fingers, it's heavy and smooth. This is all important should. This one's addressed from NBC. Whoa, you mutter, heading back inside. Sitting back in your chair, you cut Out sticks a stack of papers addressed to you. Sift through them, liability forms, closed contracts, and first-class plane tickets from New York. Leaving the next day and returning the day after. Beneath the tickets is a receipt for a hotel reservation at the Rockefeller Plaza Hotel. At the bottom is a letter signed by Jimmy Fallon, saying, Jimmy Fallon invites you to be a special guest tomorrow night. Please accept these travel arrangements as a gift to you. Returning these forms signed and dated can be a gift to him. That was my Jimmy Fallon voice. I don't know. You pull your cell back out and write your friends, your fingers flying over the keyboard. Okay, seriously, guys, what is this? A minute later, you have 4 responses. What is what? Okay, seriously, I'm in the Bahamas. I told you that 6 times. You're going crazy. Stop waking me up.
Hang on. We have audio cutting in and out every 4th word. I'm hearing it. Let's see. Get closer to the microphone. Is it just...
Is it? Can you hear me now? I am speaking in multiple words.
I think it's just getting used to these microphones having to be kind of close to them. I think that's what it is.
Oh, okay. So does speaking louder help when I'm talking? Does it cut out if I'm like over here and talking?
It's
not?
I'm hearing it. It's just you're getting quieter and louder. So I'm just wondering if that's what it is. It might be internet connection. Ellery says, "Great, I love that."
Oh, not the internet connection.
Not the internet connection. Hang on. Let me pull up our stream just to make sure that you're not reading this in vain. We can't do it. I never look back, darling. It distracts me.
Exactly.
Let's see. Oh, I hear that. Hang on. Let me see. Trying to figure out what could be causing that. Give me 1 second, guys. I can kind of hear what's going on, but... what are we reading? Okay, so we're reading Imagines for those who are not here. Gabe, do you want to tell them about Imagines while I...
Imagines is a book from where Anna Todd, the creator of After, took a whole bunch of different story. It's an anthology book where Anna Todd took a bunch of stories from Wattpad about celebrity fanfics and kind of compiled them into this book, and that's what we've been reading. And some of them range from like 6 pages to 70 pages, and I get the long one, so that's fun. And you get stories like Kim Kardashian saving the world using selfies, and this girl has a toxic boyfriend. And then there's one with Nick Bateman where you fight him and he's gorgeous, and that's great. And then there's one by Anna Todd where she makes out with a British guy or something, or her character makes out with a British guy. And right now I'm reading a chapter about someone being invited to be a special guest host or special guest on Jimmy Fallon's show. And that's I feel like there's more that I could be saying, but that my mind is going blank.
Well, the good news is I pulled up the stream and I can hear constant sounds, so that's good. I think it's something, but I don't know what it was. It might have just been something on YouTube's end. So anyway, sorry, Gabe. I just didn't want you to. Yeah, it's fine now. I have no idea what happened. I think it was just YouTube being YouTube. It was in a silly, goofy mood, and it was like, you know what would be funny? You get to hear every 3rd word of the Jimmy Fallon Imagine.
As the plane tickets, your hands, you're breathing faster. First class, seat to Big Apple, your name, them. I'm cutting out every 3rd word. That.
For a second, I thought it was just we had found more typos.
Oh, no. As you hold the plane tickets in your hands, your breathing gets faster. First class, window seat, to the Big Apple, your name on them. Call me by your name. I'm just kidding. You reach for a pen and look down at your shoes. Looks like we're going to New York, you say. Less than 24 hours later, you hop off the plane at JFK, the airport terminal bustling with a striking variety of people. There are people with big shoes, little shoes, brown shoes, black shoes, shoes that light up when they walk, practical shoes, bedtime shoes, and shoes that will no doubt make their feet hurt the moment they step out of the airport. And this is just one terminal. As you leave the airport, you see a man dressed in a black suit and dark sunglasses holding a sign up with your name on it. You approach him, gripping your suitcase, and say, "Hello." He is about a foot taller than you, but smiles gently. "Mr. Fallon welcomes you to New York." Insert Taylor Swift, "Welcome to New York." Welcome to New York. Sorry, sorry if I'm not speaking into the microphone correctly, making it harder for you,
Oh, no.
Adrian. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just figuring it out. I'm just doing live. That's why I have this on so I can hear. New microphones. We're all figuring it out. Jimmy Fallon, Imagine, or the listing types of shoes. Thank you. I was like, I'm so glad I get to hear every kind of shoe that every person in the entirety of the New York airport is wearing.
I'm surprised they didn't mention wingtip. Even a man just holding a shoe walking around looking sad.
Wait, is that Tyra Banks?
Oh, wait, no, that's CL. What is she wearing? The man, Jimmy Fallon's personal chauffeur, drives a 15-foot slick black limousine. Inside are bags of chips and pretzels and a refrigerator filled with bottled water. Dehydrated and hungry from the plane ride, you help yourself, then sit back in your seat and take it all in. The variety of people walking along Fifth Avenue is even greater than what you'd seen in the airport. Everyone's hair is different, clothes are different, and the way they carry themselves screams magnitudes about their personalities. The limousine pulls into the most bustling square surrounded by skyscrapers I've ever seen. Yeah, surrounded by the most bustling square surrounded by skyscrapers you have ever seen in your life. The largest of the skyscraper overlooks a magnificent fountain and has a huge lavish windows and stepped roof that disappears up into a blanket of clouds. The adjacent buildings are nicely decorated, though they cannot match their leader's height or grandeur. As your driver pulls up next to the city center skyscraper, he says, "Last stop, Rockefeller Plaza." Exiting and opening your door, he helps you climb out of the limousine and you can hardly stop grinning. We'll have your...
I did the same thing all night last night. I was just like, sorry, tired.
Oh gosh, it's the low-key chapter where we both got really tired halfway through.
It was just so calming.
It was. Just listening to Tom Hiddleston be Tom Hiddleston.
Who doesn't love that?
We'll have your bags dropped off at the hotel. Walk through these doors and our receptionist will help you find the studio. He gestures to a door to the side of the skyscraper and not the main tourist entrance. As you step away from the limousine, a light breeze swirls around you. Your new shoes feel bouncy against the cobblestones. You run your fingers through your hair, taking it all in. The smell of food trucks. Yeah. Sorry. The excited laughter of tourists and a lingering taste in the air of culinary wizards. The culinary wizards were called into New York City on a good day. You know the Rockefeller Plaza is one of the things that demand being experienced with all five senses. You stick out your tongue and lick the windows. Just kidding. Like the top of the Eiffel Tower, a canoe ride in the middle of Lake Michigan, and the long lines at Disney World. Yes, your sense of taste needs to be filled while waiting in line at Disney World.
Oh my god, my mom saw a vlog I was watching of somebody at Disney World, and we haven't been to Disney World in years, but apparently they've added all of these right before COVID. They decided it was a good idea to add all of these like touchscreen panels to like make the lines interactive for children so that they don't get bored. And it's like then they had to rope them all off because of course they did because of COVID, but even before COVID my mom was like, "Do you have any idea how many germs must be on that? No way am I touching that."
You step through the door and into the Comcast building. The lobby is tight with a dark woody finish. It features 3 armchairs and a small desk that a middle-aged man stands behind. He holds a cheery glint in his eye and motions for you to approach. The same pop music you heard in the limousine plays over the speakers in the lobby. An upbeat song about a woman and her recent breakup.
This is the part of me that you're never gonna ever take. I don't know why that was the first breakup song that came to my mind, but there you go.
Oh gosh, my first was "Welcome to New York" by Taylor Swift because everyone's like, she talks about breakups a lot, but only her. We're only gonna criticize her.
And that one's actually not a breakup song. That's just a yay, we're in New York song.
The receptionist asks to see your ID and smiles when it matches the name on his agenda for the day. Welcome to New York. It's been waiting for you. Welcome to New York. Welcome to New York.
Whoa, whoa. I don't really remember.
Soundtrack I could dance. Yeah. He says so quickly that if you blinked, you would have missed it. But you knew you would remember it forever. He asked if you would like to put your coat somewhere, and you shrug off your windbreaker, wondering whose fancy soiree coats your coat will be joining soon. Hello. A woman in her 30s with glowing blonde hair approaches you. She wears a gray pantsuit and red high heels that are so pointy you're surprised that they haven't taken any of the ground with them. I'm Angelica Seacrow. We're so excited for you to be joining us this evening. Please come right this way. Angelica extends her hands for you to shake. She is all smiles and you follow her down a hall. How was your flight? You like your seat? The seat was awesome. Thank you so much. Angelica grins at your response. Reach a large metal elevator in the lobby and step in. The elevator is enormous and decorated with signed pictures of celebrities like Mick Jagger, Madonna, George Clooney, Tom Brady. Even the ceiling is decorated with a giant picture of the president's dog, Bo, paw print, and.
Oh, remember when Obama was president?
Those are the good.
Good shades.
No, there's never good days. It's just like goodish, then terrible, then okay.
Yeah, it's America.
The doors open to reveal Studio 6B, where a 30-person stage crew greets you with nodding heads. On the plane, you studied Jimmy Fallon's most viral shows, the ones with the most views on YouTube. And you had to sorry. You had to admit the Tonight Show studio in real life looks almost exactly like it does on television, except none of the audience has had yet.
Yeah, it's a set. That's kind of the point. If you came to this room, you would be like, this looks like Avery's room where she films, except it's visibly, you can tell how small it is now because I'm sitting in it.
What? No. It's a gigantic room, you guys don't believe.
You can see both walls in the setup that I have. You can also see the Once Upon a Time family tree that's chaos, even though we're only 3 episodes in.
There are the glaring lights, the enormous stages. Center stage holds his desk, parked next to the celebrity hot seat. It sits against a backdrop of the nighttime New York City skyline that takes your breath. It looks that real, that beautiful. On both sides of this stage is another giant stage where Jimmy's famous show games take place. You smile, thinking of Emma Stone's legendary lip sync battle with and Channing Tatum's script readings of Magic Mike as written by 6-year-olds. Also, I would like to point out that people are like, "Oh yeah, lip sync battles. It came from Jimmy Fallon's show," and I'm just like, "No, it came from drag queens. Have they even watched RuPaul's Drag Race with all the lip syncing for your life? How dare you? Not even asking a celebrity drag queen on." Except for I know Pangina Heels was on the Thailand version, but I'm just like, and it was like one of the best of all times. And Tom Holland's was the best of all too, and Anne Hathaway's was really good too. Anyway, before you can take in much more, you are swept up by the crew. Angelica steps beside you, her stride long and her pace quick. You think you can hear upbeat instrumental jazz play over the speaker, but the most noise is coming from the crew as they ask you your favorite colors, what your favorite colors are for wardrobe, if you're allergic to anything, and if you would like some sparkling water. It drowns out the jazz and any thoughts you might form. They bring you to a room that could fit 40 people but has only 3 reclining chairs, surrounded by mirrors and drawers of products. A tall, skinny man looking no older than 20 helps you sit in one of the chairs. I'm Tony, he greets you, peering at your face, slowly scrutinizing every detail. I'll be your makeup artist for today. Close your eyes, please. You do as you're told, and you hear the room go silent. Before you can wonder what else is happening, Tony says, "Now open." Good. Your eyes open, and Tony steps to the side to converse with 2 women holding brushes and sweaters. With all these people surrounding you and doting on you, it's easy for you to feel like a star. You sip your sparkling water, and Angelica approaches you with a folder full of papers. "Thank you for filling out our first form," she smiles at you. "But we have to do a few more confidentiality agreements as well as disclosures for content that we put online." You take the forms and the long ballpoint pen she is holding. Tony comes back over and his 2 assistants chair closer to him. "This is just some powder to help you keep your color for the camera. One of the women explains that she spreads a powdery goop on your cheeks, and this is to bring out your eyes, the other says, plopping a cool lotion on your forehead. The women work on, and Tony watches them thoughtfully. You feel one of them dab your hairline with a towel to cool you down. Tony's eyes never leave your face until finally he takes a step back and looks at you at your entirety. Harry. Oh,
Can I just say very quickly, a powdery goop. A powdery goop. It's either powdery or it is goopy. Those things are not the same thing. A powder can...
Yeah, powdery goop. Okay, I didn't misread that.
No, you did not misread it. Kinetic sand, Hillary Nelson. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be that person. I'm just like powdery goop.
And what would you like to wear tonight? He asked. Would you like to see our wardrobe options? Anything you choose to wear, you get to. You get to keep.
Oh,
Hello,
wow.
Perry. I'd be like, what's your most expensive thing here? He waves his hand towards you and takes in your slightly under his gaze, and one of Perry. Okay, sorry. And he waves a hand. Finally, he looks at your shoes. You squirm slightly under his gaze, and one of the women has to ask you to keep still. You wonder if Tony can tell that your shoes are new and how uncomfortable. I have to change. Picked out the outfit in the morning specifically to wear on the show. I think I look pretty good. Women stop brushing you to hear his answer. After a pause, Tony finally cracks a wide grin. You look great, of course. Yes, wear this. He gestures towards, but we must find you a hat.
I'm gonna get free clothes out of it.
Yeah, it's just I can when you're a background, that's what you want to hear. But if you hear you get to keep everything you wear, then it's just like I want this, I want this, I want this.
The only time I desperately wanted to keep wardrobe that I had been in was when I got to be featured, and by featured, you can barely see a blur of me in the background of season 2 of Stranger Things, when we were on the girls' jogging team, and they had specially made t-shirts that said Hawkins, like Hawkins Middle, and I was like, Harry, nope.
Maybe you'll hear Perry purr into the microphone or knock it over.
Yeah, you can hear her now when she purrs. So.
Well, everything is fine.
Everything is fine. I can't hear Perry. Thank you for doing that.
Oh no.
All right.
I unplugged and replugged.
Oh no, you're good. It was just that it unplugged from here.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. Thank you for helping.
An hour later, Tony declares you camera ready. Your shoes are shined, your outfit is fluffed, and your face is satisfactory to him. Angelica introduces you to a parade of people, including Emily Knapp, a perky woman dressed completely in black, who was the show's stage manager. She'll tell you when to go on, Angelica explains. This is Aaron, our head cameraman. He brings up a heavyset man in his 50s. If his camera is aimed at you, it doesn't necessarily mean it's recording, just that it could be, so try to look at it. Yeah. Or if befriend all the camera people.
They know what's up.
Yeah, exactly. Don't mess with the cameraman, or else they'll be like, I will get worst angles.
Oh, and Toonie, I should have said this before, but hello, Toonie and Toonie's sister. Toonie's sister is watching with
Ah. Is this one of those situations where it's like, if there's a swear word, don't say it?
I don't think so. I think it's just hi to new person.
Oh, hello, new people. Thank you for watching. We appreciate it. Finally, Angelica helps you out of your makeup chair. You thank Tony and his assistants and follow Angelica, Emily, and Aaron back into the studio. Angelica checks her watch, and he's here in 3, 2, 1. A wide elevator door slides open, and America's quintessential funny man and favorite talk show host steps out. Now, if you thought you were a big deal stepping out of that elevator and into a crowd of crew members that immediately soaked you up, it's nothing compared to this, with the crowd doubled in size, clapping enthusiastically for Mr. Jimmy Fallon. Clearly, he's the real deal, the star. Jimmy has drawn himself up to his full 6-foot stance and claps with the crew. Great job, everybody, he explains. I'm so excited for the show tonight. How about you? He clasps his hands together and scans his eyes over the horde of people. Jimmy's chocolate brown hair is already combed and gelled, and his skin is flushed and full of color. He already put on a black suit and a skinny black tie. He looks exactly like he did on television, only less like a 2D cartoon, and now the childlike gleam in his eye actually matches the excitement you feel stirring around the studio. Jimmy scans the front of the room until he sees you. He waves enthusiastically and begins to walk toward you. Hey, he calls out, you made it. You turn and look behind you to see who else Jimmy could be talking to. It definitely wasn't you. But the only person behind you is Tony, who grins at you like you're his personal masterpiece and you're about to be put on display. You swallow nervously, but then Jimmy Fallon is standing in front of you with his hands outstretched in a way that makes you feel like you've already met him. He was the kid in your fourth grade class who brought in his little brother for show and tell. The guy in your school talent show who dressed up in a miniskirt and did a spot on impression of Britney Spears. The man you'd seen in those comedy groups around campus that could rap and shoot basketballs at a pretend hoop while on a pogo stick. That was funny, he says, R11. I like you already. I'm Jimmy Fallon. Such a pleasure to have it's such a pleasure to have you with us tonight. We're going to have so much fun. This is not how Jimmy Fallon sounds, but I just want to make his voice distinct.
Goodbye, Ellery. Ellery says, well, this was fun. Time to go be on my feet for the next 9 to 10 hours. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Also, I like that this person's welcome to chat. By the way, this person is called Sailor Moon Supremacy, and they said, "Hello, people of culture. How art thou? I'm good. I like the Oh, and hi, Star. Star is here. I think this is a fun time to point out that I got all of my supplies to put together my Sailor Mars cosplay, and I'm very excited about it.
Yay! That's awesome.
Super excited about it.
Gosh, I need to eventually finish my Joe Kiddo cosplay from Digimon because he wears glasses and so do I. So I'm like, that's a good place to start.
Sailor Moon Supremacy says, I've been summoned by the many Sailor Moon videos. Well, I'm glad. There's going to be more Sailor Moon content in the very near future, including reading the rest of the manga on stream. If you want to see those VODs are there. And then also doing a Sailor Moon documentary and also doing individual videos on the parts of Sailor Moon that I think are particularly interesting. I did a video recently on the Haunted Mansion Beach episode, which was cut from the Deke dub, which I think is a shame because it's one of my favorite episodes. Hallelujah. Yes, more Sailor Moon.
Sailor. I saw a video where there was like a stage play and she did her transformation sequence.
Oh, that's beautiful. The musicals are going to be part of the documentary, and they're probably going to get their own video. Yeah.
So much Sailor
So much Sailor Moon. But people like the Sailor Moon stuff, and I like doing Sailor Moon stuff, so here we are.
Yay. Angelica whispers something to Jimmy, and he nods. She holds her clipboard tightly to her chest and gently smiles at you. Then the three of you are briskly walking past the makeup room, past the auditorium, and past the wings of the stage. Usually on the show, we have a dress rehearsal before we start taping, Jimmy explains. There you'll meet some of the guests on the show and we'll go over everything that's going to happen. Well, almost everything. The funniest stuff usually happens during improvisation, so we have to leave some room for that. Jimmy and Angelica stop walking and tall door labeled rehearsal room. Jimmy turns to face you and then starstruck, tingly feeling in your skin starts to simmer up again. Do you have any questions before we go in? You open your mouth to reply, but you miss a beat in the conversation. Maybe it is because the nervous feeling in your stomach never settled down. Maybe it is your mind all trying to come out at once. And maybe you can't reply to Jimmy because his go with the flow attitude feels contagious and you just want to try it on. Jimmy smiles at you as if he knows exactly how you feel. Let me know if anything comes up. Angelica opens the door to the rehearsal room. You follow Jimmy inside. The practice stage in the room is much smaller than the real one, with a place for the musicians to stand and a row of chairs across the stage. Television lights hang from the ceiling and are currently set to a bright yellow. The back walls are aligned from the floor to the ceiling with shelves of props. You can see fake swords, purple wigs, harmonicas, and a Finding Nemo Barbie doll. And that is just the shelf closest to you. Only a scattering of people are in here. A few musicians, the props crew, and a few men dressed in suits surrounding a man who looks extremely familiar. The man is young. tall and dressed in jeans and a striped collared shirt. Reddish brown hair grows full fledged on his face. He's wearing new looking sneakers, and you wonder if he's comfortable in them. Your stomach drops when you recognize him, as if you're in a dream and you just won a vacation in New York City and met a huge celebrity, except you aren't actually in a dream. You recognize him as the guy from the movie, the one about the dinosaurs. Chris. Jimmy claps his hands together. I don't know why I said Chris like that, but Jurassic World. Yes, I love Jurassic World.
Sailor Moon Supremacy. Don't apologize for not taking Adderall. I get it. I also have ADHD. A lot of people in this community have ADHD. You're in the correct place.
You've only known Jimmy for a few minutes, but so far you've noticed that he is always clasping his hands together. He walks over to Chris Pratt and swoons. Hey, don't do the Mario movie. Trust me. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Are people still criticizing his Mario? I don't know.
I've heard very mixed things about the Mario. We were just talking about this last night. Some people like it and think it's really fun. Some people think it is the worst movie Illumination has made. I think that as we talked about last night on stream, I don't think that's possible because they made Hop. So it would have to be pretty bad to be worse than Hop.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I'm just like, oh yeah, the James Marsden.
I know. I love James Marsden. I like Russell Brand. Like, they really wasted the potential on that one. Cute, fluffy bunny. Like,
well, James Marsden got his redemption in Sonic.
Yes. James Marsden is great. I love James Marsden. I'm going to see the Mario movie soon. I hope you like it. I know a lot of people say it's really fun, and some people are like really contrarian about it. I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I have no opinion yet.
I want to know what people think of Mario's voice, because I haven't heard anyone say anything recently, because in the commercials he only says like 2 or 3 things and you can't really hear what
they went for the New York type Italian accent.
Hey, where's Luigi? Hey.
I'm very excited. I love Mario. I love Mario too. I can't believe I've never streamed a Mario game. I love Mario games.
Oh gosh, Super Mario Bros. Is amazing. Or Mario is in that one.
The Super Mario Brothers for the original for the 64, my mom is the reigning queen of. She can like speed run that game faster than anybody I've ever seen. She can like play it and like win without dying once. She was like all through high school she was obsessed with it. Just she is like the reigning champion. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and so when your parents say, "Hey, don't play video games," just remember this moment and how Avery's mom is super cool and plays video games and can speed run.
Oh yeah. 60. Yes, and she played it back in the 80s when it was first out and when there was no online tutorials. She had to call her sister's boyfriend's brother to ask how to beat certain levels and then like sit on the phone with him while she like had the controller and it was like all plugged in because it was landline phone and like the plugged in controller.
Those are the days.
Hi, Tarfled Owl.
Hello.
Sailor Moon Supremacy is going to be drawing while they listen. Yay! What are you drawing? Oh, I'm nosy. I'm just like,
what's everyone doing out there? You can see us, but we can't see. Okay, that sounds creepy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound that way.
I said that in an old video once. I was like, I can't see you guys, or can I? No, wait. No, I'm sorry. That was creepy.
I'm sorry.
Sailor Moon. I figured it was Sailor Moon or something Sailor Moon adjacent, but I just wanted to ask. It's so funny because 6 months ago I had never seen Sailor Moon, and I covered the pilot when the leaked concept for the live action American pilot came out, and now here I am just like, I've got all these Sailor Moon pins. I've got a cosplay of Sailor Mars going. Like, it's fun. It's a lot. I've been consumed by it.
And soon we're going to get Avery obsessed with Digiman, Digital Monsters.
Yes, we need to do more Digimon.
Wait, I need to criticize Matt and talk about Joshua Seth so I can DM him on Instagram and be like, oh my gosh, you're so cool. And he'll be like, what?
Sailor Venus is my other favorite. Sailor Mars and Sailor Venus are my favorite. And Sailor Mars is easy to cosplay because, I kind of already have her hair, so...
Or I like Sailor Venus because in Sailor Moon Crystal she's voiced by Jeremy Lee, who's awesome and is really nice and has a very nice voice.
Sailor Venus is just, I love how dorky she is, but everybody's like, oh my god, Sailor Venus, she's so cool and pretty. And then she's just like tripping over her own cat, and she's just like, she's like putting her foot in her mouth with like every boy she's into. It's really funny. I really like her.
Oh gosh. That's why everybody loves her, because they're like, oh, relatable.
Oh, Ellery's still here because he says he almost left for work an hour early. I'm glad that you get to still be with us for a little while, Ellery.
You can hear me talk about Jimmy Fallon and Chris Pratt. Chris and the one with the dinosaur. How dare you? It's Jurassic World, but I guess copyright.
Was that the line? That
Or-
was the line for copyright?
Or I'm just I don't know, but
I don't know.
maybe it's just like, oh, the one with the dinosaur. Or maybe it's like you're so starstruck by Chris Pratt you forgot the name of all the movies all at once. Chris and his agents, while Angelica motions you to sit next to her on the folding chairs. They're the kind of grayish metal folding chairs you would see anywhere, in a church basement, in a middle school gymnasium, or at a comic book convention. But you know the chairs seem more than that because you're sitting in one, and so is Chris Pratt. I want to say Chris Pratt because I remember seeing something where someone's like, oh, why would someone name their kid that? It's like, what? It's like, why would you name your son Crisp Rat? So, Chris Pratt?
This book really is Imagine Smash or Pass.
Oh god, that's what we should have been doing this whole time.
Not the people, the actual stories, just like
Oh yeah. Oh, never mind then. I retract my statement.
No, I'm joking. I don't know.
Oh, someone's like, I'll give you $10 if you do. Anyway, while Jimmy speaks with Chris Pratt, you study the prop shelves more closely. An entire shelf is filled with little toys like basketballs, action figures, and kazoos. Above that is a shelf with a stapler stuck in pretend jello. You look back and notice Chris's agents in an intense conversation with Jimmy. His smile wavers, and the agents hold puzzled expressions. You wonder what the fuss is about until Jimmy comes over and tells you something. So we were supposed to act out that scene with the T-Rex costume, he says to Angelica, but apparently the props didn't get ordered. Oh. Angelica quickly looks at her clipboard. I'm not sure how that happened. Jimmy shrugs and pats her clipboard. It's cool. We just need to think of something else to do. He looks at you and explains, for the main part of the show, Chris Pratt and I were going to act out a scene from his movie, but it looks like that isn't going to work. He taps his chin. Just do the arm thing with the velociraptor. Pretend you have velociraptors and do the arm thing. Anyway.
Speaking of dinosaurs, I like that we can hear a little bit on the mic the tiny dinosaur ambiance, aka the parakeets that are in the hallway outside. That so for some reason are being picked up right now. They're usually not super loud. I don't know why. The two mics are just like, we need to hear the tiny velociraptors.
Clever girls.
Hi, Paulo. We're not actually playing Smash or Pass. He just said, oi, Smash or Pass again.
Wait, you've done it before?
I mean, when we play Kingdom Hearts, we always are like, okay, among the age-appropriate characters of Disney.
I remember I watched a YouTube channel called Mike MG TV, and the guy was Smash or Passing of age Avatar or Legend of Korra characters. And I'm not going to say who I would choose because reasons.
That's fair.
Tune into Patreon to see my answers.
Patreon exclusive.
Exactly. Patreon. But he looks at you and explains, for the main part of the show, Chris and I were skip. The show's at an hour and we need to think quickly. Call marketing. They're creative. Maybe they can help. I'll go speak with Chris's agents about possible other. It's not that you meant to cut off Jimmy Fallon. You're usually articulate and know how to hold a conversation. And it's not like the props people meant not to order the T-Rex costume. Sometimes things like this just happen. Sometimes you just blurt out dramatic things like, I know how to save the show. Everyone in the room does a double take, including you. Angelica starts to dial the marketing department, but Jimmy grins and you continue. There's that scene at the beginning, right, with the raptors. What if we do this scene and you use those kazoos instead of dialogue?
Oh my god, that's what you said.
That's just minus the kazoos.
Old Man Zuko from Legend of Korra is an absolute smash, in my opinion, Ellery says.
Well,
Oh, and Paulo says, Paulo keeps saying that we need to do a video with you watching an episode of dinosaurs because it's been way too long since I talked about dinosaurs, and you love dinosaurs,
oh
so
yeah.
the Jim Henson Show.
Oh yeah. Not the mama.
Not the mama. My parents quoted that all my childhood, and for a while I did not know what it was from, and when I did, I was like, oh, that's the thing my parents always say.
Oh, and side note, I recently learned. You know how the meme of Chris Pratt with his arm out, and everyone always it's like, why does he stick his arm out like that? Well, what I learned, I watched a video. I'm not able to articulate it properly, but basically, like velociraptors, they have like the long necks and they're very long dinosaurs, and so putting your arm out, you're supposed to put it out to where they can like see your eye in in like the empty like the negative space in between your thumb and your index finger. Your eye is supposed to be there, so it's just like, wait, so they're like, wait, your face is back here, but now your face is over here, so it kind of disorientates them, so you can kind of get a few seconds to kind of think through a situation, or be like, okay, you're not going to attack me, just kind of listen to me and all that. Or when during the scene where the guy fell into the raptor enclosure and he's holding out his hands, he got a few seconds to like dive out of the way so he can get away and disorient the raptors and stuff. So that's why the arm thing was really important for Owen to do in the movie. Okay. You point to the kazoos you saw in the prop shows. Jimmy grin growth. Yes, he laughs. I love it. Let me just. He turns to speak to the movie star's agents, but you can hear Chris Pratt calling from across the room. I would be so down to do that. Jimmy rubs his hands together. Yes, he explains, still laughing. Hey, he gestures towards you. It's a 3-person scene. You're in. He turns away from you and runs toward the props crew. You look at Angelica with wide eyes. What? For real? She stops dialing on her phone. What do you want it? Do you want it? Or she stops dialing on her phone. Do you want it to be? You know the show is going to be taped. It won't actually be live, but you will still be live in front of a few hundred people, and the YouTube video later will get a few 100,000 views. At least, or at 100,000 views at least. But you look around at all the fun things in the room, at Chris Pratt, who's found one of the fake swords and is figuring out how to her who yeah, who found one of the fake swords and is figuring out how to turn it. At Jimmy Fallon picking 3 kazoos off the shelf, who really does remind you of that kid in your 4th grade class, and you know the point of it is to have fun, and excuse me, and that it can't get any better than this. Yeah, you reply, awesome. Finally, it's time. The rehearsal with Chris and Jimmy went well, but as Jimmy explained again, you gotta leave room for improvisation. So you stand in the wings of the stage of the Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, the gleaming wooden real stage with 3 kazoos stored neatly in your pocket. It's hard for you to see the audience behind the bright glare of the stage lights, but you know it's filled with a mix of people. You wonder if you know any of them, but assume you do not. But hey, maybe John from your 10th grade class is watching. Jimmy sits at his desk on stage and asks Chris questions about the movie. Jimmy and Chris started joking around during your rehearsal and pretty much never stopped. So you play a dinosaur trainer in the movie, Jimmy says, as in someone who actually trains real dinosaurs. That's right, Jimmy, real dinosaurs, Chris replies excitedly. I'm employed in a really dangerous profession. And the dinosaurs actually respond to you? Jimmy sits up straighter in his chair. Yes, I have a special bond with them. Chris puffs out his beautiful, magnificent chest, and the audience laughs. You laugh at them and bite your lip in anticipation. You know where this is going, and it's more exciting than the audience will ever guess. Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty much the dinosaur whisperer. Jimmy claps his hands. That we're going to have to see. He looks at the audience and starts announcing quickly and excitedly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jimmy Fallon, Tonight Show host, and tonight Chris Pratt and I will be demonstrating my new game, Musical Theater. The way that it works is Chris and I, along with one lucky guest, will act out a scene from Chris's new movie using only the instrument of choice. Tonight, the instruments were selected by our second guest tonight, who is someone that's new to the show but could probably be running it. Let's give them a hand. Marcy. You hear Jimmy announce your name. Suddenly, without your knowing how it happened, your feet carry you on stage. The first thing you notice is the glare of the stage lights that are even brighter on stage than in the wings. The only things visible to you are Jimmy's grin and Chris's arms crossed stance. The audience sits behind the lights and you can only make out one long shadow. While you can't see anyone, you can hear all of them. The audience applause hits you like a brilliant epiphany. They were clapping for the show that you were putting on you. Hundreds of people were clapping for you. When the audience when the applause dies down, you pull the kazoos out of your pocket and hand one to both Jimmy and Chris. You hear the roar of laughter. Jimmy holds his kazoo up to the audience and has trouble containing his laughter as he dramatically pauses and announces the instrument of choice. It's been a while since I've blown one of these, says Chris before a tiny quacking noise came out of it, and he laughed slightly, getting a spattering of laughs from the audience. You put your kazoo to your mouth and blow through it hard. The kazoos are made up of cheap plastic with tiny sound holes, and you suspect Chris barely made a noise because he didn't put enough air into it. None of you blew the kazoos during the rehearsal because of Jimmy's wish to improvise. The quacking noise comes out of yours much louder than you intended it to, and the audience claps, laughing along. And that's how it's done, says Jimmy, not able to keep a straight face. All right, so Chris, you stand over here. Jimmy positions Chris on the right end of the stage, and we'll stand over here. Jimmy turns towards the audience. Chris will be playing the role of a dinosaur trainer, and we'll be playing the roles of Raptor Charlie and Raptor Delta. Charlie deserved better.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was just saying the Velociraptor Charlie deserved better.
I like that Mila says, they're not real dinosaurs. Does the author know that? And Finn says, don't say that. And Salt Mountain just says, Jimmy Neutron?
Jimmy Neutron, boy
I
genius.
would turn, Mila says, I would turn the television off at this point. This is so unfunny.
Oh.
Jimmy Fallon is a very polarizing, well, that was a very loud plosive, I'm sorry. Jimmy Fallon is a very polarizing talk show host. Some people really like his show. Some people do not. I was doing my taxes the other night, and that Jimmy Fallon sing along, know the lyrics show was on, and I was about to have a panic attack trying to do my taxes with Jimmy Fallon lip syncing. I don't even know ABBA in the background. I don't know what they were doing. I was just like, oh my god, and I was just like, this is hell. This is the seventh circle of hell.
I don't usually watch late night talk show hosts, so I'm just meh. But I mean,
yeah.
Chris Pratt.
Friend just sent me a cover of a book with no context. It reads, Murder Your Employer Volume 1, McMaster's Guide to Homicide by Rupert Holmes. And I don't know what they're implying with that, LMAO. I have so many questions.
After we get through Dinotopia.
God help us all. Ellery, that's I have no words.
Jimmy looks at you and holds his arms in front of himself like a dinosaur. You do the same thing and clench the kazoo in your jaw. The audience laughs at how ridiculous you two look, and you blow through the kazoos like you're making a roaring noise. It comes out like a high-pitched quack, and the audience laughs harder. You feel warm and engaged. The audience loves it. Side note, I remember seeing somewhere that apparently dinosaurs might have sounded like birds, so someone dubbed over the dinosaur noises with quacks. So instead of the T-Rex breakout scene, it's just, instead of the roar, 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 it's like quack, quack, quack. So that's, so they're making pretty, somewhat, with their quacking, they're making maybe accurate noises if ever figure out what dinosaurs sounded like. Oh, side note, I also watched a video recently about how the poor Spinosaurus is constantly getting changed, like what it looked like and all that, because new studies keep coming out, and people are like, just leave the Spinosaurus alone.
I know at Fernbank I was reading about how which one has the scales on the Brontosaurus? I think it's the Brontosaurus. I don't know my dinosaurs very well. The one that is pictured on all fours with the scales sticking up on his spine.
Oh, the Stegosaurus?
A Stegosaurus. So they're not sure where those plates actually went on their body, because they've never actually found any attached to a skeleton. They could have been like plates, like armored plates laying down on their body and stuff, but like I know you probably know this, but to those in chat who might not know, I learned for the first time that somebody once just said, what if they were just standing up like like spikes? And then they were like, that looks cool, and then it stuck. So that's the way they've always assembled the Stegosaurus bones, and we don't actually know that that's what they looked like, so.
Oh. Huh. Uh-oh. And and I remember learning about the poor Brontosaurus, which or like Apatosaurus was found, and then someone found an Apatosaurus skeleton and stuck on a Brachiosaurus head, and they're like, it's a Brontosaurus, but then they're like, no wait, it's an Apatosaurus. And so since Apatosaurus was named first, the Brontosaurus name stuck, but it didn't actually exist. But luckily in 2015, paleontologists found 3 separate new species and named them various Brontosaurus species. Hello, Gary. So Brontosauruses do exist. They used to not exist, but now they do. So happy days for the Brontosaurus.
Milo says, okay, I actually have strong opinions about like new science discoveries. You know how people get mad about the idea that dinosaurs had feathers and Pluto's not a planet? Because the thing is, nothing matters in the universe has changed at all. It just is that we know now. Yeah, we know. I think my thing with Pluto is just like, I get it, but also.
Poor Pluto.
Poor Pluto. And then I think of Sailor Pluto, and I'm just like, poor Sailor Pluto already got so done dirty by having to guard all of space-time. At least let her have a planet. Harry.
Yeah, I remember learning about how they dubbed Pluto a dwarf planet because it orbits its own moon. That good stuff. So it's like, well, maybe just change the definition. But then they're like, well, then asteroids would be for common.
Fair.
And I'm just like, well, then stop being so specific.
I did once have an argument with a family member about how dinosaurs, they did not like the idea that dinosaurs or that like T-Rexes are very closely related to chickens. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I didn't make the science. That's just what it is.
Well, at least they believe in evolution.
Pluto has never been a planet. It has always been a dwarf planet. We just didn't know before. Yeah, you're right. You're completely right. I know what you're saying. I think it's just I think the feeling bad for Pluto as if Pluto has feelings is funny. And it is kind of funny to be like, it's not a planet. It is a planet. It's not a planet. It's like, yay! Oh.
They've been a dwarf planet this whole time.
Everything is a planet if you vaguely define things hard enough, Ellery says. Ooh, I like the new profile picture, Sailor Moon Supremacy. I'm sorry, you can continue reading about Jimmy Fallon.
Chris tries to put on a serious face and blow through his kazoo. Whack. He raises his hand like he's telling a dog to sit. You and Jimmy blow misshapen noises through your kazoos. Whack, whack. Chris laughs through his kazoo and holds out one arm like he's telling the dog to stay with his hand out at you. You and Jimmy stop moving, but make confused noises through your kazoos. The way your fuzzy sounds are coming out, you might really sound like dinosaurs. Chris blows through his kazoo and spins around in a circle. You and Jimmy look at him confused and hop towards him, still holding your arms out like raptors, your eyes trying to keep locked on his. Jimmy almost loses it from laughing and has trouble making kazoo noises. Chris holds up his hands to say stay again. You stay. Slowly he makes the same noise as before, and slowly, as if you were counting to 20, he spins around in a circle. Jimmy starts to copy Chris, and you take a hop toward him. Yanan starts laughing, and you take another hop. Then you eat. Chris holds out his hand for you to stay again, and you decide to play along this time. Slowly, he spins around in a circle again, and Jimmy does the same. Slowly, you start to spin in a circle, stopping to look at Chris. Like this, you blow through your kazoo. You spin 2 more steps and look at Chris. He nods slowly and points to Jimmy, who is spinning around in circles, laughing so hard he can't blow his kazoo. You finish the circle and the audience cheers loudly. Chris takes a bow and Jimmy stops spinning. Chris Pratt, everybody. Or everyone. Jimmy announces, still laughing. Dinosaur trainer extraordinaire. Jimmy motions to you and the audience stands up. The cheering intensifies. Let's give a hand to our special guest tonight, Marcy. Thank you, New York. You've been lovely. It takes a long time for the audience cheering to die down, and you, Jimmy, and Chris wave through it. It rushes to your face.
Perry.
Perry is about to.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Perry, get off of the computer, honey.
At least she's cute.
She's trying to turn the Bluetooth on, and she just minimized OBS. Great.
Don't minimize my feelings, Perry.
Come here. That was.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, where did my... Oh, there it is. Go.
Streaming with cats is, I think, Emily D. Baker. Yes.
I don't stream, so I unfortunately don't understand.
You do. You us.
True, but I don't know how I don't know any of the setup. I can never be able to recreate this.
Animals have. I mean, Spencer set this up for us today with the new microphones. So thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Texorcist. There's a reason he's going to be producing the podcast.
Thank you, Spencer. We appreciate you. Finally, you can follow Jimmy off the stage. What a show! Jimmy explains to you, clasping his hands together, and he is beaming at you. His chocolate brown eyes are, oh gosh, I'm having Modelland flashbacks with comparing everything to.
What I like to call the noise box that Spencer is like, do not call it a noise box. On that, you might short out the microphone. So,
Ooh, good. Chocolate. Chocolate brown eye. Stop there. You were hilarious. I can tell you've done some acting before. He pats your shoulder and you shrug. He has no idea, but you knew you were beaming just as but you knew you were beaming just as brightly. Hey, do you have a manager or anything? The next time we need an idea for a show, I'd love to give you a call. For a moment, it's like you stopped breathing. Jimmy Fallon wants you back on his show? I can't believe it. But just like that, the rest of the evening with your new go with the flow attitude, you managed to get your fingers to stop shaking and plug your phone number into Jimmy's personal phone. Jimmy grins back at you. You know, I never really did get from Angelica, or I never really did get from Angelica about why we had two guests on the show tonight, but I'm so glad that we called you. It was such a pleasure to have you with us. I know you'll hear from us again. Just then, he's called away, leaving you with a burst of bubbling excitement that warms even your littlest toe. You look around Studio 6B as the lights dim and see the audience filing out. They're all trying to meet Chris Brown and Jimmy Fallon, who carry the kind of contagious energy around them that stars are literally made of. Still, you grin and listen to the hum of the stage crew wrapping things up and the crackling of footsteps of people rushing around. Even the backdrop of Jimmy's stage summed it up. This was just another night in New York. But like every sparkling building on Jimmy's background that shone through the fabric, you knew every night was special. You pick up the gift bag Angelica left you with and walk out of the stage wings. You wave towards the stage crew that you pass and they congratulate you on the show. Your shoes feel more broken in than ever as you walk past the rehearsal room, the makeup room, and finally stand at the elevator at the top of Jimmy's studio. From the middle of it, Jimmy waves to you, a big wave, like his arms are windmill, and you can hear him shouting, "Thank you!" You pull your blue plastic kazoo out of your pocket and raise it into the air like a toast. You know it's a special night for New York and for you that you will hold in your heart forever. Tonight was the night the lights went out in Georgia. Just kidding. Tonight was the night that you met Jimmy Fallon, and more important, the night he met you.
yeah, Milo, I don't know how we got on Jimmy Fallon. Your guess is as good as the author's, I think. No one really knows. The lighting does look kind of dark and spooky. I don't know why we have the harsh shadows going on. There are things going on.
Oh no, my harsh eyeshadows.
No.
And we have reached the end of the chapter. The next
What's
chapter.
going on? Seriously, I'm lost. And then Milo says, footsteps crackling. Are we outside with fall leaves? This writer really is obsessed with people's shoes. A lot of talk has been made about people's shoes. I'm not sure why. It is a choice that they made.
It's a choice they made that they went with. The choiciest choice.
It was a choice.
And now,
Feet. Oh gosh.
Oh gosh, feet. Oh, Quentin Tarantino is just heavily breathing somewhere.
Paulo says it's Jimmy Fallon. They need guests. It's just like, oh god, no one wants to go on Jimmy Fallon. What do we do? Call some rando.
Oh.
Tim Burton energy with the shadows. You know, I can live with that, I guess. I kind of already give off Tim Burton energy because of the everything about me.
Or we're secretly turning into the Skeksis. the bird creatures from the Dark Crystal,
Oh yeah, the Skeks. Yeah.
or slowly turning into them.
I only got here like some minutes ago. I have no clue what's even happening. We never do either. Welcome to Imagines by many people, but apparently mostly Anna Todd because her name is on the thing. Although I, again, cannot find anywhere. If somebody can find anywhere that confirms who the editor is on this book, I would love to know. I'm genuinely convinced at this point that it didn't have one. One, because of the amount of mistakes that are in it, and two, because I can't find anywhere that says Anna Todd was the editor, but usually she's credited when you look up on Goodreads and everything. She's credited as the main credit. And you're not supposed to do that with anthologies unless you're supposed to put the editor first. So I think there might just not have been an editor, and Goodreads didn't know what to do, and so they were just like, Anna Todd's name is on the cover. Sure, okay. Marcy is a former teen detective, technically in channel lore, so it makes sense they may have enough reputation to get Jimmy Fallon's attention. No, not Gabe was not saying that Dark Crystal was Tim Burton. I think you were just saying same vibes, like the vibes with the lights.
Yeah, I heard Dark Shadows, and I'm like, Dark Crystal,
Yeah.
Skeksis. Sorry.
Name, Alice says foot fetish. Oh, God.
Yeah, cough. I remember seeing the meme from where it shows the picture from the commercial for the Barbie movie where she steps out of her shoes and her toes are still like, or it's like she has Barbie toe where she looks like she's walking in heels,
I love that.
And it's like Quentin Tarantino's just like because he loves showing. I think I've forgotten how to do a crane. Hold on.
Oh,
sorry.
no.
I'm just gonna brain fart for a second and wait, I found it. No, I didn't.
Cameron, I have been to the Universal Studios parks. I love them. I haven't been in years, but I used to go all the time because we have family in Florida, so we were in Florida a lot anyway. And yes, there is a Jimmy Fallon ride there in Universal Studios. It is a 3D experience starring Jimmy Fallon. If you like Jimmy Fallon, it's fun. I imagine if you don't like Jimmy Fallon, it's very annoying.
Oh. I'm just imagining you're just like riding somewhere and Jimmy Fallon's just talking and like some shenanigans ensue.
You show up at the sound stage and then chaos and hijinks ensue. Eventually, we go to the moon at one point, and then we ride a roller coaster down from the moon back to Earth.
Oh, as one does. I lied.
Yes, there is a Jimmy Fallon ride at Universal Studios, at least in Orlando. I don't know if they also have it in the California one, but I've only been to the Orlando one. And yes, it is a Jimmy Fallon ride. Ooh, you do remember how to make cranes.
I do remember.
I did not see the message sent earlier in chat, Cameron. I'm sorry. Chat was going a little bit fast for a second, and I wasn't paying it. So sorry. But hey, guys, thank you for being here.
Being here, we just finished the Jimmy Fallon chapter featuring Chris Pratt.
Oh boy, I wonder who the next chapter is about. It's called Michael Clifford Takes You to Prom.
Who is Michael Clifford?
Michael Clifford is from 5 Sauce, 5 Seconds of Summer. He's the somebody in the band. You know the song Young Blood, Say You Want Me, Say You Want Me? That one? That's them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I've never heard of him, LMAO. We're all just like, we don't care. Guys, I think it's about Clifford the Big Red Dog.
That would be great. I would love for Clifford the Big Red Dog to
I would
take
love
you
that so much.
Oh, now I have to see.
He's the somebody in a band in such a good way of describing my level of 5 Sauce knowledge. That's all I know. But I know that they're an Australian band, that my little cousin was in love with them for a second when they first came out with their first album. And I know that they've kind of massively changed their sound, but people still listen to their music. Hate that group LMAO. Their songs used to come on the radio all the time. Yeah, the one that She Looks So Perfect was the one that put them on the map, and it was on everywhere all the time. So yeah, that person's taking us to, or taking a, I assume, prom age Marcy to prom. By Cassandra Tate. Imagine you're sitting in the driver's seat, dolled up in the best of your most. Wait. in the best of your abilities in a dress you didn't want to buy and shoes that almost stabbed you in the process of putting them on. The garage door is open, but the car is off. Your car is compact, so it's a little crammed, but the way you've gotten your knees propped against the steering wheel is comfortable enough for scrolling through Twitter not so mindlessly. No matter how many times you refresh your feed, nothing seems to be going on that's any more exciting than someone you follow's thoughts on an episode of some obscure HBO show. Little show like Game of Thrones. No one's heard of it. Still, you keep at it, half hoping you'll lose track of the time. Losing track of the time is key. If you let the hours slip by, then you'll be far too late to even think about leaving. You could list around a million things you'd rather be doing tonight than going. You considered getting a job at a fast food joint earlier this week solely so you could claim the weekend night shift. You could just not go. You don't have to work. You could just say you have plans and then the plans are stay home. My mom likes to say, you can tell somebody you have plans if you just don't want to go to their thing. And the plans are staying home. Those are plans.
Exactly.
You prayed for a last-minute project from your teachers that would keep you cooped up in your room all night long. Heck, you even asked your neighbors if the imbecilic children needed the babysitter, which is a task you usually avoid like the plague. Calling children imbeciles is so funny.
But doing it in that way is even
imbecilic.
I'm sure there's someone like, I was a child, I'm offended.
As a child, I'm offended. You'll do anything to avoid going to prom. It's not like you're against the whole establishment. Prom is supposed to be one of the more enjoyable aspects of the high school experience, and you'd like it to be so, but none of it's going how you imagined it would. For starters, your dress isn't even the color you wanted it to be. Your hair refuses to cooperate with you while you're getting ready. And like the cherry on top of a vanilla sundae you ordered as chocolate, you're the only one of your friends who wasn't able to get a date. Your high school prom seems like a ridiculous thing to get upset over, but you can't help it. It was growing agitation, a domino effect. One of your friends got a box of chocolates and a sign with a stereotypical prom pun on it, and suddenly it was an avalanche. Your friends were getting serenaded at lunch. Decorations were being put on their cars. The whole 9 yards, and there you were, always there to jump around with excitement. Deep down, the fear grew stronger and louder inside. When would it be your turn? You tried hard to be patient, but the closer you drew to prom, the more evident it became. You were about to be the third wheel to like 12 people. Well, that's not math. Okay.
So the 13th wheel?
Fun fact, one time when I was high school age, I was in high school youth group, and it was after service, and we were doing our breakout session, and spotlight lighting for the dinosaurs. These guys burst into the classroom where we're sitting, and they all have different signs. It's like, so and so, will you go to prom with me? And it was the wrong room. So they look around and they're like, oh, wrong room, and they just leave. To this day, I wish one of us had thought to jump up and be like, yes, I will go with you, and just see what they did. It was so cringe, but also funny. Okay. 13th wheel? That doesn't sound too lucky. But you were correct. It's been a daily struggle to hide your slight bitterness. For weeks, you've pent up your responses, grinning and bearing far too often the thought, too often through dress shopping, boutonniere picking, your friends insisted you get one for yourself instead of a corsage. How unique. All the usual prom preparation festivities. You know your friends only mean the best by including you, but it doesn't make any of it sting less. If anything, it makes you feel like some sort of charity case, but with the way they pay special attention to your choices, no matter how outrageous they are. You even tested the theory once and stepped out of the dressing room in chunky heels colored in a gaudy orange chevron pattern. They absolutely adored them. I mean, maybe you were just pulling them off, Marcy.
Yeah, Mark.
It's not that you don't have a date that's put you in a tizzy. It's that you're the only one alone. If things had gone like this previously at the formals, you and your friends would have gone stag together, no problem. But now they have people to focus on and color schemes to match and other things, and you being dateless just wouldn't understand. Um, that you being dateless just wouldn't understand. When you aren't being cocooned with sudden, suffocating reassurance, you feel little like white noise. Worst of all, what would happen when you actually go to prom and all of your friends have someone to dance with? What would you do? Dance around them? Yeah, you do the robot. You somehow managed, against all odds, to get out of every nail appointment and hair appointment that your friends tried to get you to join in on. What is it about reading that makes you yawn? I don't know what that is. For the entire day, you've been blasting angry rock music, messing with different eyeshadow. It was definitely the Summoning by Sleep Token. Messing around with different eyeshadow palettes and mentally preparing yourself for the awkward, lonesome night to come. But all the preparations in the world isn't nearly enough. You've resorted to stalling in the garage when you should be well on your way to the Italian restaurant your friends booked. Your phone buzzes, the message appearing at the top of your screen. It's a text from one of your friends, chock full of one too many smiling faces and hearts. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. Hey, are you on your way yet? Heart, heart, heart. We're all smiley face. Here. Heart, heart. Smiley face, smiley face. Who puts a smiley face in the middle of the sentence? Someone doesn't know how emojis work.
Someone who's just really smiley face,
Somebody
heart,
who's
heart,
just
heart.
really smiley face. They're in their smiley face era. Just reading it makes you want to hop out of the car and declare a night in with Netflix. Your friends getting to the restaurant before you. Oh my goodness. Was never part of the plan. Well, if you weren't stalling, maybe you would have beat them there. I'm just saying. You intended to slip in quietly, take your seat in the farthest corner of the booth, and participate in as little conversation as possible so to guarantee minimal humiliation. But coming to dinner late is the closest equivalent to bounding in and exclaiming, "I'm going stag!" Cue the flagrantly fake sympathetic faces and the half-hearted comments about how great you look. Just the thought of it makes you want to gag. You ignore the message, swiping it away from your screen so that only Twitter remains. Feeling disgustingly desperate, you compose what might be your 100th complaining tweet today. What better place to get your innermost frustrations out than a very public online journal like Twitter? That's healthy. Pressing send on the tweet, you refresh your page a few more times. Nothing exciting, nothing worthwhile. You sigh, observing your position. If you leave your house right now, you might make it to the restaurant before all the meals are served. Having a decadent, cheese-laden meal to occupy yourself with so you can ignore all the lovey-doveyness that's about to go down is imperative. You decide to give your Twitter one last refresh. A new tweet comes in from Michael Clifford, the lead guitarist of your favorite band, 5 Seconds of Summer. He's the lead guitarist. We've now figured it out. I thought I would have said drummer, but I was wrong. He's the lead guitarist. At Michael 5 Sauce, no one asked you, question mark? You laughed. No username is mentioned in his message, just the words. You imagine to yourself every meme that's ever had. No one asked you printed over them in bold letters. Michael's the type of guy to appreciate a good meme. He had been joking about Grumpy Cat at the show earlier this week. It was in the town a couple minutes away from yours. Wouldn't that be, if it's a town a couple minutes away from, wouldn't that just be your town?
Unless the town, or they're on like the outskirts of their town.
Maybe. I'm just being nitpicky. But of course, you couldn't go. You just followed it avidly via Twitter hashtag. Just then, another tweet comes in. Michael 5 Sauce. How's this? Attached to the selfie of Michael's hair bright and neon red, holding a piece of paper over the lower half of his face, scribbled in Sharpie, is one word. Prom. Question mark? You feel a brief rush of adrenaline in your eye, and your eyes dart toward the username that's tagged in a photo. You're bracing yourself to see Luke, Callum, or Ashton, the other members of Five Sauce, or maybe even somebody from another band. An inside joke that fans will be left to wonder about. The last thing you expected to see was your username. The notifications come in like a hailstorm. Your feed fills with a million OMGs and ahs that reflect everything you're experiencing, both internally and externally. You bump your head against the roof of the car, jumping in your seat. Michael Clifford just asked you to prom. Another text comes up from your friends, but you swipe it away immediately. You can barely form coherent thought, much less any other sort of reply about how late you are. Hands shaking, you type yes again and again and again before sending it off. Chances of his seeing it, if he's not looking at your profile, are as astronomically slim. Well, you could have tagged him. I mean, he's a celebrity, so it's kind of, they don't look at their mentions probably, but you know. A moment passes. You scroll through your notifications, taking in all the retweets and favorites. Michael's post is they're flooding in so fast you barely notice one sticking out from the others. Michael Five Sauce just followed you. You barely have time to scream about it before your phone makes a pinging noise. A new direct message. Michael Five Sauce. You said you missed the show this week. You live around there? Your phone seems to be permanently in caps lock. You reply, yeah, and send it, hopefully before he can look away from his phone. Timing is everything. If you don't move quickly enough, your message could get lost in the shuffle of fans who follows are always spamming him to get noticed. Luckily, he catches it. Michael Five Sauce. I'm still in the area. Michael Five Sauce. Where do I pick you up? Michael Five Sauce. I mean, if you really want to. Michael, he's still in the area. When was the concert? 2 weeks ago? Okay. Michael Clifford, you think to yourself, of course I want to. You send him the details of your heart bursting. A part of you feels like none of this can be real, that what you're actually interacting with is probably a really popular troll account that somehow managed to get verified. But the proof, well, nowadays you just have to pay $9.99 to be verified.
Oh, I thought it was $14.99.
Is it $14.99? I have no idea.
I don't understand the significance of paying for verification.
Yeah, because it defeats the purpose of being verified. Also, 5 sauces enter, 1 sauces leaves.
Now I want something with sauce. You have buffalo.
Hey, 5 sauce, Michael here. Yeah, buffalo sounds good. But the proof is astonishing. It was Michael Clifford, the real, actual Michael Clifford, holding a paper in that tweet. A tweet that now had over 20,000 retweets. It's barely been 3 minutes since he sent it out. Michael Five Sauce. Cool. I'll be there in an hour. Michael Five Sauce. Need to find a suit first. Michael Five Sauce. See you there, smiley face. And he had the emoticon, by the way. And he's a parentheses and then colon guy, in case you were wondering. In this version, Michael Five Sauce is an emoticon guy, and he does the parentheses and then the colon instead of colon and then parentheses. When you set your phone down in the cup holder, you bring your hands to your face, leaning into the steering wheel. You let the horn ring out as you scream with happiness. I'm sure your neighbors love that. It's a good thing nobody's in the house, else they might have barged into the garage and yelled for you to cut it out and leave already, but it's just you in the car horn, squealing high-pitched and deafening over Michael Gordon Clifford. Of course we know his middle name. When you finally gain your composure, you decide it's time to get a move on. You're about to put the car in reverse. You don't know what's worse, driving barefoot or with your massive heels. Feeling suddenly short on time, you rush up to your room for another pair of shoes. You're going to want those anyway so you can change out of the massive heels because they're going to hurt. When I was on Blockers, they tried to tell me that at the 2 o'clock in the morning, second after party, all the girls would still be wearing their heels. And I was like, no, absolutely not.
Oh, my God.
But I did. Because I'm a good extra who follows the rules.
So these individuals who make these...
Tossing the heels in a backpack with your boutonniere, which as of now just isn't for you anymore. Feeling rejuvenated in sneakers, you back out of the garage with jittering hands. The radio is playing something upbeat and techno. Upbeat techno.
My first thought is is.
Okay. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
I was just trying to think of what was techno and popular in 2016. Um, which was Bulletproof. I think that's a great answer.
Yay.
Which you turn up screeching volume to distract yourself. Despite your best efforts to sing along to the song, it's nearly impossible to keep your mind on anything other than what Michael might be doing. Maybe he's asking one of the band members for a suit. Maybe he's looking for the right tie to wear. Maybe he's already on his way. The possibilities are enough to fill up the entire drive to school. Only when you're pulling into a parking spot do you remember you were supposed to go to the restaurant? You have a multitude of new questioning texts from your friends, wondering where you are. For a moment, it makes you grin. They think you're not going to prom anymore because you don't have a date. This will blow their minds. Simply, for dramatic flair, you choose to ignore their text. All of them neglected to mention Michael's tweet, so you assume they haven't checked Twitter yet. You're almost glad it's this way. Now they'll be very surprised when they see the two of you together. It's not every day your friend skips dinner and shows up at prom with a member of one of the most popular bands in the world. It's only 7 p.m., and most everyone is still at their dinners, so you're one of the first attendees here. The poor volunteer from outside the front doors of your school gives you a weird look as she takes your ticket, ripping it in half mostly for show. She puts both pieces in a wastebasket, notifying you that everywhere but the gym is off limits tonight and that you should have a great time. Her tone is strangely accusatory, and you get unnecessarily offended by it. Only when you walk away from her does the strangeness of your situation occur to you. You're entering prom at least an hour earlier than most everybody else and completely alone. She had every right to be weirded out by you. No judgment. You don't know. The gym is completely decked out for prom, but only a few couples are inside, dancing awkwardly to a DJ's terrible remix of Top 40 Pop. You hesitate by the doors. Entering the gym would feel like walking in on some intimate moment of pubescent affection. Ugh. You decide to wander around for a while, even though the volunteer mom said everywhere else was off limits. You don't like her tone anyway. You didn't like her tone anyway. Serves her right. Just to spite her, I'm going to the cafeteria.
But she gets.
Going to the end of the hall, you take a seat on the floor against the locker, making sure you're positioned where you can still see the gym. You DM Michael, reminding him to send you a message when he arrives so you can message him. You can meet him by the door. He doesn't answer, but a part of you expects it. So long as he shows up, you'll survive. Somewhere around half an hour passes. Other people are starting to arrive, in small trickles until finally they're shuffling into the gym by dozens. They pass right by you in their bright taffeta gowns, their generic black tuxes, laughing together like there's something to laugh about. You recognize almost all the faces, but it's sort of strange to see them all dressed up. Formality is quite the change from the shorts and t-shirts you all wear regularly. Your friends pass in the gowns you assured them were perfect, dates on their arms like cologne-scented candy. A football player struts by in a dark blue tuxedo, and it takes you by surprise. Some people you simply never see in a suit. Your breathing, quick as it already is, speeds up a little faster. Michael Clifford has always been one of those people. As students make their way into the gym, you check your phone at least 1,000 times in 1 minute. Still nothing for Michael. You contain your mild panic at best as you can. But when the flow of people coming in deteriorates to almost nothing, you can barely take it. Where is he? As you're beginning to think you've been stood up, your phone... Can you imagine how fucked up that is? It's just like, just pings a random girl and then doesn't show.
You got her hopes up.
With a new notification. Suddenly you can exhale. It's Michael. Michael 5 Sauce. Where are you? You scramble to your feet, nearly jogging down the hall as you remind him to wait in the front. I'll be right there, you write, and your stomach flutters just typing it out. The mom stationed outside the entrance looks surprised to see you again. When you push open the front doors, you can almost feel the judgment oozing from her pastel cardigan. I'm meeting someone, you tell her. Really? She gestures to the front of the school, which is deserted. Where? Jesus Christ, lady. You feel your pulse start to race. He's coming, I swear he is. Moving down the sidewalk, you look around in the darkness. Feeling helpless, you check your phone. 2 new DMs sent only a minute ago. 5 Sauce, where was the school again? I can't find you. Your heart sinks. He can't find your school. He's never going to. Suddenly, a voice comes up from behind you, close to your ear, just messing with you. You jump, whirling around with a yelp. I am here. And here he is. Michael Clifford's grin is bright and crooked, and even better than in any picture you've ever seen. His suit is a size too big, but somehow it makes him look all the more charming. It's a stark contrast from what you're used to seeing of Michael in on stage. Guitar in hand, wearing black jeans and a band tee, to see him so blatantly out of his element, suit, tie, and all, is almost more shocking than that he's here, standing right before you, in his hands holding a bouquet of lavender flowers, which are wrapped in grocery store bag. He must have just bought them. For you. Oh my god, you whisper. Michael laughs, stepping close to you to give you a hug. He's so much taller than you imagined he'd be. You can barely wrap your mind around it. He's actually here. You scared me to death, you tell him. That was the plan. He holds out the flowers, nose crinkling. These are for you. They didn't have any corsages, so when he notices you pulling up the plastic box containing your boutonniere out of your backpack, his eyes light up. Whoa, you actually have one? You work fast. What is what? Am I out of the loop? What is a boutonniere?
I can Google.
None of us know. To avoid them like drinking and doing drugs, they don't usually let kids in and out of the proms. I mean, that's fair. I just think it's funny that it's just like, I'm meeting somebody. Really? Where? You lonely loser. I don't want to go to work. I'm sorry, Milo.
A flower or our bouquet worn in a buttonhole.
Oh, for like, okay, got it.
I did not read buttonhole. When I saw that, I was just like, over a what? Oh, buttonhole. Okay. I'm sorry, that was random.
They're too young for that.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. Please ignore me.
Oh my god. Sorry, I never went to prom. I was homeschooled.
I never went to prom. I think it's dumb. Well, not dumb. It's not dumb. I just
You didn't want to go?
Yeah, and I was not the people on TV, and I apologize if I.
How dare you?
We are.
My parents got married at prom. No, I'm just kidding.
They were high school sweethearts. They got married at.
My friends told me to get one for myself, you explained. They were getting them for their dates, so they didn't want me to feel left out or anything. He takes the boutonniere with a Luke. Wow, some friends. I don't think they meant for it to be insulting, but still. He lets you fasten the flower on his suit jacket. When you're done, he points to it with gusto. Look at that. It's absolutely perfect. Here, let me just. He seizes the bouquet from your hands, ripping a rose from its stem. Whoa. Dark. I didn't know you were so violent, Michael. He chuckles, tying the stub of a stem around an elastic bracelet. When he finishes, he presents it like a waiter would show a platter of hors d'oeuvres. One makeshift corsage. I hope you like it. Absolutely perfect, you say. Good. I had it made just for you. He gestures to the school entrance. Shall we? You lead Michael to the front doors, giving the volunteer mom a semi-condescending look as you pass by. The first battle of today that you've won. When the two of you step inside the gym, it's nothing like a movie. The mediocre music doesn't come to a screeching halt. Heads don't turn in unison in your direction. Jaws don't drop at how you look next to a celebrity. In fact, prom carries its own on in a merry Prom carries on its merry course, barely acknowledging your entrance at all. It's not much, you point out to him, fidgeting. The lavender, slightly wrinkled paper mache decorations and modest strings of lights around the basketball court can only pale in comparison to the grandeur of all the concerts he puts on and award shows he attends. You get a wave of inadequacy imagining what he thinks of it, but Michael turns to you and smiles, pleased as ever, his green eyes glinting with the kind of amusement a child would have in the line for a roller coaster. I think it's great. I mean, what prom isn't a little lame, right? That's the best part. Not until you start walking through the crowd of your classmates do the double takes start coming. At first, you try to tell yourself that maybe it's just his colorful hair catching their eye. But the expression, oh my god. But the expression you start catching in your peripheral view tells you that it must be a little more than the bright hair dye. If Michael notices the stares, he gives little indication. He's cheerful as ever as you move to the other end of the gym, never once letting go of your hand. If anything, he grips it tighter. Somewhere around every other second, you have to remind your heart to be still. Be still, my beating heart. Even then, it won't comply. You make a stop by the refreshments table, which boasts a slim selection of pretzels, homemade cookies, and a cooler of lemonade. Better than extras crafty. By now, it's all been picked over. This is why I'm so excited for us to do the podcast, because it's just going to be us like talking about like pop culture events and movie making and stuff, and just being like, okay, so this one time, you have no idea how bad the crafty was.
Cheese ball. You see the meme where it's just background gets a giant container of cheese balls, and for a while that was the thing.
Toonymation says, I never heard of a butthole flower.
Who said that's what I first thought of?
Milo says, I had fun at my prom. I went to the DJ booth and requested the song Bang Bang by Jessie J, which tells you exactly how old I am. It does. And I think we're the same age, so that's I can imagine. Where was I? By now, it's all been picked over. A sorry display of crumbs and lemonade diluted with melted ice. Michael scoffs sarcastically, pointing at the soggy mess with a pseudo disdain. His Australian accent. Oh yeah, they're Australian, by the way. His Australian accent turns into that of a snobby British aristocrat. It's so forced that it's comical. God, what is this? No caviar? You laugh, playing along. Our deepest apologies, Mr. Clifford. We were informed of your attendance far too late to properly prepare. Pish posh, you should always be prepared for me. As the two of you laugh together, you can feel the eyes of at least a dozen people on you. You can't tell if they're staring because it is Michael Clifford or because they think it's a guy who looks a lot like him. Probably a mixture of both. What's the matter? Michael asks. You lean into a whisper. Everybody's looking at us. Are they? He turns away from you to look at everybody. At least 5 jaws drop in unison. Their eyes dart from Michael to you with envy, perhaps even a hint of hatred. You're about to get upset, but you consider the situation for yourself. If someone else from your school showed up to prom with Michael Clifford, you'd be a lot jealous. As Michael examines the dance floor, there's a tap on your shoulder. You've barely looked over in the direction before you're flooded with weak hurrahs from your friends and the dates. Oh my god, you're here, one exclaims. It's so good that you decided to come. Another pats your back, consolingly frowning like you've suffered a loss as she needs your help in your grieving. Needs her to help you in your grieving. We were so worried when you didn't show up at dinner. You can't help but laugh, which confuses them. As deprecated as their pitying makes you feel, you're thankful that they care enough to be pitying you at all in the first place. I'm really sorry about missing dinner, you say. I didn't mean to, but I sort of got a little distracted. Why? What happened? Michael steps up beside you. What did I miss? Your friend's expressions are absolutely priceless. This is Michael, you tell them, and they actually need an introduction, as if they actually need an introduction. He's in a band. Michael, these are my friends. Michael waves and smiles big. Nice to meet you guys. He holds his hand out, but no one budges, still a little in shock. Even after a few seconds of complete speechlessness, they can barely manage audible greetings. You watch one friend glance at her own date with a sudden sense of disappointment.
Oh.
Oh no. Nothing like a rock star to remind you how average your prom date is. Michael hands you a cup of lemonade. Sort of tastes like water, but it's okay. Also, the pretzels are stale. Wouldn't recommend. Not pizza, huh? Definitely not pizza. When a good song finally switches on, you and your friends take to the dance floor. This was a moment you'd been dreading all day, fearing having to embarrassingly stand around your friends as they dance with their dates. But right now, you feel none of that dread. You are not alone anymore. You have somebody to dance with. Aww. If people weren't already staring at you because you were with Michael Clifford, they're certainly staring at you while you dance. Instead of the regular jumping and fist bumping in place that everyone else has taken to, Michael insists on making this a real old school prom that involves everything from swing dancing to head banging to even some 80s disco moves. Half of it doesn't feel too old school to you, but with Michael laughing by your side, everything feels eclectic. You're in the middle of a tango when a slow song comes on. Michael quickly stops you in the middle of your spin, putting his hands on your waist. Awkward couples dance now, he proclaims. Wouldn't be prom without one. Song lyrics are a little lame but sweet. The look on his face is even sweeter. You stumble a bit on each other's feet. Your pulse is racing 100 miles a minute. You couldn't imagine anything better. Techno beats start booming before the show has had a chance to go to its final chorus. I'm picturing, you know that song Antidote by Swedish House Mafia? There's a glitch inside my system, rushing through my whole existence. Kind of that one. That's fair.
Think.
And now Michael Clifford from Five Sauce. Before the slow song has a chance to get to its final chorus, you glance over at the DJ with a hint of disdain as he pumps his fist and declares that everybody needs to go crazy. Well, that was a premature ending, Michael marvels. What do you say? Another tango? Your tango lasts another 3 gung-ho party tracks before the DJ cuts the music off and the prom court is called to the center of the gym. You and Michael snack on pretzels at the refreshment table and shout, "Of the new broken scene!" Anytime the words king or queen are mentioned, the music that comes on next doesn't call for elaborate waltzing, but you waltz anyway. After all these prom regalities, you both agree it's only proper. Somewhere in the middle of your waltzing, you find your friends start approaching you one by one with their dates to say goodbye and to stare at Michael. Not until the music starts getting fainter do you realize you're some of the only ones left in the gym. You blink confusedly at the lack of people. You actually stayed at prom until the very end. A few hours ago, you didn't even want to show up. The two of you go outside as you approach the car waiting at the curb. Michael turns to you. "Thank you for letting me take you to your prom. It's been so long since I've done something that normal. I really liked it." "Thank you for taking me," you tell him. "I think I would have been absolutely miserable if you weren't there." He grabs a hold of your hands. "Glad I could make it better." You smile wide at him. "Better? You made it perfect." The end.
Yay.
That was cute.
That was cute.
How Michael Clifford got through that whole night without any kind of security or like fangirl issue, I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these.
He's in a band. Okay, that's funny. That was funny. This is Michael. He's in a band.
Yeah, a lot of these are a lot of suspension of disbelief with why isn't there.
Bye, Milo.
Bye, Milo. Little Kong.
Never went to prom either, but that's because I didn't exist. It doesn't exist here. Prom, I've been told, is a very, like, North American thing.
They don't have dances in other places. I'm just sorry. Once Ian, instead of in, it's Ian.
Is it Ian Somerhalder? It has to be, right?
It is. Shout out to the times that we were on the Vampire Diaries very briefly. Are we like allowed to talk about how much they paid us in public?
See why not? I mean, there's public casting calls that advertise the rates. So like,
okay, because I don't want to be like, this is how much they paid us, and then get like a message in my junk box that's like, we know what you did.
No, I mean to hire us, because in case you don't know, extra work runs mainly off of Facebook a lot of times. Nowadays they text you more, but it used to run solely off of Facebook, and they would literally just put public Facebook casting calls up on their sites. On their Facebook pages, the casting directors would, and then you would just respond, and they would always say like what the rate was. So it's not like it's not public information.
Oh, okay. Or it's just Vampire Diaries paid less than what was normal. So I'm just like, yeah, let's talk about that. A very popular show paying background.
I didn't. Box. Oh, you're good. Sorry, that's my box because I don't have a fancy basket yet for my yarn. It's just in a box. I didn't work. I only worked on the originals, but not on Vampire Diaries. I was there for a big Mardi Gras scene, and it was raining, and everybody was miserable,
Oh,
and that was it.
were you there when there was the one parade performer that was like on like a very small metal it was on a very small platform and it was raining
I
and
think that, yeah, I think I was there.
yep and oh gosh.
We had to they put us up on one of the balconies, and we had to like go up to the second floor of this building and then like climb through the window to get out to the balcony. And I was like, well, this is kind of sketchy, but you know what, I feel like a super spy.
I think I remember looking up and seeing those individuals, so I must have seen you at some. I guess we didn't.
We were
So,
throwing Mardi Gras beads.
heads up! What? Donk! Ow!
My roommate just got back from a 3 hour class that is 2.5 mile walk, and she doesn't have a car. Oh,
Oh,
the director of Thomas and derail, roll down a hill, crash into a barn, and oh yeah, Thomas gets really dark for a children's show, for a small children's show.
oh! Isn't Thomas the or isn't there one train that was being naughty, so they
Walled
like
him off.
yeah. Don't worry, they're trains.
And making her ramen because she's miserable. Aw, that's nice of you.
Fun fact: I've never had ramen before.
Really?
Really,
Spencer's like the king of ramen.
I just remember hearing about all this the salt content. I'm like, but I like salt. I should try it. But now I'm just like, no, I'm willfully not eating ramen, so I can win that, and never have I ever.
I like my that is a funny motivation to not do something. I like my ramen in chicken broth, which everybody else in this house is like, no, I'd rather just have like the thick ramen with no broth at all. I'm like, no, the broth, the broth.
Or that just reminds me of Campbell's chicken noodle soup is my favorite because when I was younger, I would have it all the time, and they would have so many noodles in there where
Okay.
you think you have a bunch of soup, and then there's just like a flood of noodles, and it would be amazing. The good old days.
I'm making traditional ramen like my mom used to make. That's adorable. Paulo says, I gotta get going. I'll leave the stream on for your numbers. Thank you,
Oh,
Paulo.
thank you,
Take
Paulo.
it easy. Later, folks. Bye, Paulo.
Bye. Thank you for being here.
Blast the rolling Beatles later. I
No.
I I last night it was very late, and we were talking about the song "You Can't Always Get What You Want," and I was like, yeah, you know, the Beatles song. And then my brain short circuited, and then I was like, oh, it's a song.
Oh. I think I remember they did that on Glee and they were singing that to Sue at some point. Anyway, Once Ian a Blue Moon by Jordan Lynn. Imagine. You grin as you stare at the signed photo of your first and biggest celebrity crush, Ian Somerhalder. What a handsome devil. Mhm. There's a little heart squiggle next to his autograph, and every time you see it, your own heart clenches. You bought the photo earlier in the day at Comic Con and haven't let it go since. Meet and greets and actual signings cost a fortune. I don't know why I'm yawning.
I do that too, but only when I'm reading. I don't know why.
Or we're saying how we like to crochet and make origami more than we like to read Imagine.
Yes, this is a very interesting book. We're very interested.
Please let this chapter.
Nothing against the actors that they're about necessarily. They obviously have no control over what people
Exactly.
write in their unauthorized books about them.
Demi Lovato, read this chapter. I'm sorry, who are you? No, Demi, you have to read this. At least you now own something Ian Somerhalder has touched. Maybe if you set your wrist down on it, as if you were also signing it, you would even match perfectly to where his sultry skin touched the gloss. Letting out a giddy giggle, you hold the photo tight to your chest and enter the hotel where you're staying tonight. The lobby is crowded with event goers, some of them dressed up in costumes, various shows and comics. Being right next to the convention center, the hotel's the most popular place to stay. Laughter and loud chattering echo throughout the high ceiling, and you can feel the exhilaration in the air. Yes, indeed. Conventions are the best place to be. I would second that as someone who's gone to Dragon Con almost every year since 2014.
Dragon Con supremacy.
Yes.
It's the only con I've been to, but Dragon Con is a good con.
Read. It cons you out of so much money because it's so good.
True. It does that too.
You kind of wish you had come with friends, but none of them had managed to get time off of work. Still, the day's been a success. You even managed to make some friends who might have come close to loving Ian Somerhalder as much as you might have. Your love is on a very high level after. Front desk receptionist gives you a disdainful look as you approach. In return, you offer her a half smile, making sure your dark wig is fitted properly. It seems she doesn't hold the same respect for Ian Somerhalder as you do. Otherwise, she would have been ecstatic to see your cosplaying of Damon Salvatore from the Vampire Diaries. Where there are vampires.
Are vampires, and there are diaries, I think.
It'd be funny if there was not a diary mentioned until like the end, where it's like, "Dear diary, it's been a long eight 8 years/seasons of writing in you."
Who remembers when I did a video way back when about that 1996 Vampire Diaries video game by the company that did all the Nancy Drew games before they did the Nancy Drew games, and how horrible it was?
Oh.
It was so bad. No, it was bad. It was really bad. It was like a satire of an actual video game.
Oh my gosh.
I'll tell you about it later.
Oh gosh. It was made by people who just hate video. It's like how Velma was probably made by people who hate Velma.
Oh, the
Just
show,
kidding.
yes.
The show, or the one where Mindy Kaling unfortunately is involved. She probably is like, don't like. If she wrote it, it'd probably be a lot better. Your cosplay was flawless too. You'd been complimented all day, making the 2 hours of putting on makeup that morning totally worth it. Surely the receptionist can appreciate that. Maybe she's fond of Ian in his role on Lost. Oh yeah, he was on Lost. He was one of the brother sister duo. Those two like got unalived really early on, and then everyone else started unaliving.
I never watched Lost.
Oh well, spoilers.
I'm never going to watch Lost. It's okay.
Yeah.
Lost isn't my vibe.
Oh gosh, I remember watching it and being so interested and so invested in everything, and then they found they found this one, the latch. I can't remember. They found something, and then I stopped watching, and then I learned what it actually was, and I'm just like, I'm so glad I stopped watching this. This is insane, and not really in a good way, at least to me. Anyway, or maybe she's just tired of all the ways. That seems more likely. Checking in, she asks you smile when you see her name reads Elena. Yep. You give her your name so she can look up the reservation as she tells you about your room on the 30th floor and the hotel amenities. Not even her scripted robotic voice can her excitement. Thanks, you respond and pocket the key. The view from way up there will be amazing. Your hotel as soon as the menu was managed to snag a great deal on your. It's still a bit pricey, but hey, a jacuzzi. Treat yourself. You think as you hit the button to the 30th floor. Mirrored panels from the back. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. This is one of the most unrealistic thing. You're at a con and you're in an empty elevator.
Yeah, right.
Unless this is like a day before everything starts happening.
Waiting for the elevator is a time-honored tradition of con. I've made some good friends.
Gosh,
and been very tired and just like, please let me get to my room, get upstairs. I haven't stayed at con any either of the times I've been to con. I might stay there next time. I don't know. See what happens.
Oh gosh, I still need to figure out the room situation for Natasha and I and everything that.
Yeah, Natasha was like, we need roommates, so you can definitely stay with us. And I was like, okay, but I'm not sure what's happening with that room.
Yeah.
So we'll have to be like, Natasha, what's happening with that room?
I'm sure we still have it, but yes, you would be a lovely addition to have. Plus, we also need people because this last year we had like 6 people, but 2 people weren't able to get there, so it was fine. But price was like, but
great.
But well. Mirrored panels from the back of the elevator, and you check your reflection or mirrored panels form the back of the elevator. Check your reflection in seeing how well your costume has held up after a long. Not much to it. A black V-neck with some dark a dark leather jacket over it and a pair of dark rinse jeans, and combat boots. Even blotted 5 o'clock shadow as the day wore on. Damon Salvatore's taste don't or Damon Salvatore's taste don't vary much. Doing your best, bad
Okay.
boy. You carefully watch your reflection. Yep, there could be no better Damon Salvatore cosplayer than you. The elevator chimes for the 30th floor. Step out. Double checking your room number on the key slip. The hall is quiet, lacking the peppy atmosphere from the lobby. You hum a little as you pass the first 2 rooms, coming to a stop at the third one. You can only imagine the view waiting for you. Your room. She opens the door and there's Ian Halder.
He's just like, hey, and then the story ends.
If only. Don't worry, this chapter only has like 5 more pages.
Oh, good.
You slide your and I'm also like, wait, you didn't bring your stuff? You're staying in a hotel. Are you staying in there for a night and you're just gonna stay in your cosplay the whole time?
I have questions.
I'm asking. You slide your car through the lock, and after a second, it clicks and flashes green. Once inside, you look around in awe. As promised, the farthest wall is completely glass. Thousands of lights from the city twinkle brightly across the landscape, reminding you of the stars. Sorry. You are so distracted that only now do you realize how odd it is that the lights were already on when you enter. That is, until you hear the sound of another door opening from inside the room. Ghost is your immediate and definitely reasonable thought.
That would be my first thought, too.
Ghost? Ready to scream any kind of exorcism you can remember. You twirl around. You'll have to thank Supernatural later for saving your life. Omnis Immundus Spiritus.
That's funny.
Oh gosh, they're at the same convention as the person who was there, who was at the Supernatural convention with Sam and Dean. They're at like right next door at the hotel next door or something. You start the words unaliving in your throat. For what comes out of the bathroom is no ghost, but a well-bent man wearing only a bath towel wrapped around his slender waist. I thought it was okay. I'm gonna be honest. My first thought is she or Marcy enters the room and there's gonna be like shirtless Ian Somerhalder just standing there. But I was kind of right in my mind.
You didn't know how right, but also unfortunately how wrong you were.
Oh gosh. Your eyes zero in on the V shape of his lower abs. Fun fact, that's called the Apollo's belt.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me how I know that.
I know that. I don't remember where I learned that, but I do know that.
Thanks to RuPaul's Drag Race, I know the Urban Dictionary version you call it, but I'm not going to say that on stream. Find out what it is on our Patreon. I'm sorry. I'm just like I listen to so many podcasts, so I'm like Patreon. And then travel up his happy trail all the way to the square shape of his familiar jawline. Wait, familiar jawline? Swallowing hard, you finally meet his piercing gaze of the man before you. His steely blue eyes squint in mistrust, creating his well-known smolder. Smolder, you whisper. Excuse me, who are you? How did you get into this room? No matter how you try to deny it, the 5'9" god in front of you is definitely Ian Somerhalder. I forgot how average height he is. 5'9". I'm sure some people are like, "How dare you? I'm gonna come over to your house and beat you up."
It's like they keep trying to be like, "No, you're 5'10". He's like, "But I'm not, though. Why do you keep lying to me?"
The one and only Ian Somerhalder.
Oh.
The one and only Ian Somerhalder you just shouted an exorcism at. Omnis Immundus Spiritus.
Can you imagine some random girl breaks into your room and just starts shouting Latin at you?
I would be like, what?
What?
I'd be like, did you get that from Supernatural? Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh, side note, I saw a clip of Pedro Pascal on SNL when he wakes up. I think his character wakes up from a coma and he's like, it's not like this, and I definitely know Spanish. I'm like, oh my god. That's Spanish. Like, he talks like that.
Funny.
Ice runs through your veins as the horror of the reality sets in. Your first meeting with Ian Somerhalder. Shouldn't have gone like this. You spent way too much time reading Cosmos top 10 tips for meeting your celebrity crush and planning exactly how it would go for it to be like this. Side note, just be a background actor, and that feeling goes away very quickly.
Sailor Moon supremacy. I'm also 4'11". 4'11" supremacy.
Shout out to you all cool people who are 4'11.
Under 5 club.
Under 5. Hey, you can all stand in for kids. You can have short work days because
Sometimes, until they're
sometimes.
like, hey, we're actually going to double you up and you're going to stand in for 2 or 3 kids at once, and then you're there all day.
Oh, that's only happened to me. Well, I haven't stood in for kids. That I oh gosh, usually when I stand in, it's like, cool, you're here for one scene, but there was like an entire week where I was standing in on the popular show that I was on a lot. That recently got canceled. That's why we need to advertise the Patreon. You run your hands down your face, wishing to be crushed like the insect you are. I'm going to call security, Ian says, pulling you from your freak out. Wait, you cry, putting your hands up defensively. Wait, don't do that. I must have the wrong room. You drop your gaze, focusing on his feet. Ah, those toes. That's what it says. Ah, those toes.
Ah, those toes.
He could write love letters with those toes.
I can't say I'm a foot person. I'm not like staunchly, I'm not like grossed out by feet, but I also just like feet are just
Feet.
Not judging anybody if that's your thing. No shame. Foot fetish chat's just going crazy. Who?
Do we have to put a content warning up for that? I don't know. There's gonna be mention of feet.
I think it's fine. But we're reading a book called Imagines. We can assume that feet enters the chat at some point.
Ah, those toes. You can write love letters with those toes. Maybe he would sign your photo with his toes too. You shake your head vigorously. No, you can't get distracted. This is a vital moment. How'd you get in? Was the door unlocked? Ian's voice is smooth and swoon worthy. You try to calm the frantic beating of your heart. No, I used the room key. When he folds his arms over his bare chest, his biceps flex. Your fingers inch to touch them just for a second.
Nope. That is creepy.
Make sure to ask before you touch someone's chest or biceps.
Consent is good.
Consent is great. Consent won't get you punched in the face. I was trying to, but it didn't work. But yeah, just don't touch people. You used a room key. Why did you have one to my room? Did you sneak in here to meet me? Somehow his accusatory tone irks you. Yes, he might have been Ian Somerhalder, but who was he to think you look crazy enough to break into his hotel room? In this room 30 Is this room 3003, you ask? Yes. Then this is the room I reserved. Or confident. It says so on my key card slip. Well, I also have a keycard slip with this room number on it. He adjusts his towel. He needs to put some clothing on. It's hard to focus when he stands there in all his bare-chested glory. Perhaps they gave you a room key thinking you were actually me. Oh yeah, she's cosplay, or they're cosplaying.
Yes, they definitely made that mistake. It was such a good cosplay.
Oh wait, but you said your name, so why would they? Oh. But yeah, Marcy said their name to the receptionist, so I don't know. At first, you don't understand what he means. Then your eyes widen when you realize just exactly what he's getting at. You're still dressed up as him. How mortifying. Not only have you barged into his hotel room, but you've also barged in while still in your Damon Salvatore cosplay. Your humiliation is, however, reduced slightly by the pride-filled realization that your tousled, T-O-U-S-L-E-D, tousled wig, Vandenhouten.
Just means messed up.
Wig is on par with his real hair. It's not bad, he comments slyly. Not bad, you smirkle. It would have been better if I'd put more than 5 hours into it. The wig was really what I had trouble with because your hair just looks so luscious. Wait a second. What? That's not the point here. Put some clothes on and stop distracting me. Ian glances down as if realizing he's still in only a towel. You expect him to become embarrassed, but all he does is shrug. Self-confidence is such a turn on. He does a little half turn to show himself off. Is it really that distracting? Yes, it is. You have. Give me a second then. He walks over to the king size bed where his suitcase lies. No peeking. Got it? You could just go back into the bathroom, but okay. You clasp your hands over your eyes and shut them tight before slowly inching your finger apart just for a teeny tiny pink at the.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Oh dear.
You clasp your hands on your eyes and shut them tight before slowly inching your fingers apart just for a teeny tiny peek at those buns. Hey, he snaps. I said no peeking. I know it's tempting. Pursing your lips, you turn your back to him. Fine. You can always Google it later.
This is problematic. This is problematic.
This is problematic. This is problematic. Please do not do this at all because this is problematic. Darn it, I messed up a little bit, so I don't know if you can get a clean cut of that.
It's a fanfic. He has to do it in the open.
When Ian is properly dressed, unfortunately, you find it a little easier to talk to him and introduce yourself. And sorry for walking in on you. Don't worry, since you have a room key, I can assume you're not a crazy fan and the hotel just made a mistake, right? Yeah, I'm not a crazy fan. I mean, I am a fan, huge fan, just not crazy. You inwardly cringe. He laughs a little. Okay, I'll trust you. An awkward silence falls after that. You don't know what to say. You've read people's horror stories of awkward run-ins with celebrities and don't want to become a statistic. Maybe it would be best to escape before you embarrass yourself further. Yeah, I've read stories about people with celebrity encounters, and it ranges from this person was so nice to it was fine to they were a diva and I don't like them.
Well, and there's also these times where it's just like people are harassing them in public, and it's just like, why didn't they want to talk to me? It's like because you were harassing them in public.
It reminds me of that, or there was a paparazzi photo of Blake Lively taken, and someone's like, "Oh my gosh, she's so nice." Da 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 da. And Blake Lively was like, "You pestered me for so long, and I was with my kids, and I finally like gave you what you wanted, so you would leave me alone. This is not a nice thing." And it's like, yeah, please don't.
Just don't harass people.
Exactly.
It's very simple.
Yeah, it's like we know you're excited. Just just take a deep breath, and they're people. Some might think they're above people, but
Derprex says my Andalite don't want none buns, hun.
Oh. She wants a peek at, or they
What
want a
is
peek at
that?
those buns, hun.
I just hear this is problematic, and I'm reading my comics. I'm sorry, Star. The reader is kind of definitely harassing Ian Somerhalder, so we're just like, that's not okay.
Don't peek at those buns. Anyway, well, unfortunately, I can't leave the room, so it'll be up to you to settle this, Ian says, leaning up against the glass wall. Yeah, you'd be swarmed instantly. I know if I saw you in the hall, I'd be all over you in a heartbeat. You pause, registering what you just said. In a non-creepy way, that is. So you're having pretty good self-control right now. I think I'm just in shock. Tomorrow, I think I'll think about it and pass out. It's hard to believe you're real. Your jawline is perfect. You pause. Yeah, I have no idea why I said that. Sorry, I'm being weird. Side note, I was at Dragon Con. I didn't compliment someone's jawline. I complimented someone's eyebrows. I would because oh gosh, I don't know if I can pronounce his last name. Josh Segarra, Segarra.
Who is that?
He She-Hulk. He plays Pug.
Okay.
And he was also on the show Arrow. He was like a guy who you thought was a good guy, plot twist. He was spoilers. He's someone you thought was a good guy, but turned out to be a bad guy. But anyway, I was talking to him because I saw a panel with him, and he was really funny. And so, he was really funny. And so I wanted to say hello and get some photos. And I'm like, hi. And I'm talking. I'm like, this is random, but I really like your eyebrow. He's like, oh, thanks. I got made fun of him I got made fun of for them when I was younger, and I was like, really? But they're so
Aw.
cool. And so we chatted a bit, and it was nice.
I'm still mad for Mia Thermopolis that they made her tweeze her bushy eyebrows, and they undid her big poofy hair. Because as a girl with big poofy hair and big eyebrows, I was just like, that was our representation.
I'm still waiting for representation for someone with a big red afro, because Napoleon Dynamite really isn't going to cut it at the. I know people say Bob Ross.
That one's not really helping you.
Yeah, Napoleon Dynamite doesn't really help because that's all
Well,
people
Owen
say.
Wilson has a big blonde afro Bob Ross style in that new movie Paint.
Well, I'm sure once it releases, and maybe maybe I'll see Owen Wilson on set and I'll be like, "Wow, you're really imitating my hair very nicely," and I'm like, "No, well, this is natural."
You could cosplay Carl Nargle from Paint with your hair pretty naturally.
Who?
That's his character from Paint that's Owen Wilson's character from Paint.
I could. I remember I bought a blue button up similar to what Bob Ross has, and I have a light pair of jeans hopefully that still fit. But I'm just like, I don't know if at the con I'm gonna have my big hair or if I'm gonna cut my hair because I oh gosh, I think about the weather and I'm just like, oh, because it's so warm and I do not. He smiles at you he smiles at you understandingly. Well, we're all weird, aren't we? Not as weird as a fan barging into your hotel room, you say. It was a mistake, he says offhandedly. Don't think too hard about it. We'll get this figured out. Especially the situation where you try to get a peek at these.
Dirt Brick says, "I don't want buns unless they're cinnamon buns."
Oh, now I want a cinnamon bun.
I never
Derp. Why?
I should get my dad sometime to make you. My dad makes great cinnamon buns, like homemade. He like does the dough the night before, and then they sit in the fridge, and then he does them. They're good.
Avery cheats me so well, you guys. I don't deserve this.
Gabe comes over voluntarily every week to sit in my tiny closet in my unorganized room and read books that are not good. So the least we can do is be like, "Hey, Gabe, you want food while you're here?"
Well, I also try to use this opportunity to be like, follow me on YouTube, Gabriel Kustick. My Fun Finds in Jurassic Park Part 4 is coming out on April 17th. Please watch them. They have no views.
Linked below and all the things.
But what if they don't have another room with a jacuzzi tub? Is that what you're most worried about? Yes, he chuckles. You're funny. A moment to go down in history. In Summerholder thinks you're funny. I would offer you to share this room with you, but there's only one bed. Which,
The one bed trope.
gosh, now I'm just imagining. Or now she's gonna go down to or Marcy's gonna go down to the reception and be like, "I need a new room," and they're like, "Sorry, we can't change. All the rooms are filled." Which means you would have to sleep on the floor, he jokes. You would sleep on the floor for a month straight if it meant sharing a room with him. Fortunately, you remind yourself in time that he doesn't need to know that. All right, then you say, I'll go down and talk to the receptionist. As much as you want to stay, he probably had a long day at the con and wants to relax. Have them call me if there's any problems, and thanks. He points to a photo in your hands for being a fan and supporting me. I think of my fans like family, so I'm glad we ran into each other like this, even if it was a bit awkward and problematic. You smile sheepishly. It's no problem. I bet you get this a lot, but I really admire you. Not only your acting skills, but also how you're trying to help the environment and all that.
Whoa, helping the environment.
Yes, please help the environment. When you clean your clothes, try to decrease the water temperature, and also tell corporations because there's so many because major corporations are the problem
Yes.
to be more environmentally friendly. Please. I almost cried reading those success stories from all the animals you rescued. You're a great role model and deserve your success. Ian goes quiet for a moment before his smile grows wider. Thank you so much. You're going to make me blush if you keep sweet talking me, but you can continue if you like. He winks at you and you purse your lips to keep from smiling. I'm wondering if I should feed your ego. Probably not, but before you go, bring that over here. You hold up the photo of this. Is he actually going to sign it with his toes? He gestures you near. Yeah, I hate those things that they can't be personalized since I send them beforehand. It feels too impersonal. Do you have a marker? What's your name? You
That's
tell
a
him.
lot of questions at the same time, Ian. One at a time, please.
You tell him your name, Marcy, and whip out your marker from your bag, holding it up eagerly. Of course, here. He pulls off the cap of the marker with his teeth and takes the photo from your hand and scribbles your name across the top of it. Do you think we could take a picture together, too? You ask, hopefully. Might as well go all out. He grimaces a little and hands you back. At the bottom, it reads, Sorry for stealing your hotel room. I don't think I'll be able to take a picture today. Seeing as we're alone in a hotel room, people might get the wrong idea. You weren't expecting to be shot down so fast, but he did have a point. Looking at your feet, you try to let your disappoint, or you try not to let your disappointment. Oh, makes sense. How about tomorrow morning? Huh? He gives you a playful look. I think I'm free for breakfast if you're up for it. We can take a picture then. Your eyes widen. Huh? Nani?
Nani?
First, I take your hotel room, then I reject a photo. It's the least I can do. I have some downtime before my first interview anyway. All right, you agree ridiculously quickly. Okay, breakfast? Okay, yes, let's do it. Yes, I love breakfast. Breakfast is good. We'll meet at breakfast. Oh my gosh. His lips curve up into a lopsided smile. Let me know what room you get switched to, and I'll come fetch you tomorrow morning. You nod dumbly. Okay, but stop trying to make fetch happen. It's never going to happen. You say, unable to think straight, because Ian Somerhalder has asked you out to breakfast. You're definitely not going to post this on Tumblr. Oh, Tumblr. He leads you to the door of the hotel room, pauses, eyes roaming over, and maybe come dressed as your. All you can do is blush and scratch your wig as you leave. The end.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, that was it. I sincerely thought it was going to be an only one bed trope.
I thought it was going to be two. But Ian Somerhalder
I'm not upset that it. I mean, I'm not. The one bed trope can be kind of cute, but when we're talking about real people, it still makes me nervous.
Yeah. Gosh, we're on page 550 of 625.
So close, guys.
So close, less than 100 pages.
Salt Mountain just says no toes.
Is he going to write his name with those?
Anti-SJWS. What about Velma, Scooby-Doo fans? We don't talk about Velma.
Oh, sorry for bringing that up.
It just comes up ever since I did the video, and people are just like, and then a couple people were like, Avery, cover the rest of the series, and I was like, I physically can't bring myself to do that. When I say watching those 2 episodes hurt me physically, I meant it. It was so bad. I finally got a very long. Ooh, I got an okay. Oh, not that long. It looked like it was gonna be long. I can't complain after you had like a 50, 60 page one last time.
Please let these all be just like 12 pages or.
I think the last one is gonna be. I think I remember looking ahead. I still don't know why they didn't put who each story was about in the direct, like in the thing in the front, because I feel like that's what I would want to know if I'm going through this kind of anthology. But I do remember looking ahead and seeing that. Yeah, the last one is going to be like a 47-page one.
Oh my god.
We only have 3 more stories left.
So 1, 2. So you're the one.
I'll
oh
finish it.
No.
It's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, you have. Well, no, you also have like a 31-page one. So.
Okay, so I'm less skilled. All right.
Like this is 3. This is only 3 stories.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'm. All right. I don't feel as bad.
Part of me is like, wouldn't it be a fun life goal to try to get this signed by like all the people that are in the book? But also, if they don't know about this, I don't want to be the one to bring this to their attention.
Oh gosh, there would be such a controversy. I'm sure Anatol would make a lot of money off of it because people would buy the book.
I'm shocked that people, like, I haven't seen more people talking about this specific book. I think just because no one read it. New here, nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content. Yay. Back, I had to fix my Sailor Venus earrings. They broke. Oh, I'm sorry. RPF by A. Evansley. Imagine you had a story idea that you wanted people to read, and you knew that posting it online and tying a celebrity name to it would give people plenty of incentive. Very lampshady.
Meta commentary.
I see.
Oh my goodness.
It wasn't a big deal at first. What you didn't anticipate was how pigeonholed the story became by your labeling it as a Dylan O'Brien fanfiction. But who are you to complain? Your story gets thousands of hits a day, a serialized delight that tons of people look forward to reading. whenever you post a new chapter. You cringe at the thought. Fan fiction is weird when you think about it. Well, at least the kind you write, which technically isn't fan fiction at all. Sometimes you wonder if people read your story because of the plotline or if they're all just there for Dylan. You can't blame them if it's for him. Though there's a reason you chose him to star in it, which would make you feel so creepy when you think about all 250,000 words you've written, 2 book-length manuscripts, with a 3rd installment already planned. Anna Todd? Is this Anna Todd shade in the book put together by Anna Todd? Yeah, that'd be really weird to write, like, I don't know, 3 books about a story that just so happens to star a celebrity, right?
I've never heard that before.
You sigh and kick your feet up on your desk, positioning your laptop for a better angle. You have noticeably more comments on your Wattpad tonight, probably because of Dylan's latest press tour. Always get a surge of activity whenever he's in the press more than usual. At least it'll provide new interviews to watch, new material to study. God, you're such a creep. You're scrolling through the comments when a link catches your eye. You read the accompanying comment once, then twice, then you kick your feet down and bolt upright in your chair. I can't believe Dylan talked about your fic in an interview. Oh my god. Have you seen it yet? That cannot be right. But you notice more comments about it and you start to feel nauseated. This has to be a mistake. You click the link to make sure the interview is almost identical to the other ones you've seen from the press tour. More relief comes with every minute that goes by. Clearly somebody misconstrued something because there's no way Dylan would read your story, let alone name drop it. You relax back into your chair. Then the interviewer steers the conversation toward how the fans have reacted to the movie. Your stomach ties itself back into a knot. The fans are amazing, man, Dylan says, scratching the side of his face before rubbing his nose. Their love and support is crazy. They're so passionate. The amount who show up to midnight showings and conventions, the signs they bring, fan artwork they make. It's incredible, man. We've been hearing a lot about fan artwork and fan fiction lately, the interviewer comments, and your breathing is suddenly coming in short, shallow spurts. Do you ever get the time to look at what your fans make for you? Of course, man. Apparently he says man a lot. I don't know anything really about Dylan O'Brien.
I don't either. I just remembered he's in the Maze Runner. Yes.
Okay. I never saw Maze Runner. I never read Maze Runner. I haven't really interacted with Maze Runner, come to think of it. I missed that one.
I've seen the first one and I've seen like reviews of the second and or like everything wrong with the second and I think the first one is that has the
Of course, man. I've seen some unbelievable artwork for this current movie, and there's this one fan fiction story I've been following online for a while now. He reads fan fiction about himself. I can't imagine. Fan fiction that stars you? The interviewer smirks. What kind of story? Like dirty fan fiction?
Oh.
Nah, man, this one isn't like that at all, Dylan laughs. But yeah, I guess it is fan fiction that I star in, but it's different. It has this insane storyline that hooks me every time. Sounds interesting. What's it called? Then, for all of the internet to hear, Dylan O'Brien says the title of the story you've been working on for 2 years, and you pretty much black out after that. Not the whole world, just the internet, which I guess is the whole world, but you know. The whole of the internet.
Be on the internet for as long as the internet exists.
The first email from a literary agent comes 3 days later, several more following after that, and you decide to remove your email address from your biography at the beginning of the story. That still leaves emails in your inbox to deal with, though. They're all asking to represent you. Oh my goodness. Promising to cut the best publishing deal they can. You have a half mind to trash them and call it a day. But then an email comes through with an offer you can't refuse. Make you an offer you can't refuse. And that's how you end up sitting in a conference room on the top floor of New York City skyscraper with your new literary agent, Paul, and 2 intimidating bigwigs from an even more intimidating publishing house across from you. We're so thrilled that you've considered this opportunity with us. that you're considering this opportunity with us, says Janet, the publisher's representative. She carefully removes some lint from her pantsuit and smiles at you. I'm thrilled too. Thank you so much for the opportunity, you say stiffly, but you meant it sincerely. Oh my god, why?
Dylan O'Brien, wake up.
Wake me up inside. I'm so excited to be done. Aren't you glad? Aren't you excited to not? Aren't you excited for like next week to be like, we're gonna read not this thing. We're gonna read Dinotopia, guys.
Well, let's get through this first before the excitement can set in, because I'm like, we each have another story after this and then we're done, but we'll see.
Yes, we do.
It'll be weird reading something that isn't like...
We spent all of February reading Model Land, and we spent all of March and half of April reading this. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, we did that. We sure did that.
It's literally tired.
We've tortured ourselves. We've taken the bullet for the internet at large, by the way.
Exactly. Stay tuned for our deep dive, available on Patreon in a few weeks.
If you hear anybody talking about Anna Todd's work, direct them here.
Please.
Please. I'm just kidding. Thank you all for being here. We love you all.
Yes.
Anna Todd Shade. It does read like Anna Todd Shade. I think we don't talk about Bruno, but it's a Velma parody. Oh no. I started my Velma video by being like, we don't talk about Velma. No, no, no. Because it's true. We don't. We shouldn't. But then I talked about Velma for like an additional 30 minutes after I said that.
And now you're going to have to watch episodes 1 and 2 of season 2 and then comment on that.
No. I haven't even gotten to see seasons 2 and 3 of Cuphead, and that's a good cartoon.
Oh.
It has SpongeBob vibes.
Ah.
Yeah. Where was I?
The end of the chapter.
These people are offering you a chance at becoming a published author. You'd probably agree to licking the sidewalk outside if they asked you to. Don't do that. We'll start shortly, the balding guy next to Janet says. We're waiting for Mr. O'Brien and his attorney to arrive. Oh! Your head snaps up. What? You gasp. Mr. O'Brien and his attorney will be here shortly, he repeats, oblivious to the anxiety attack you're having. Mr. O'Brien, like Dylan O'Brien, coming to the meeting with a lawyer? They're not going to write him out of the book. They're not going to like change the name or anything. It's still going to be a Dylan O'Brien book.
And he's okay with that.
Well, I mean, he did say that he loved the story, so maybe he can be in the movie adaptation.
It'd be funny if he was like a random character and they hire somebody else.
Yeah. Or if it's like the what am I trying to say? The Nick Cage movie where he plays himself, but he's like a super spy and also in a love connection with Pedro Pascal also
Pedro Pascal.
And then the meme was born. Okay.
Oh yeah, where it's just Nick Cage is just and Pedro Pascal is just
I love seeing that meme pop up on my timeline. You lean over to Paul, trying to play it cool, and mutter, "Why is Dylan O'Brien coming to this? When did that happen?" "I'm not sure," Paul says, looking as confused as you. The room suddenly feels smaller, the air thicker. You move your hands to your lap so no one can Oh my god! So no one can see how badly they're shaking. Inhaling slowly, you try to calm the nerves. The nervous prickles in your chest, but it's no use. You'll probably keel over from a heart attack before Dylan shows up. No, if you're having an anxiety attack, you are not going to have a heart attack. That's a thing that a lot of people think. It is a cycle, because then you're like panicking because you think you're going to die, and then you're not, and then you're more panicky. It's a whole thing. At least it'd save you the embarrassment.
This one stands up properly.
I have the whole basket of the ones that you made. We need to do something with them.
Oh gosh. I join our Patreon and receive a free gift or free gift of a dinosaur. I was thinking, because I also like write letters, like encouraging letters that are like really random and really long. I was like, maybe I can ship those out and I can include some dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Sending Sending the dinosaurs, like, tucking them back into, like, thank you notes when people send us mail. Thank you for sending us mail, by the way. I need to go to the P.O. box.
Thank you for all your
The mails. Dylan shows up, at least to save you the embarrassment. The door to the conference room opens, making you jump out of your skin. A man with a cliche-looking briefcase appears, followed by Dylan O'Brien himself. Ugh. Mets hat and all. Can people actually die of humiliation, or is this just a saying? Welcome, Mr. O'Brien, Janet says. So please you can make it. Please, sit. He gestures toward 2 seats at the end of the table, then tries to make small talk while they settle in. When she asks you how you're liking your first visit to New York, you're not sure if you form a coherent response or not. Is he suing you? Is that what this meeting's about? Janet is repeating your name and yanks you out of your head. She's trying to introduce you to Dylan and his lawyer, and you can barely hear her over the pulse pounding in your eardrums. Nice to meet you, you squeak. Nice to meet you, you squeak. Eyes shifting to Dylan. It's weird seeing a celebrity in person. For just a second, Dylan looks completely different from the guy you've seen on so many different screens. Then you blink back to reality, noting that he's still just as cute in real life. All big brown eyes and bowed lips. The hair that's peeking out from underneath his hat seems longer than it did in his most recent interview, and you try your best not to stare at the way his t-shirt stretches over his shoulders when he shrugs out of his jacket. But mostly you're shocked to see that he's smiling at you. Why is he smiling at you? Why doesn't he look disgusted or freaked out? Let's get started, shall we? Janet turns to you. The reason we're all sitting in this room is because you have an amazing story here, and we'd love the honor of publishing it. The meeting is a blur after that, or maybe you're mentally and emotionally distressed to register what's happening. You spend at least an hour speculating why Dylan is here instead of listening to Paul negotiate the terms of your contract. You're so consumed by panic mode that once again Janet's repeating your name is what brings you into the conversation. We need to discuss the matter for which Dylan and his attorney are here, Janet says. Here it is, the part when Dylan O'Brien sues you for being creepy enough to write a 3-book-long story about him. Can you imagine if they went through all the trouble of all the other stuff and then he still wanted to sue? I'm gonna move my... Oh god, sorry, that's a terrible sound. I'm just trying to fix the microphone. I'm so sorry for everything ever. Let's see. I lost my place. The legal issues surrounding the main character's name, Janet says. Actually, Dylan interjects, sending a bolt of panic through you. I wouldn't call it legal issues. My attorney and I are here to negotiate terms for keeping my name in the story. What? You ask dumbfounded. Is he serious? Oh, Janet says. You'd like to keep your name in the story. Yes. An awkward pause ensues until Janet asks you how you feel about this. You're too afraid to look up when he says, if I'm being honest, I'd rather not keep the name, no offense. I would advise not keeping the name as well, Dylan's lawyer says. Even with Mr. O'Brien's consent, this could cause a flurry of authors wanting to do the same thing. You mean wanting to publish a book with a celebrity's name attached to it, Janet asks. Yes, ma'am. This is so on the nose, I can't believe it right now.
They added in a meta chapter to Janet Todd's like, I know what's going on.
Honestly... Evansley, thank you for keeping it real.
Yes.
God, we wouldn't want everybody, like, writing fan fiction about celebrities in a book that's published. That would be terrible!
Can you imagine?
Imagine. Yes, ma'am, for sales purposes. He does have a point. I don't mind, Dylan insists. Another awkward pause follows. Perhaps we should adjourn until tomorrow on this matter, suggests balding guy. He glances up at the setting sun through the floor-to-ceiling windows, then checks his watch. It sounds like both parties have a lot to mull over. Surprisingly, everyone agrees. Now you get to spend the rest of the night. It uses a word that I did not know until recently could be offensive, so I don't want to say it. Yeah, it's this. So it's the one that starts with S that Lizzo got in trouble for putting in a song. It means, at least to me growing up, it meant something very different than like what it means to people who it's hurtful to. Because to me, it always meant just like in American slang, like being overly energetic or emotional. And like if somebody was angry at you or a little too, I don't know what the word is. Like, I got called that word a lot because as a kid with undiagnosed ADHD, I had a lot of energy and my emotions are always all over the place. So I didn't know it was a bad. I didn't know it was a bad word. It could be harmful to an entirely different group of people. And I remember one time the whole Lizzo thing happened, and then I was like trying to consciously be like, I know that I've said that before. I don't want to say that anymore. And then we were live streaming, and I said it just out of like habit because my whole life it's meant something innocuous, and then I was just like, oh my god, and I ended up like pulling down the whole stream, cutting it out and putting it up because I didn't want putting it back up because it like wouldn't let me cut it out because it was over 6 hours and I like didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And then I like I got off stream and I was like crying and I was like, Spencer, oh no, and everybody's just like, Avery, it's okay, you didn't know. And I'm like, but it's ableist. So I was like crying and I was like, I'm the worst. And Spencer's like, you're the worst, really? The worst. I'm like, yes. And so like it was a whole thing. So I learned not to say that word.
Sorry you had to go through that.
No, no one was mad at me. Like it was not anything where like anybody was like, I can't believe you. It was I was mad at me because I was like, I don't want to say anything that's going to be offensive, and I just genuinely didn't know. But it was one of those things where it was like, so I'm not going to say that word right now. Everybody's like, what word? Just
it rhymes with Raz.
Yeah, it's the one that was in the Lizzo song, and then people were upset, which is fair because it means something different to it could mean something very offensive to certain groups of people. And in American slang, it just isn't used like that. So like she didn't know. A bunch of Americans were like, "That's what that word means." Oh no! Oh, we all use that word. Oh no!
And we can't use.
Yes.
And we will unlearn that because when a large sum of people are like, "Please don't use that," it could be offensive. You say, "Okay," and learn.
Yes, that's what you do. That is the correct thing to do. Oh wait, why was my chat was just frozen on some? I was like, wait. Well, I guess I get to publish some fanfics. I was like, here in OBS, like that was the last comment that I saw, and I was like, nobody's been commenting for a while. That's weird. Oh, I just couldn't see it.
Oh no.
Bye Sailor Moon Supremacy. Gotta go.
Bye.
I have a half an hour train ride. Oof. Hi, Patrick. What's with the lighting? We don't know. I swear I didn't do anything different. It just looks really weird today. I think we just changed it because of the way that I've been sitting, and we've just been angling it but we didn't really change it for anything, so I don't know. I really don't know what's wrong with the lighting today. I'm so sorry. I apologize. We're getting used to the new setting with the microphones. I actually was really worried that this was going to look awful. It really does not. It just looks like we're podcasters.
Which we are going to be.
We haven't filmed our podcast yet, but we're going to start. And Spencer's going to produce it, so it's going to sound great.
Thank you, Spencer.
Why don't I get the feeling that Harry Potter show would be copying the Percy Jackson show? I think they would. I'm very excited for the Percy Jackson show. I really hope it is more true to the books. I'm excited to start reading the books on stream at some point, hopefully soon. And yeah, I just think TV shows, like streaming shows, are just a better format for like long book series. So like I always said that like even for Harry Potter it would be a better format, but like we don't need more Harry Potter stuff right now, guys. It's okay. We have the books. We have the movies. That's really all we need. We have the ride at Universal, which is fun. Only celebrity I ever put in my old fanfic was One Tree Hill fanfic for like 2 seconds, and it was Shirley Manson from the band Garbage. I don't know who that person is. I'm so sorry, Shirley. I also haven't seen One Tree Hill in forever, and I never was super into it, but my older cousin was really, really into it, so I kind of knew a little bit about it. In making a story, but I only mention music artists here and there. 1 out of 10, this book needs more gay, Derprex says. Agreed. In a story I'm writing that's not fan fiction, I cleverly changed the names of celebrities Freddie Highmore and Eddie Lolis, and Jewel is Necklace. Aww. Natasha loves Freddie Highmore. Freddie Highmore is great. He played Charlie in the Johnny Depp Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, and now he's the Good Doctor and other things like that. Really, really great actor. Really, really great. I'm glad that he's like getting more love now. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat because I just did not see any chat because thanks OBS.
Instead of Freddie Highmore, it's Freddie Lowlands.
After Dinotopia, how about either the Lightning Thief or the Philosopher's Stone? You wanna read? Well, we're gonna read. So you want to be a wizard, because that was sent to us by Ellery, and I really want to. So we're gonna read Dinotopia. We'll probably read that in one stream, 2 at the most, because it's not a very long book. Dinotopia, obviously, I know it's a series. I have 1 book in the series. I'm not sure where it is, but as far as I can tell, you can like read any of them. It's a children's book series, as far as I can tell. And then we're gonna read So You Want to Be a Wizard, which should be a few streams, and then after that, we could, if Gabe wanted to, start reading some good old Rick Riordan stuff.
Sure.
It's unless Gabe is just like, please, no more reading in the closet. I can't do it anymore.
I'm fine with reading in the closet, but we also need to watch like Digimon and stuff too.
We do, yeah. I'm still trying to get all of the ones that we pre-recorded posted. If you notice, I'm like, I still have so many.
Yeah, Avery has a lot of editing, and thank you, Avery, for editing all of those because we
no
watched
worries.
hours of television.
So much Simple Life. I think
So
I'm gonna
much
the
Simple
next
Life.
time I post one with both of us, it's gonna be another Simple Life one because so much. God, so much. Oh my God,
It's
Avery, I'm so mad at you. LOL. I didn't know. Oh, great, a new ableist term. Yeah. I love what Lizzo song. I don't really follow pop songs, celebrity drama. I sent you that book. Yes, Patrick sent us Dinotopia. It was it one of the ones that was lost in the mail for a while? Oh God, it might do some. As if they would say Harry Potter is woke and that it doesn't compute. They try to put one arbitrary trans character in there to try to smooth everything over, but it wouldn't be good representation because they wouldn't do any research and they wouldn't consult with any actual trans women. Is my my prediction that I hope would be wrong in this hypothetical situation. It's as far as the word, because they're asking me, it's SPAZZ E, or like SPAZ. To me, in American slang, that just meant to be really hyper, to have a lot of energy. Yeah, that's the way that it's always been used here. Apparently, specifically in the UK, it can mean a derogatory thing against like people with cerebral palsy or people who have seizures. I did not know this until Lizzo put the word in the song, obviously not intending it to be offensive, and then everybody was like, hey, you know that's offensive, right? And she was like, shit, no. And like within 24 hours, she'd put out a new version of the song with the word taken out, and I was like,
oh,
good for Lizzo.
That's how you do it.
We love an inclusive queen.
Lizzo's the best. About Darn Time is one
Dark
of my
Diaries,
faves.
and they use the term CPC. I think it might be an offensive term from the way it's used. Huh. So yeah, no, that's the word. I'm not faulting this writer and being like, I can't believe, because I didn't know until literally just last year that it was a thing, and it was because of the Lizzo thing. So apparently Lizzo also didn't know, and like all the Americans were like, oh shit, that's what that can mean. Oh shit, we all use that word. Oh no, oh God, and so
yeah, I didn't know until just now.
So we're trying not to use it now. So I'm not saying it, but just so you know. That's the word. Over having to sit through another meeting with Dylan O'Brien and his attorney tomorrow. You still can't get over that Dylan showed up because he wants to keep his name in the story. I don't think usually those negotiations go, the author goes, I would like to take out the name of this person, and the person in question is like, no, please keep my name in. I don't think that's usually how the negotiations work. Okay, I was like, can they hear that? Can you guys hear the loud, very loud music coming from downstairs? Hang on, I'm gonna make sure that my door. A lot of noise coming in today.
My first thought was Mrs. Doubtfire because
yes,
they play that
exactly
song.
That. Yep.
I remember.
Maybe they're watching Mrs. Doubtfire down there. Who knows?
Mrs. Doubt. Or whenever my sister and I went to Wisconsin, we had our favorite movies. Hers was Mrs. Doubtfire. Mine was Legally Blonde, of course. Oh.
It's a ton. Gonna be like, ugh, you are so. My family's like, Avery, you are so loud, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
The subject matter is interesting that we're reading.
I'm also Irish and Portuguese, so
Ooh.
you know, we tend to be very loud, and American, and American. So like, we're very loud, just all around. Um,
Hey, Perry.
Hi, Perry. Yes, we are still here.
This book is pretty long, so we're not going anywhere anytime.
We are making good progress though, as far as like time wise. We've covered a lot of ground for been on for a couple of hours, 2.5-ish hours. I was reading Astrid Dork Diaries. Well, I will keep an eye out for that when we read Dork Diaries. Thank you for letting me know. We try to censor out all of the problematic things if we can. Occasionally you get a book, especially like from the 90s, early 2000s, and you're like, oh no. We don't say that anymore.
Like when you see a film and there's explicit language, but they have to cover it up because it's on TV, and it's like, fart, shoot.
I just am like, redacted. Maybe that's just his strategy, pretending to be on board and then completely pulling the rug out from under you and slapping you with a defamation lawsuit. That would be illegal. Still, with all the Dylan O'Brien stalking you've done in the last 2 years, it's safe to assume that there's no way he'd think much of he's that much of an asshole. Yet you keep the idea in the back of your mind as a precaution. After saying goodbye to you and Paul, Janet and the balding guy asks for a minute with Dylan and his lawyer. Relieved, you and Paul head out of the conference, hi Perry, room toward the double elevators. So what do you think? He asked, pushing down the down button and switching his messenger bag to the opposite shoulder.
My dinosaur.
No, is she squashing them?
Yeah.
No, Perry, you can move her.
It's fine. It's just a few. And Perry's cute, so it's fine.
Perry. We cannot enable this behavior, Perry. About what, you ask? Keeping Dylan's name. I know changing it was a stipulation you and I agreed on, but I think it would be wise to consider taking advantage of the opportunity he's offering, which is, you saw how tying his name to your story helped you gain readers, Paul said. Imagine how it would reflect in book sales. You see, Dylan, I would much rather read a book that's just a book of its own. And then if I want to, I could imagine Dylan O'Brien in that role. Or anybody, Personally, that's just me. You see Dylan emerge from the conference room with his lawyer, Janet, and balding guy in tow. Your eyes dart back to numbers above the elevators. 4 more floors to go on and 8 more floors on the other. Just consider it, Paul repeats. Not many celebrities would agree to this. Perry! Thank God we're in studio mode right now. Cannot hit the button. Don't hit the button. Dylan and his lawyer start down the hallway toward you, and you feel another wave of anxiety, nausea coming on. By some miracle, they stop for a moment. Then balding guy turns and hurries back into the conference room. Dylan stands there to wait for him, but cranes his neck to glance toward the elevators. And he totally catches you looking at him. You drop your gaze to your feet and wait for one of the elevators to ding. Thankfully, one arrives before the balding guy emerges from the conference room again. They had more trouble than the people at the conference getting an elevator. You and Paul step on You and Paul step on and you exhale completely for the first time in the last 2 hours when the door is shut. The streets look a lot darker on the ground floor. After stepping into the lobby, you and Paul part ways. He exits through one of the side doors. Paul had picked you up from the airport when you got in this morning and met you and your hotel so you could share a cab to the meeting. But he had another meeting to get to after this one, and you assured him that you were capable of getting yourself back to your hotel in one piece. Now you aren't so sure. You decide it's probably a good idea to ask the concierge to get you Harry.
Oh no, what
Oh
happened?
no. Harry, what did you do? What have you done?
What's going on?
Can you move her?
Harry, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Hi, chat. Are we still here? Are we still live? Everything just went blank, and I was like, what's happening?
What's that?
It looks like we're still live. Chat, let us know if we're still out there in the ether. Where was I? You decide it's probably a good idea to ask the concierge to get you a cab since you have absolutely no idea how to do it yourself. I mean, I could criticize, but I've never lived in a place where we had cabs, and I've never had to hail a cab, so I'd probably also be nervous. You start towards the lobby in front revolving door when you hear lobby's front revolving door when you hear an elevator ding behind you, announcing its arrival. You pick up the pace. Hey, someone calls behind you, wait up. You're like, oh no, it's Dylan O'Brien, I gotta run. Before you have a chance to turn all the way around, Dylan O'Brien himself skids to a stop in front of you. I'm picturing him like screeching to a stop like Scooby-Doo style, blocking your escape route. You're so taken aback that you glance around to make sure he's got the right person. Hey, he says, smiling down at you. If he notices the distress that you know is written all over your face, he's polite enough to ignore it. He holds his hand. Ouch! Really? Okay, Perry, you cannot have your little cat hands on the this. You can be over there. You just can't be here.
Harry.
She likes it because it's warm. She thinks it's her own personal heating pad. I need to get a heating pad from my mom and just that instead. Because of course Perry has to be difficult. Such a diva. Ugh.
I need my face on the desk.
Sorry about your dino.
It's okay.
Blocking your escape route. You're so taken aback that you glance around. He holds his hand out to you. Sorry we didn't get to talk much in the meeting. I'm Dylan. Out of reflex, you take his hand and shake it, but you still can't get your vocal cords working yet. Instead, your mouth is hanging open and you can feel your cheeks turning an alarming shade of red. I wanted to come over and introduce myself again. I'm a really big fan of yours, he continues, oblivious to the havoc he's wreaking on your pulse. He points a thumb over his shoulder towards the revolving door. You heading out now? Yeah, you say, surprising yourself. You're not sure how your brain pulled that one off since you're not even sure if you're breathing correctly. Dylan starts walking backward, heading for the exit and gesturing for you to follow him. Are you going back to your hotel? He asks. I was going to grab a cab back to mine. You trying to get a cab? We can share it if you want. Dylan, does Dylan just need a friend? Dylan seems like, hey, do you want a cab? I want to talk. Can you tell me about the book that you're writing, please? Do you want to share a cab? It's just like, Dylan. Harry, no.
Harry, not again. I'm sorry.
Perry, no. Ira Y and Perry, no. Okay, we're still live. Just making sure.
Everything's working. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Oh, my dinosaur.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Perry, what have you done to the dinosaurs, you murderer?
Reminds you of the Lion King. No, unaliver. I unalive Mufasa.
He slips into a revolving door, and you're convinced you didn't hear him correctly. You stand there for a moment to try to process what's happening. Dylan stops on the sidewalk outside and angles back towards you. He smiles, gesturing again for you to follow him. You don't remember getting through the revolving door. All you can register once you're outside is the cold New York air, and that after sitting in 2-hour meeting discussing the story you'd written about him, Dylan O'Brien is offering to share a cab with you. So, how about it? He prompts, pulling his jacket tighter around him and bouncing on the balls of his feet. Do you want to share a cab? You stare at him. Why is he talking to you, let alone wanting to be within 50 feet of you? Does he not understand how weird this entire situation is? Maybe it's because it's 30 degrees out, or you're still so embarrassed you can't think straight, but for some reason you blurt out, "Why are you talking to me?" You watch his reaction and immediately feel guilty. "What? I'm sorry." He stumbles over his words and reaches up to scrub a hand on the back of his neck. "I thought that since we're both leaving, we could share a cab, and you said that in the meeting that this was your first time in New York, and I know cabs can be a little intimidating at first." "Yes, right, the cabs are intimidating." "No," you say. "I mean, why are you talking to me after sitting through that meeting?" He looks at you, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Why wouldn't I talk to you?" You point back toward the building. "Because you just sat through 2 hours of talking about publishing a book I wrote about you?" His confusion switches to amusement. So, you repeat, under normal circumstances, you probably would have worried about sounding rude. Right now, you're a little too shocked to care. So, aren't you like 9 miles past creeped out by this? In reality, he doesn't look creeped out. He looks like he's dangerously close to laughing at you. Why would I be creeped out? Why wouldn't you be creeped out? Finally, he does laugh at you. "Are you always like this?" He steps toward the street and raises his hand in the air. You don't answer him. Instead, you glance both ways down the nearly empty sidewalk. Then back at him, a cab rolls to the stop of a curb. "Look," Dylan says, "I'd really like to talk to you about the meeting if that's okay. Are you hungry?" Maybe he's still planning on suing you. Oh my god. Girly. Marcy.
Marcy.
He just has the common courtesy to not bring it up in a room full of people. "You didn't answer my question," you say. "Which one? Why didn't you find this weird, like at all?" The cab driver honks impatiently. "I just don't," Dylan says, shrugging. "God," you sigh, glancing at the night sky and silently praying that you'll be able to keep your sanity. "Then what do you want to talk about?" He hesitates, giving you a shy smile. "How can I convince you to keep my name for your main character?" The cab driver rolls down his window and says something that you don't quite catch. Dylan shifts down the curb and pulls open the cab's back door, holding it open for you. "You coming?" In a split-second decision, you take a step towards him, then another, then a few more. "I need some alcohol in my system if we're going to have this conversation," you mutter, slipping into the cab. Well, she could, like, keep the first name as, like, a tribute, and then it could still be a different character, you know? That's what I would do. That's a happy medium. "There's already a trans Harry Potter, and she's apparently in Hogwarts Legacy." I've heard this. Um, um, a trans. Yeah, there's already a trans character in Harry Potter. Okay. You end up at a complete dive downtown, creatively called Old Man's Pub. Vintage Edison-style string lights are draped low from the ceiling, and the only options for seating are the bar itself or at one of the high tables scattered around. Dylan leads you to one of the high tables in the back corner. "Did you pick this spot because no one here will recognize you?" you ask, as you perch yourself on a stool. The place is practically empty, save for a few older men crowded at the end of the bar with a European soccer match. Watching a European soccer match. Yes and no." Dylan sits opposite you and picks up a menu. You take a deep breath and try to ease the tension in your chest. Because seriously, how did you even get here? A wrinkly waitress. That feels like a disrespectful way to
What?
talk about a person.
How rude.
Stops to take your drink orders. Dylan orders a beer, some kind of IPA that sounds gross, and for some reason, unbeknownst to you, you ask for a gin and tonic. The waitress doesn't ID you either. So, I wish I liked beer. I wish I could be like an IPA, local brew kind of person. I don't. I'm actually more of like a gin and tonic or like a fruity drink kind of person. That's what's good. Who
To
does?
me,
To me, yeah.
there's someone out there you like single beer that's a
I was at a rap party one time and I showed up and they were like, "What do you want to drink?" And I was like, I did not want to get like very tipsy or anything at this rap party, but I was like, I feel like weird not drinking anything. So for some reason, I was like, I will have a Guinness because for some reason I said I'd have a beer, and they're like, well, which kind of beer? And I was like, you have Guinness because I don't know beers. I know Guinness because my family is Irish in part, and I know that it's harder. It has a low alcohol level because it was invented by an Irish person who was upset that so many Irish people were dying of alcohol poisoning in the 1800s. That's true.
Interesting.
That's why Guinness has such a low alcohol content count instead of as opposed to like other beers and things. My youth pastor once helpfully told everybody that it's almost impossible to get drunk off of Guinness, and I was like, all the teenage boys are gonna try now to get drunk off of Guinness. Why would you say that?
Challenge accepted.
I forgot the name though, but it's basically the same vibe as a trans woman named Amanda in fiction. Oh, yeah, I heard that there was something with the name where people were like, "Really, that's the name you're giving her?"
Oh, I think their name is Sorona.
Oh, yeah, I can see where the naming could have been better. I just looked up and made eye contact with Ron Perlman.
Oh yes, Himbo handsome
Himbo.
Even though I think Himbo implies that he's, but those prosthetics that they also use for Heck Boy.
Heck Boy. Heck Boy.
Hi, my name is Heck Boy. This is PG version.
And
Hello.
he's just in like a Walmart like Halloween costume.
Yeah. Heck Boy.
I really, really wanted people to be attracted to Ron Perlman in prosthetics, and you know what? It was apparently working because a lot of people are like, "Ooh, Ron Perlman was great in that show." I'm like, I get it. He's a very good beast because he's not like cranky. He's just like, "Hello, beauty." I forget what her name. Linda Hamilton's name is. I need to watch another episode soon. I should have you watch an episode with me at some point.
I just remember seeing the little clips from your episode, and he's just like, "Oh, I know you probably hate. I can feel what you're feeling." And I'm like, "Oh, Beast, I just want you to be happy."
Poor beastie boy. Also, they did a good job with the prosthetics. They really did. Like the prosthetics are good. They even got to reuse them for Hellboy a couple years later. I was about that. But anyway, yeah, it's a very interesting show. I had fun covering the pilot, and I'm gonna keep covering it. I now have to cover the church. Do you watch Jenny Nicholson ever? So last year she did a very long video about this one church that does an Easter play every year, and they have this tradition where instead of doing just a regular Easter play, they basically do like a kind of parody of a popular movie, but then they make it the Easter story. So like there's a character who's like the Jesus character who ends up getting crucified and then coming back from the dead. It's a whole lot. And so they did one this year, and it was Beauty and the Beast, and it was called Beauty and the Beaster. And I haven't seen it in full yet because I wanted to see it for the first time on camera, but I thought to record it on Easter Sunday because they streamed it on their website. So that's going to be after I get out this Phantom Investigators video with Daniel, because it's Phantom Investigators time of the month. We're going to, I'm going to do that one next, and it's going to be something. It's gonna be something because I try to cover as many versions of Beauty and the Beast as I can. And I'm like, that is a very strange version of Beauty and the Beast.
they unalive Beast, but he comes back after 3 days, and he and Belle live happily ever.
I'm sure that's how it ends. Actually, I think that's what I thought. I assumed when I first heard that that's what they were doing, that the Beast like dying and then coming back because Belle's like, "I love you" would be the resurrection scene. But I think Belle is supposed to be the Jesus character, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work. I'll have to watch it and find out. Stay tuned.
Is the Beast.
Also, one of head of development on the game is also transphobic. Oh, great. We love that. Not really. That's okay, anyway, where was I? Sorry, my brain. I told you I have ADHD. Do you normally default to hard liquor, or are you that nervous? Dylan smirks. You ball your hands into fists in your lap. I almost asked for a couple of shots of tequila. Dylan laughs. and your stomach gives a panicky jump. Seriously, what is happening? So, what's the deal then? He's still smiling at you. How'd this whole thing get started? Well, wow, you're getting right into it, huh? You mutter, breaking eye contact. Yes. Are you asking about the actual story or why I picked you to be in it? Now Dylan's the one to look a little sheepish. You note with some smug satisfaction that his cheeks have a big, rosy tint. Both, he finally says. You start to lean back, but then you remember that you're sitting on a stool. You have to steady yourself on the table's edge. When we were kids, my brother was probably like 5 or 6. My granddads took us to this bar and grill place that they really loved. And we were sitting at a table near the bar, and my brother was like because he was like 5 or 6, he was, somehow he like moved and he fell off the bar stool. And then this really, really drunk guy, like this guy had been day drinking for a while at this point because he was like slurring his words. He looks over and he goes, happens to me all the time. And we tell this story all of the time.
Oh.
It was actually very cute. Have to steady yourself on the table's edge. The story was an idea that I had for a really long time. I can't remember why I wanted to start posting it online. You take a second to reflect on how it would have spared you the embarrassment you're currently feeling if you hadn't posted it, but I knew that it would give people more incentive to read it, and I attached a celebrity name to it, so I did. Dylan nods, looking thoughtful. And I was the closest celebrity to suit your main character? Sort of, you admit, now that you think about it. Or did you base the character on him instead? You can't remember, but then you smirk. It also happened that you were the 6th most reblogged actor on Tumblr when I started writing it. Pressing his hands to his face, Dylan groans and mutters, Jesus Christ. Finally, you say, a little relieved, that's the type of reaction I've been waiting for. He peeks at you from behind his fingers. What reaction? Before you can answer, the waitress appears again with your drinks and asks if you and Dylan plan on ordering food. You say no. At the same time, Dylan says yes. Then he asks if you guys can have a couple of minutes. The waitress nods and leaves. You wait for her to get all the way across the bar before going back to the conversation. The type of reaction, you say, trying not to grimace after sipping your gin and tonic, that shows that at the end of the day, you recognize how creepy this is. I don't think it's creepy, he says defensively. Come on, I'm being serious. I'm honored you picked me. Now you're the one to groan. You're not sure why you want him to admit that this is beyond weird, but you're convinced that it'll make you feel better about how much of a weirdo you've been since you started writing the story. You're almost desperate to get him to acknowledge it. You realize that I literally know every piece of information about you that's available on the internet, right? You say, and some stuff that isn't online. How did you get the stuff that wasn't online? I have questions. Did she like break into his bank records?
Here's his social security number.
He regards you for a moment and then chuckles. I mean, it's not like you're the only one. I've seen all of the YouTube videos you made before you started acting. I didn't know that about him. And every interview you've ever given, even the videos that are hours long from the conventions you've attended. He folds his arms across his chest and shrugs. Oh my god. Not to mention, you try again, I've watched every episode of Teen Wolf, as well as every movie, TV show, and web series you've been in. I even know what some of your upcoming film projects are that aren't public yet. First of all, I haven't been in that much stuff outside of Teen Wolf. Secondly, if you're trying to freak me out here, it's not working, he replies, amused. I haven't even gotten warmed up yet, you say. You were born in NYU Medical Center, but you grew up in New Jersey. You moved to Los Angeles in 7th grade, and you claim you started making your YouTube videos because you hadn't made any friends yet. Is that it? His tone teasing. That's not even impressive. You basically listed my Wikipedia page. And speaking of friends, you continue through gritted teeth, that was your favorite TV show growing up, and you also think Liar Liar is a 10 out of 10 movie. Liar Liar is a good movie.
It is. I enjoy it. Oh, wait, I was thinking.
Liar is also good. Liar Liar is
Oh, that's
great.
the.
Is this the one that makes it louder in my ears? Yes, it sounds like it does. I think Perry turned it down a little bit. Perry, why? I had a nickel for every time I know of a transphobic video game dev, I would have 2 nickels, which is not much, but it's weird that it happened twice. Is the other one, actually, I don't want to guess who the other one is because I don't want to throw around accusations if they're not true, but I think I know who the other one is that you're talking about. But I will keep my mouth shut until you confirm. Um, I was about to be like, is it this person? And then if it wasn't that person, I'd be like, I'm feeling
Oh,
really
no.
bad.
They're gonna find this and be like, "How dare you!"
You're a baseball freak. You've secretly want to be the GM for the Mets, general manager for the Mets. And sometimes you have a hard time deciding between Chipotle and In-N-Out. Double chicken from Chipotle usually wins out. Dylan busts out laughing. Okay, maybe that's a little impressive, but you still don't have me convinced that you're a psycho stalker fangirl or anything. I have an entire tab of BuzzFeed articles about you bookmarked on my computer. My personal favorite is titled Dylan O'Brien's Hair, A Journey. Oh god, that's a real thing? You smirk. Yep. He shakes his head but still gestures for you to continue. I think I know what your middle name is, you say. I have a theory about it. He knits his eyebrows together. It's do not, you growl, cutting him off immediately. He laughs again. I mean it. Do not tell me. I've already got way too much Dylan O'Brien knowledge committed to memory, and not knowing your middle name is not his one thing that I find solace in. He takes off his Mets hat. This is like shading all of the people that knew the middle names of all of the people they wrote about. I do not know your middle name. That is one thing that's too far.
Everything else is fine. The In-N-Out versus Chipotle argument is middle name is.
He takes off his Mets hat and runs a hand through his hair, a smile never leaving his lips. He'll be the big idea, but don't know for sure. It's the creator of Earthworm Jim. The head of Big Idea. The VeggieTales guy? Not the VeggieTales guy. The VeggieTales guy once had that whole thing where he was like arguing with right-wing politicians, and they were like, "You've changed, man. You've gotten so woke." And he's like, "What now? Are you going to tell us that Bob and Larry are trans?" And he's like, "Botanically speaking, neither a cucumber or a tomato are vegetables." So everybody was like, Phil Vischer canonically confirming that Bob and Larry are trans. It was not what I had on my bingo card. So now everybody's like, that's kind of based. We kind of love that.
I know tomatoes are technically fruits, but what are cute? I know they grow on vines.
They have seeds, so they're also fruits, right? Oh no, I mean the guy after him. Okay, I was like, not Phil Vischer. I do know this for almost certain. Phil Vischer is cool. Phil Vischer also supports Black Lives Matter, and sadly, we were all shocked to find out that a Christian, like a guy known for like evangelical Christian media, was like based. I know that there are lots of Christians that are like, you know, super cool, but usually the ones in the public eye are like disappointing. So like to have one that's like he has good opinions on things. Yay. That was good. Um Oh, I heard about the creator of Earthworm Jim. Creator of VeggieTales is still a cool dude. Yeah, he's super cool. Um I've thought about when we have this new podcast going, I've thought about doing one about the story of Phil Vischer and his rise and fall and then rise again with VeggieTales. It's a very interesting story.
That reminds me of Evangelion, where the guy who made it didn't made Evangelion and it was really really popular, but then they made out of money. Yeah, they ran out of money, so the ending wasn't what people wanted, so they didn't really like him again. And then there was like a movie to kind of tie everything up, but then there was the Evangelions. That kind of brought a love back to this. They did her dirty. I feel like character wise and like, her doing.
Patrick says that maybe on Tuesday he's going to do a live stream where he reads Arthur books, which sounds delightful.
I love Arthur. I can't believe it ended like a year or so.
I know. I've thought about doing oh sorry. I will get back to reading cuz we got to be done with this book. But,
Oh yeah.
the watching the first episode of a show and last episode of a show and like trying to be not to be confused kind of trend that people were doing. I was like, it'd be kind of funny to do the pilot episode of Arthur and then the last episode of Arthur where they're all adults.
Oh gosh. DW becomes a cop. People were
We should have
confused
seen it
about
coming.
that.
She was a little snitch. He takes off his Mets hat and runs a hand through his hair, a smile never leaving his lips. Seriously, you say, I've pretty much stalked you for the last 2 years. How are you being so cool about this? I mean, I've written over 250,000 words about you. He meets your gaze and holds it. You have to force yourself not to look away. Do you really consider your story fan fiction? He asks, scratching under his jaw. You're caught so off guard that you answer honestly. No, I don't. I figured, because it's not really fan fiction. You're just using me as a character, so your creepy argument is invalid. You scoff. How? He leans forward and rests his elbow on the table. What's the difference between you making me the main character in the story and someone casting a director making me the main character in a movie? You open your mouth to answer, but then you catch yourself because, damn, he kind of has a point, but not really. Kind of? Now your thought process is getting all jumbled up. Well, I mean, you stammer, trying to get back on track. The difference is you're playing a character when I made you a character. But as you say it, you know it's a weak attempt. He waves you off. There are plenty of actors that have either played themselves or played characters with the same names. Yeah? You say trying to be difficult? Give me an example. Amy Schumer in Trainwreck. I don't like Amy Schumer, I'm sorry. He looks pleased with himself. You start to argue, but he interrupts. Miley in Hannah Montana. Kind of. Raven and That's a Raven. Kind of, but as far as we know, if Raven Simone actually has psychic powers, that's going to be the plot twist of the century. Properly hear myself, and I'm just like, what happened? Was it Perry? Can I blame Perry?
You just need to speak up, Avery.
I hope this doesn't make me way too loud coming through. What chapter are we on? Tooney says, and Patrick says, chapter. Why am I reading this book? Fair.
We only have 2 more chapters after
I've lost count. Yeah, we haven't. They haven't numbered the chapters, but we only have 2 more after this. We're on the Dylan O'Brien chapter, if that answers your question. Please let me know if I did something to make it way too loud on your end, because I don't want that. You can't keep from laughing. Big Disney fan, huh? Huge, he smirks, but you know I'm right about this. It's not that creepy. Yes, it is. Why do you think I've gotten to know everything about you? So I can make the character seem exactly like you. That's why people are reading this story, because you're the one starring in it. He frowns at you. I don't think you're giving yourself or your story enough credit here. I got the whole tying a celebrity name to it to give people incentive, but all at the end of the day, people wouldn't keep reading if it sucked. Debatable. I mean, debatable. It wouldn't keep reading if it sucked.
We've literally done that twice.
Thank you, A. Evansley. I appreciate you for keeping it real.
We need to have them guest star on the podcast.
Contact me, A. Evansley, if you'd like to be on the podcast. I also think we should maybe do our Model Land breakdown on a podcast episode, because then we get like the full floor space to just about it.
Oh gosh, and we can talk about the controversies behind the scenes.
Yeah, the whole story behind it. Yeah.
Oh gosh, even though I don't know too many behind the scenes stories, except for like the mistreatment of some of the judges and like the rush to get everything ready for the first. But anyway, sorry, continue.
No, you're good. You're impossible, you snort. No, I'm right. When he does respond, you drop your gaze to the top of the table and take a sip of your gin and tonic. Logically, you know he has a point, but that still doesn't change how embarrassed you feel about it. Someday Avery will do a video on ER. Oh, there's so much ER content, isn't there? I'm not too loud, right? I just want to make sure I didn't mess, because I don't feel like I'm hearing myself any louder, but I did turn the gain up, so I'm like, did I turn the gain up too loud on the other side? Now I'm scared. I'm sorry. Spence is going to be like, no, I got it perfectly. What the fuck did you do?
It's all Perry's fault.
How did you find my story? You blurt out. He shrugs. My friend told me about it. She's an actress too, and she reads a lot of fan fiction, both about herself and her celebrity friends. You must have made a face, because Dylan laughs. See? That's an example of something that's kind of creepy. How come you think it's weird that she reads fan fiction, but you don't think it's weird I write it? He takes a moment to consider this. Honestly? You nod. Well, for starters, I really like your story. I'd like it regardless of how it's written or if I didn't have my regardless of how it's written or if I didn't have my name in it. You roll your eyes. I'm being serious, he says, with a little more conviction than you were expecting. Thanks, you mumble. Secondly, his voice is a teasing undertone. I think it's kind of cool to be someone's muse. You freeze, your heart skipping its way into your throat. Is that what he thinks he is? Do you think that's what he is? Your muse? Dylan's watching you mull all this over. You can practically feel his gaze, but you're too worried about exposing the blush on your face to look up. You're fine. Okay, good. Cool. Good. I just wanted to make sure because sometimes I get off stream and I realize that like one time I got off stream and I realized that I was on the wrong mic the whole time, so you guys were just hearing the crappy like this audio and no one had the heart to tell me that it sounded bad, and I was like, oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm a bad streamer.
It's just you're all just cinnamon rolls, just trying to be nice.
Being serious with a little more conviction than you were expecting. Thanks, you mumble. Secondly, his voice is a teasing undertone. Oh, I already read this. Where is it?
Where is she?
Where is she? You can practically feel his gaze, but you're too worried about exposing the blush on your face to look up. I don't know. What I really mean is that I think you're talented, and even though the story has my name tied to it, it doesn't read like fan fiction. He sounds a little embarrassed now. And also, I don't want you to worry about being pigeonholed as a writer because your story has my name tied to it. Did you talk to my literary agent before meeting today or something? You ask suspiciously. He reaches to rub the back of his neck. There may have been a conversation with my lawyer about what needed to happen to keep my name tied to your story. Obviously, my lawyer's concern is what would happen if publishing a story with the name Dylan O'Brien on it. What kind of legal doors would that open for the authors wanting to do this? Other authors wanting to do the same thing to sell more books. Staring at me, starring me. Your stomach drops. I see. Sorry. Is all you can manage. So, you can imagine my disappointment when my lawyer contacted your literary agent who said that you didn't want to keep my name on your story anymore. You squirm a little on your bar stool, feeling guilty. When I asked why, I was told that you're worried that you'd be pigeonholed as a fan fiction writer for the rest of your life. Sorry, you mumble. What? Why? I mean, I totally understand that you don't want to be labeled before your career even starts. And yet you came to the meeting today to convince me otherwise? Yeah, well, mostly I was told I should be there from legal standpoint regardless. I thought you were coming to sue me, you admit. Dylan's sudden bark of laughter. Ha! Makes you jump. Are you serious? When you nod, he adds, I'm not that much of an asshole. That makes you laugh too. But seriously, I get why you don't want to keep my name on your story. His voice is a little quieter now. I just think it'd be really cool if you did. My name on the
Oh.
You and Dylan are mostly quiet when you get back into a cab. He tells the driver 2 stops first, your hotel, then his. So what happens if you do publish your story? Dylan asks after a few long moments. Something about the way the city lights are blinking by outside makes the inside of the cab seem quieter. You look out the window. I'll probably have to stop posting it. The story's mapped out to be 3 books long, and I'm still posting the second one. Janet probably wouldn't be happy if I gave away the ending for free. Dylan chuckles. Sounds reasonable. Then something occurs to him. Wait, so that means I'm going to have to wait like years before I can know the ending? You turn to him and smirk at his distressed tone. More than likely. Dude, what? I don't get a special privileges since I'm the main character? I never said I was keeping you as the main character. You watch his face fall a little. The cab rolls to a stop outside your hotel, and you pull out your wallet. Dylan grabs it out of your hand and shoves it back into your purse. Hey, this is on me, he says, dismissing you, but I'm going to need your phone. What? Your phone? He holds out his hand. Why, you ask, but you still unlock it and hand it to him. He types his number in and hits send. Who are you calling? He doesn't answer. Instead, he lets it ring for a few more seconds before ending the call. He hands your phone back to you. I'll see you tomorrow for the meeting. Do you want to share a cab again? Sure. Smiles at you. Cool. You decide to concentrate on getting the cab door open so he can't see the embarrassingly goofy grin that's spreading across your face. See you tomorrow, you say, stepping out onto the sidewalk. Oh, I thought they were already out on the sidewalk. I was confused. I'm sorry. He waves and you shut the door. You're walking through the hotel lobby when you feel your phone vibrate. You look down and see a text message from a number you didn't have saved in your contacts, but I still think it'd be pretty cool to keep my name as the main character, but you have to promise that I don't have to wait with everyone else to know how the story ends. You smile like an idiot as you read it. Then you text back, and if I don't keep your name, another message comes through by the time you get back to your room. Then 2 years worth of interest stalking will have been for nothing. Winky face. End of story.
Yay.
We don't get to know if what did we decide or not.
What do we decide?
Well, when I'm bored and see what's pops up. That's funny. The thing about making good representation in media is you don't want to make something for the sake of being woke. You want to make something that's good and just stands for the values you stand for, and then people are like accurately represented. Because like the whole thing with Velma is like it clearly wants a pat on the back for being inclusive, and it just ended up being the opposite of what it wanted to be.
Oh gosh, my last chapter is only 11 pages in yours.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, mine is only 11 pages in yours. If you want to switch off, I'm here and ready. Yep, 580 to 625 is chapter. Mine is 516.
Oh, that's fine. I don't mind. You've. Oh. I was checking our stream and then it switched to an Ashley Norton video. Who I love her, but I was like, oh no, that's not what I'm doing right now.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. Now I'm just listening to me freak out back. Anyway. Sounds a little quiet all of a sudden, but you know.
Season 15.
Maybe that's a little bit better. I think I might have made it a little bit better. Anyway.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you didn't interrupt. I think I interrupted you. We just apologize. The podcast is actually going to be called the Apology Podcast. We're just going to apologize to each other for an hour and a half every week.
I've had years of practice, and I'm older than you, so I think I win the apology battle.
We're just both those people that are like, sorry.
I'm sorry for existing and inconveniencing you. I think I've said that at least once.
You've said sorry for existing and inconveniencing you?
Probably.
Oh no, you've never inconvenienced me, Gabe.
Yay. That's good. It's always fun when you apologize and people continue on to say how you hurt them and you're saying you're sorry and you understand, but then they're like, this could be bad for me, but then it might not be, like that one situation I told you about before.
Yeah, where you apologize over something that is just an I'm sorry and done or should be, and then people are like, but that's not, but I'm still mad. And it's like, well, you have a right. I guess you can be mad, but like, I don't know what else you want other than an I'm sorry, an acknowledgement that it's, you know.
Yeah, and yeah, anyway.
That's a very specific situation.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily take that advice and apply it to any other situation, just specifically for that one situation.
Yeah.
Honestly, I guess new autistic characters in the Harry Potter show might be enough for it to be called woke, but it's hard to tell sometimes with those people. Honestly, we do it all the time up here in Canada. This is me learning that Derp Rex is also Canadian. I don't think I knew that before now. And also, yes, Canada. Canadians are known for, well, they say that they're always just saying sorry because you're so polite and nice up in Canada.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. And my mom's from the north, not from Canada, but just up north. So I guess, I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for being born.
Midwest.
Oh, oh yeah, don't you know it?
Yeah, the Midwest accent is very similar to the Canadian accent, I've noticed.
I just remember watching a TV show, and it was a reality TV show. I believe it was Below Deck, and there was someone from Canada, and she had an American accent, but then she's like blah blah blah. I'm so sorry, and I'm just and so I couldn't take her seriously after that. She's
Aw.
like, oh. She's like, oh, my boss is so, or like, she's like ranting about her boss, and her boss isn't that bad, but the employee was just being a diva for TV, allegedly. And she's just like, oh, she's just telling me this, that, and the other, and I'm just so sorry. I'm sorry.
Aw.
And I'm just like, oh, I can't take you seriously.
That lady is watching now, just bawling her eyes out, being like, oh no.
I was traumatized by being on Below Deck, and you're making light of it. Unforgettable Impression, My Last Chapter by Belle Watson. No relation to Emma Watson. Imagine, it's one of those days. Some days are bad, others are terrible, and others you can only describe as pooey. There is another word there, but I'm not going to say it. Yet others are even worse. Days that make you wonder what you did wrong to deserve such punishment. Days that you describe with the well-known meme, "The Lord is testing me." Today is one of the latter, in which you debate whether to jump off the highest...
Oh.
Oh.
It's okay. You don't have to debate doing that. I'm sure it's okay.
Let a plane run over you, or slowly knock your head into a wall, not very hard, just very gently, asking yourself why over and over again. The true question is, which one will give you at least a small sense of satisfaction? It began with your cell phones preemptively assuming it was time to change time zones again, hence you were an hour late for your flight. When you realized what had happened, the ensuing panic had you running faster than Harry Styles does upon hearing "free stupid tattoo."
This is gonna be a.
Is it
This
gonna
is
be
gonna be Harry Styles.
Of course you forgot watermelon sugar. Hi. Watermelon sugar. Oh god.
Hi.
Or I don't really like that song because when I had a job that where I'm not going to say where I work because they might sponsor me in the future and I don't want to make them angry. But I worked a job and that song played a lot in the morning when I would go to work, and so now every time I hear the song I think of the job and I'm just like, watermelon sugar, be quiet. I'm sorry, watermelon sugar, you don't deserve that. Of course, you've forgotten quite a few things that you only now remember on your way to the airport. Still, that can be fixed. You decide to focus instead on the trip. You're going to spend time with that online friend you met through Wattpad from Sheffield. Location.
Shut up.
Wattpad, the location for the last One Direction concert prior to their upcoming hiatus. When you jokingly suggested you should meet for the first time and then go to the concert together for moral support because there was no way you could survive the last concert alone, she said yes, and it suddenly became a reality. I wish I could meet an online person and then like travel to meet them. I
think we had that. Two people in chat were saying that they were going to meet each other in person because they were going to like the same conference, and I was like, oh my god!
Oh,
Congratulations, you guys!
and then they became best friends, and it's great, and it's a happily ever after. When I become a voice actor, I'm gonna try to put that voice into something.
Hi, Natty.
Hi, Natty. Welcome.
Also, Wattpad again. It will always come back to haunt us. We're finishing up the Imagines book, which is literally stuff ripped from Wattpad and put into a book. So yeah, they keep coming up.
Yeah, the last chapter was very meta, and this one.
Yes, I appreciate that person for that chapter. It was very meta. And for that, it might be one of my favorite stories.
A. Evansley.
Thank you, A. Evansley.
Thank
Contact
you.
me.
Contact Avery, please.
Look at all the dinos. Yes, Perry squished some of them, so we're kind of mad at her for that, but you know.
And I also have, and today we have a special guest stars, Cranes.
Clip it and send it to Natasha.
The crane. Let's say hello, Natasha. How are you? I don't know what accent this is.
Hi, Natasha. We love you.
You're the best, Natasha. You deserve the best. Get those tickets, for which you almost became a hacker to keep the website from crashing. Time went by until everything was covered, and the day to take your plane to meet her had arrived. Your day keeps going downhill with your flight, of course, delayed the nice amount of 2 hours. You started considering just jumping on the first plane to the UK you can find, even if it means hanging from the wing. Desperate times, desperate measures. Because you spent almost all your savings on the concert tickets, you couldn't get a direct flight. The delay of your first flight makes you late for your next one, which obviously makes you want to see heads roll. You might be a psychopath, but oh, come on, not all is bad, right? We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience we've caused you, miss. Please accept our apologies. A man in a suit and tie with a bright and perfectly practiced smile tells you just as you're about to cause a scene in front of everyone in the airport.
Don't do that. They can't help it.
Yeah. Your nostrils expand as you take a sharp breath, doing your uttermost best to control your inner Hulk. Don't worry, we will get you a new ticket for our soonest flight to the UK. When would that be, you ask? But the man just smiles, tense and a bit nervous. At least the company takes responsibility and gets you a new ticket 10 hours later, but still, you're going to get to the UK. And because karma is a total B word, you end up in executive class, which is really nice. First row. This is basically the only good thing for the Lord is testing me day. It's probably the stress of the day, or that you haven't eaten anything but a small order of fries. But when they give you your and you gobble it up, almost as soon as you finish, you start feeling unwell. It's like your guts are playing Twister, which is really bad timing. You're flying across the Atlantic, so it's not like you can shout to the pilot to stop because you need to use a proper rush.
Over, please.
Ma'am, this is an ocean. Well, you can land in the ocean. It'll only take a few minutes. Don't. But then your whole body tenses and
No one has named them, Natty. Feel free to name them.
Yes, please. I believe we're going through Avatar and Legend of Korra. Avatar: The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra character. And a little squeak escapes your lips as the ache gets stronger. Your body is getting hot, and it seems like your brain. I understand this pain. Just like your stomach tenses, and you're like, why does my stomach hurt so much?
I hate that, and like it's always the most inconvenient time. My brother always makes fun of me because he's like, I don't know why throwing up in public has become your thing, but I'm like, I don't know. Between the anxiety disorder and the fact that I'm easily sick, we're naming the first one Giovanni. I don't know whose name is Giovanni, but one of them is Giovanni.
Giovanni. Oh, from like the Pokemon character from Pokemon, the head of Team Rocket.
We were giving a character a bunch of middle names in Animorphs last night, and one of them we were calling a fictional character Giovanni.
Okay.
From last night's stream, yeah. So yeah, I have had multiple instances where strangers have seen me throw up in public. I don't like that is true, but it is true. Somebody one day is going to look at this channel and be like, "Is that chick I saw throw up outside of a Wendy's?"
Oh no.
I have so many stories. It's so awful. I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh no, it's okay. Which you can all hear about on the podcast.
Yeah.
Or what's the name of the podcast going to be again?
I think we're going to call it Pop Culture Peculiarities.
Oh, I like that.
It's going to be me telling you and sometimes other people like Natasha and people that we know from set stories of either behind the makings of movies or just weird things that happened in pop culture.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to hopefully get to record the first one of that tonight.
Yay.
Yay. And Spencer's going to produce it, so it's going to sound and look great.
Thank you, Spencer.
Thank you, Spencer. Ma'am, literally, this is a Wendy's. Yes.
I'm sorry. Oh, that was funny. I'm sorry.
That was funny.
Sorry. Now I'm just imagining someone clipping my laugh and just hearing the over and it's like, oh, this is what happiness feels like.
Aww.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Oh, it's oh dear God, this is bad. You think wanting to drop to your knees and scream along and thunderous no to the sky like in the soap operas. I'm just imagining her or Marcy looking out the window and going, no, as the camera like zooms out of the airplane and then cut to her landing and just being like disheveled and being like, oh.
Yeah.
I've seen too many. Anyway, that has to be gratifying, though a luxury you can't afford. You realize that resisting is just hopeless. Before standing up, you pull up your hoodie and let your hair fall free, hoping people won't notice your cramped expression or the humiliation coloring your cheeks. But the moment you get to the restroom for your section, you start to think maybe it just wasn't bad luck, but rather the food. A line of a line of another 5 people looks as pale as you. Were you not blushing? You look around trying to find another restroom as fast as
Oh,
possible.
great.
Once you spot one at the other side, you make your way over just to find 2 other people waiting. Wanting to cry for your bad luck, you head to the economy class restroom just to find even longer queues. Taking deep breaths, you go back to your seat and wait, keeping the controlled breathing, hoping it'll get better. You barely move, and the minutes seem to drag forever as people keep waiting for their turn and getting out with more relieved expressions. It totally was the food, you curse slowly just to yourself, grimacing in annoyance. You close your eyes and think of positive and nice things, so your head is filled with your favorite band and the knowledge you'll get to see them live soon. You'll be there for the goodbyes You'll be there for the goodbye as you'll be there for their comeback. Despite the pain, the smile is natural on your face as you get a bit nostalgic for all the time you've been their fan, supporting them, watching them grow as you do the same. You remember the days when Lewis was obsessed with stripes and Niall wore the red polo shirts on every concert of their first tour, and you chuckle at the memory. How you also got a varsity jacket because of Zayn. How could you forget the period when Liam only wore plaid pants and couldn't stop talking about Woody or Harry and his blazer? You were a fan when Harry didn't have a single tattoo. You remember the first time you saw the star on his arm and how rather quickly more and more were added after the quote until crap happens. You remember your favorite one, Niall, prior to braces, during braces, and after braces. You were part of the carrot obsession, and later we're calling the new fans carrots as a mean way of offending them for their ignorance. You were there when Zayn left the band with the confusion and heartbreak that it brought. You cried, wondered why, and even failed a test because your head was anywhere but school. Your mother scolded you severely, but you couldn't help it. For you, One Direction wasn't just a band you liked, they had always been so much more. You've been there from Up All Night and Made in the AM, and you'll be there when they come out with their 6th album. You heave a deep sigh and open your eyes.
Well, about that.
Yeah, they haven't gotten back together. Insert "We Are Never Getting Back Together" by Taylor Swift. They're all doing their own things. The question is, which one is the most famous? I think it's Harry, followed by Zayn. I can't remember any of the others.
Niall, Liam, Louis. Sorry, Louis. Sorry for forgetting you for a second, Louis.
But I think Harry and Zayn are the ones I've heard the most about.
Oh, Harry is absolutely the most famous right now. Yeah.
Oh, and he was in a movie with Florence Pugh.
Oh
Pugh?
yeah, Pew. And then there was a ton of drama around that. That's a whole different story.
Oh, a story for the podcast. Oh gosh, I feel like that's a. Oh wait, which movie was that from? A story for or wasn't that in like Lord of the Rings or something?
I haven't seen Lord of the Rings in a long time.
Oh gosh.
Natty says, thank you. My goal is to make y'all laugh sometimes. Natty, you're so funny. We love having you here.
Thank you all for being here. And thank you, Natty, for being here. I'm sorry I don't know you all as well as Avery does, but I appreciate you all and anyway, smiling to yourself, realizing that once again, One Direction has helped you through a tough time. In this case, food poisoning on a plane. As soon as you notice no one is in line for the restroom anymore, you push all thoughts to the farthest corner of your mind and just make a run for your life, aka to the toilet. Thank goodness it's unlocked, so you push through the door and enter as fast as you can, knowing that if you keep torturing yourself like this, you'll unalive pitifully on a plane before the concert. You manage to get such good seats, you can't unalive just yet. Things sometimes happen faster than you process them. That's how you sometimes end up in situations that are just too bizarre for an ordinary teenager. This is one of those. As you step inside the restroom, another person is just leaving. Yes, at the exact same time. Because your luck is rotten this day, and what else could happen to you, it gets worse. On your way, and you accidentally tackle the guy trying to exit, making him crash into the small and compact sinks as you reflexively close the door behind you too enthusiastically. To put it nicely, trapping you both inside. Oh God, you mumble, your brain working 1 second slower than the events unfolding before your eyes. The moment you look up to see the face of the person you've dragged into your misery, you go completely pale, all color draining, making you look like someone who doesn't have any or an unalive person as you stare at Gabe at the man before you. Oh dear God, no! But no plea to the heavens will change that you had you trapped Niall Horan in the bathroom.
Oh, it's a Niall Horn pick for
Ah.
Niall. Niall always got forgotten.
Oh, poor Niall. Is he the one who dyed his hair blonde and was like the only blonde one, or is that?
No, Niall is blonde, I'm pretty sure. As
Oh.
far as I know, Niall is just blonde. He's the Irish one. The one Irish guy that they had in the band.
Oh, okay. Or this just reminds me of the Paul on SNL Paul Rudd did a skit where his character really loved One Direction.
That's funny.
How can your luck be so rotten you meet him for the first time in a situation like this, with him staring at you with a panicked look, confused eyes, and lips tightly pressed together, and his hands on your shoulders trying to make room between you two. You're not just bumming into a celebrity, not just a celebrity you like. No, this is Niall frickin' Horan, your favorite from One Direction, your favorite band of all time. The odds aren't in your favor today, that's for sure. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought it was vacant and I was in a hurry. You're doing your best not to hyperventilate in front of him or burst out fangirling on his face. You cover your mouth with shaky hands because you just don't know what to do. You've read countless fan fictions, practically every completed one you could find that was actually readable, and many times you dreamed of meeting One Direction in a random and totally fateful encounter. This is the second meta commentary one. Readable. Are all these stories quote unquote readable?
I mean, we've read them, so.
Yeah.
Oh, Natty says the next one is called Turbo.
Oh.
You're not going Turbo, are you?
Wreck-It Wreck-It. Yeah. My first thought was the snail, voiced by Ryan Reynolds, but then I was like, Turbo. No way.
That was Ryan. I forgot that existed. I really did until you just said that, and I was like, oh, I remember.
I bet people out there are like, you thought of Turbo before Wreck-It Ralph? Wreck-It Ralph is a cool dude.
I need to do some more candy hair pieces so that I can do that cosplay, hopefully at con next year too. That one's a fun cosplay.
Who are you? I'm Turbo. And I'm gonna win this race.
The Vanellope cosplay, in case that wasn't apparent. Not Wreck-It. I don't cosplay Wreck-It Ralph. I'm not really built like that, but I do a great Vanellope.
Now you have to talk like her, and now that I am now that I am queen, I
executed.
Yes. No, I'm just kidding. You can stop crying.
I was in line to give blood when I was at con the last time I was there, and I was cosplaying as her. Which, in retrospect, giving blood and cosplaying at the same time, bad idea. Very bad idea, but you live and you learn. This girl who was probably like 11 or 12, she was like, you have a great costume, and I was like, thank you, because she loved Vanellope, and her mom was like, she loves Vanellope so much, and she's like, and then her friend looks at me and goes, you look just like her, but your voice isn't annoying enough to be her, or your voice isn't annoying like hers is, and I was like, oh, poor Vanellope. I like Vanellope's voice, but also what a sweet thing for a child to say.
Usually children can be mean. I don't mean, not all children, but usually they're pretty honest. Be like, what? That's dumb. And it's like, oh, well then. But that's nice that you got you got two separate compliments.
Oh, what I've learned is that Vanellope is a great study in like gender neutral characters. Not that like she's gender neutral as like that she's like gender non-binary as a character, but like she's a princess who's also a race car driver. So like little boys love Vanellope, little girls love Vanellope, adults love Vanellope. What I've learned is that she's just a very universally appealing character.
Because in fact, characters can be princesses and also like racing.
Yes, she's a great character is what I'm saying.
And then Ralph breaks the internet. I know it's that the phrases break the internet, but it's Ralph wrecks the
It
internet.
should have been Ralph Rex the internet.
I remember watching that and being like, oh, okay.
The one
Interesting.
after shall be Selena after Selena Quintinli. Wait, Quint- Quintanilla? Quintanilla? I'm probably saying that very wrong. I'm sorry.
I'm sure the second one was right. I don't know. For a second, I thought you were trying to say quinceanera.
No,
And I
not
was just like, oh,
quinceanera.
quinceanera. You imagine yourself making a great first impression and then falling in love and living your own story with one of them. Extra points if that one is Niall. Never, not even in your wildest daydreams, did you imagine something like this could happen. Not after spending 10 hours in the airport, waiting for your plane, wearing the most casual, that is comfortable clothes you could find for this long trip. Not with your hair looking like a bird's nest. Not when you're ill because the food they gave you was probably poisoned. Are you okay? Or are you okay? Yes, and you can't control the little squeak that escapes your lip when you hear that unmistakable accent directed at you. His big blue eyes watching you closely.
I do know Selena, the famous singer. I just can never say her name correctly, and I don't want to accidentally disrespect the memory of Selena because she was a queen.
Rest in peace, Selena. In all fairness, though, it might be because your guts are twisting even worse than before, probably due to the stressful situation. I'm perfectly fine, you lie as you feel your body betraying you with more cold sweat making your skin glow, and not in the good way, but more like the she is about to unalive and for your own sake you should stay away kind of look. Uh, Not to be rude, but you don't look quite well, love. He insists, looking a bit worried. Don't mind me, I'm just trying not to faint in front of you. Your voice wavers a bit at the end of the sentence as your guts twist ruthlessly, making you cross your legs and sweat even more. Big fan. You add in such a small voice that he can understand something is really wrong. I'm glad to hear that. Could I, leave you to your business? He suggests, blushing a little bit and trying to contain a nervous smile. You just feel humiliated. I thought we were having a nice chat. You close your eyes immediately, knowing you're just saying stupid things. Maybe you also have a fever. I'm sorry. Although you feel miserable, he is at least chuckling to himself. Sorry.
How dare you yawn? I would never.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
kidding.
It's nice, but it's kind of weird having it. There. Oh, it's nice, but it's kind of weird having it here. And there's something poking me from behind, and it kind of hurts. Not that you're not lovely, or I don't want to spend time with our fans, but I mean, you're the best fans on the planet. It's your turn to laugh at his consideration and words, but that would be a mistake. Laughing makes you lose control, and things that shouldn't happen in front of other people occur. You contort yourself in an almost unnatural pose, wrapping both arms around your stomach and practically losing your balance. Uh, I think you really need to be left alone, he says, doing his best to control his facial expressions. You're incapable of saying anything and do your best to move aside so he can leave. That was the first thing you should have done, but when you're feeling so poorly, it's to be expected your brain doesn't work properly. Since you had slammed the door closed, it's jammed. Oh. Since you had slammed the door closed, it's jammed. And you want to cry because you see him struggling to open it. And in that moment, your gut start to cry out to tell you they can't endure it anymore. And it's that kind of sound you make at the worst time. Like when you're in an exam and everyone is quiet, your stomach rumbles and they pretend they didn't hear it, but they do, just like Niall does now. It's evident by the way he tries harder to open the door, and when it finally works, he flies out, barely mumbling a goodbye, and finally you're left alone. This is the worst day of my life, you murmur to yourself. Even if I met Niall Horan, I just traumatized him.
I'm sure he is traumatized.
After some moments in miserable solitude, you go back to your seat feeling physically a lot better, though emotionally devastated. You make sure to hide for the rest of the flight, cursing your luck, even if
I'm so sorry.
at least it wasn't Giovanni or Turbo. Um, Even if you were blessed to be on the same plane as One Direction, you had to get food poisoning when you actually got the chance to meet one of the members. I take back what I thought before. Karma is a total B word. You whisper to yourself trying to fall asleep, and you curse your luck even more because you're in the air and can't text your friend who's always been there every time you needed her, just one text message away. You're all alone with your humiliation now. When you land in London, there's no sign of the biggest boy band in the world, but your friend is waiting for you, with a sign especially made for you. The encounter is emotional and loving. You two hug tightly, happy to finally meet in person after years of online friendship, countless Skype calls, and endless text chats. You are closer to her than anyone in your school or neighborhood. No one understands you better than her, and just being with her makes you feel better after the ordeal. I know. Earlier, someone said more gay. We'll make this gay. I'm just kidding. I don't want to force characters into relationships that aren't already in relationships because that's rude. Anyway, when you tell her what happened on the plane and how you met an emotionally scarred Niall Horan, she laughs at your rotten luck and improbability of the meeting. Focus on the bright side. Meeting Niall whilst humiliating yourself is quite better than not meeting him at all. You just whine. Not able to see it. Not able to see it like that just yet. However, a few days later, when things start going better and the concert approaches, bright side of actually agree with. By the time it's finally the day of the concert, you have totally put that experience and the whole fiasco of that day behind and are ready to enjoy the last concert and then cry your eyes out. At Motor Point Arena, you and another almost 14,000 people wait for One Direction to take the stage. The moment the lights dim, you scream along with everyone else, then scream even louder when the first chord sounds and they show up. You sing your lungs out, not believing you're so close to them. You dance and cry out of sheer excitement, proud of your One Direction t-shirt and so glad your friend is there, holding your hand and reminding you this band is what brought so many blessings to your life. The first songs fly by and your levels of adrenaline and excitement are so high it's as if you've drunk 10 energy drinks and 20 cups of coffee. But then it's the moment for the band to make official introductions and talk to the audience, and you can't help yourself. You're shaking like a little chihuahua. At some point, you swear Harry makes eye contact with you, but so does your friend, and probably so does all the girls around you. It doesn't matter. It feels like he did and waved at you. When you see Niall passing by, though, you feel a bit of the shame coming back, though not enough to ruin the moment. That is, until he sees you. Yes, out of all the other people in the VIP section, he spots you. True, you're quite close, just 2 seats from the stage, but still, he spots you. Oops, sorry. I hit the mic. I'm so sorry.
How dare you? I
I'm
hit the
so,
mic like 45,000 times last night.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm practicing my voice acting. And you know that because he points at you with wide eyes, that only mean he's that only mean he's recognized someone in the audience right before he bursts out laughing, confusing his bandmates and everyone in the audience. It's that rich and lovable laughter that every fan can immediately recognize. And on this occasion, you are the catalyst of that reaction. He walks a bit closer to the edge, making fans scream and try to reach him. But you stay where you are, frozen as you feel his eyes on you. Your friend squeezes your hand tightly as you crush hers. You're the Lou girl. I need to get to my Irish accent. You're the Lou girl.
Thank you for reminding me.
What?
Just like, thank you, Niall, for reminding me. I'm so glad you're here.
He says into the microphone for everyone to hear. On the plane. Or, sorry, I'm trying to get to my Irish accent. You're the Lou girl on the plane. He laughs again. There's all this confirmation. That's all the confirmation you need. He really is talking to you in front of everyone. Did you feel better after that? He asks, wanting to cry and hoping the earth will open and swallow you whole. You just nod and give him a thumbs up. You know more fans are watching you, wondering what happened and how you met Niall Horan. Good. You looked quite desperate. He smiles fondly, still amused at the situation. That's quite the story I got. Make sure to tell it to your grandchildren. You just make a silent sobbing gesture because you can't even cry for real. You just know your face is brighter than any sign in the arena. Enjoy the concert and don't get sick again. Giving you one last bright and wide smile, he turns to whisper something in Lewis's ear just to make him widen his eyes and laugh out loud with him. If you don't love their laughter so much, especially Niall's, which no matter what always makes you laugh too, you'd be crying on the floor. For now, you just hide your face behind your hands, not believing he recognized you in the crowd and that he told the others what happened on the plane. This next song is dedicated to all our incredible fans. You're absolutely amazing. Niall says louder, speaking to the whole crowd, especially to a fan I met on a plane. Life never ceases to amaze us, right? When you think you've seen it all, it surprises you again. He then turns in your direction for one of his signature winks that always gives you cardiac arrest. This is no control. The music starts and the crowd goes wild, completely forgetting what happened. Still, your friend screams in your ear to say, I can't believe Niall Horan recognized you in the crowd. You are so lucky. You laughed at that. What else could you do? Luck or bad luck, you can't really tell. Karma's a B word, but it also gives you good things to balance it all. As your friend says, you just have to look at the bright side. Niall Horan just dedicated a song to you during the band's last concert before their hiatus. And who knows, maybe Niall will still remember you and spot you in the crowd next time. A fangirl can always hope, right? At least dreams are for free and you can afford them. Not like concert tickets. On the bride's side, you have a year to save money for or on the bride's side, you have a year to save money for said concerts. The end of that story.
Again, I really hate to be the one to break it to this person, but they're not going to get back together. I'm so sorry to tell you.
We're really sorry to tell you this, Lassie, but
They're-
they're not getting back together.
They're just that's oh God. It's just making the worst sound when I have to move the microphone.
One Direction is never, ever, ever getting back together.
1, 2, 3. All right, I can hear myself now. It just feels, I don't know. I feel like I messed something up. All right. Last one, guys.
Last chapter, everyone. I'm going to speak with an Irish accent because I'm so good at it.
And
At least
that
I
is
like to
why
think.
we write fan fiction with fictional people, right? Yeah.
Last.
Because it's the one thing you can't replace. Yes. I'm not exactly sure what reminded you of that, but that, yes, I love that.
Last chapter of this whole entire thing.
Who do we think it's going to be about?
What's the chapter title?
Let the Heart Lead the Way by Donacia Bates.
Oh, my first thought is the heart wants what it wants, but that's Selena Gomez, and I don't want to torture her any more than she already has with this book.
Poor thing.
Demi Lovato and Selena Gomez just got the short end of the stick with this.
And truly, it was terrible. It's going to be One Direction. Interesting. I mean, we haven't had a Harry Styles yet. I'm surprised that there is no Harry Styles.
Oh gosh, we get a Niall Horan and Harry Styles back to back. Maybe Anna Todd's like, save the best for last. Or I should have said that with an Irish accent. I forgot what I said.
It's okay. Imagine. How dare you not do an Irish accent?
I'm sorry.
Natty had also said about you yawning, how dare you do a thing that you can't control? No, the Backstreet Boys.
Oh gosh. Backstreet's
Hello
back.
again, Sailor Moon Supremacy. Can't hear it. My phone broke today, so I will be in chat, but can't hear. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
I wish I could enable subtitles, but they don't let us do subtitles on live streams, and I feel like that's really annoying.
Can't they have someone transcribe what we're saying immediately after we say it?
You would hope. You would think, but alas. Imagine. It was a spring evening in California. Stepping out of the hot, soothing shower, you reminisced on a special night 2 years ago. Being 24, you had been an anxious, excited mess. As you smiled, the heart-racing experience, a simple chuckle left your mouth. 2 years ago tonight, you'd been sitting on the edge of your bed, looking ahead to the next day, your wedding day. You were young, but so in love. You were so naive, but so sure of your choice. You were so scared, but it felt secure with the man you today called your husband. Denied. Your reflection now in the foggy mirror. You drew your husband's name. Oh, God.
Justin Timberlake. Oh no.
Justin. We are Hailey Bieber now.
Oh my gosh. 40 pages of Hailey Bieber. No offense to Hailey Bieber, it's just that Justin Bieber, we're just like, why?
Sorry. Justin. With a heart to dot the I. Wanting to ditch the cold draft, you dried off and began to get dressed. As you pulled one of his shirts down your frame, you thought about your anniversary tomorrow. Coming out of the bathroom, you found Justin writing in a notebook. He had steadied in his lap as he rested in bed. Maybe he was writing a song. Realizing your presence, he quickly closed his notebook and slid it off to the side. Hearing the notebook hit the floor, you raised an eyebrow. He didn't realize you could see that? Hey, babe, he greeted you with a warm smile. As he readjusted in bed, his hair came down into his face. You love it when he wears his hair down. It's relaxed and effortless. It's sexy to you. But back to you. Let me try that again. But back to his poor attempt at secrecy. You smirked at his failed discretion. What you doing over there, Bieber? Your fuzzy slippers glided. This is gonna be rough. Glided over the plush white carpet. Justin smiled at your awkward movements and defended his actions. I'm not doing anything. I'm just chilling, waiting for you to get out of the shower. If he wasn't going to bring up the notebook, then you weren't either. He didn't want you to know, and you were patient enough to find out later. You jumped into bed, leaving your slippers on. What? I'm sorry. I don't know why this is the thing that's catching me up, but leaving the slippers on as you get into bed is just one small step down from wearing your shoes in bed. Anyway, this seems to be doing better for them. Sorry, I'm just still trying to figure out the microphones. Forget me.
It's okay. Everything's fine.
It's fine.
You don't have to apologize.
Leaving on your slippers and planting your bum on your heels. So, about tomorrow, you tilted your head. Justin narrowed his eyes, bringing a closed fist to his chin. What's tomorrow? May 14th. There's nothing too special about the day. Then he laughed as your jaw dropped. Picking up two of the many down pillows, you tossed them at him, punishing him for his lies. Don't do that. You jumped on top of him, making him tumble over with his laughs. Tomorrow's our 2-year anniversary. You know that. I completely forgot, he proclaimed, his voice muffled under the pillow. He didn't even try to fight you off. Removing a pillow, you found his face. Are you going to keep playing these games? He shifted under your weight. Are you going to keep wearing my shirts? I always wear them. They're pretty much mine. Plus, you love when I wear your clothes. I was in such a rush yesterday that I picked one off the floor and was stuck smelling like your perfume all day. He pinched your thigh, making you jump. I don't like this. Justin, oh, not Justin. God, please, no. Chat's like, oh God, oh no, Jesus.
Yep. Sorry, chat. Sorry, not sorry.
That wrote blurred lines. Justin Bieber didn't write blurred lines, did he? I don't think he did.
I hope he didn't.
Now
I have that song stuck
This
in
is
my
the
head.
last story, Sailor Moon. Yes. That's worse than Care Bears. Okay, never mind, Derpreg says. I don't think he did. I could be wrong. Somebody Google it.
Did Justin Bieber write blurred lines?
God. What a terrible song. Stop, you swatted his hand. What was it doing on the floor anyways? You looked around the clean room. You didn't just throw clothes around, and you damn sure didn't let him get away with it. He gave you a cheeky expression. What did you do to be rewarded with this cuteness? What? You asked, pouting with confusion. So you don't remember? What was he talking about? You thought about it, but nothing came to mind. Like I didn't take it off you and throw it. Oh, you quickly covered his mouth as if someone might hear. Yes, about that. You giggled, taking away your hand to tuck your blinding hair. You tuck your blinding hair behind your ear, swiping away his hair. You wanted to see his sculpted face. You're just going to forget about me like that? Must I remind you how it went? Oh no, no, don't do that. He quickly sat up, flipping you over. A squeal lifted you up. It lifted A squeal might have slipped from you. Grabbing the shirt by the collar, he lifted you up and sealed your lips with his. Let me remind you, he took the shirt off of you and tossed it onto the floor. You loved it when he took charge. I hate this. 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 I hate this so much. I hate this.
Do you want to swap?
No, it's fine.
Or like the only thing I can find, or Justin Bieber's sorry lawsuit could be the biggest music copyright case since Blurred Lines.
Ah.
And the lyrics, Robin Thicke said the song is about his former wife. It was ripped off by Got to Give You Up or something.
We are not streaming tonight. We're streaming now, and then once we're done with this, we're going to eat and hopefully go record a podcast episode.
Yay.
So there's that. I don't like that our character said, "Come here, boy." You enticed him with a kiss. I hate all of that. I hate every bit of that.
Why?
Right? They really said, "You're so close but so far from being done with us." Bright sunlight woke you up the next morning. Why must the rays always be so rude as to be in your face? Why are the blinds even open? You sighed, wanting to go back to sleep. Then you remembered it was your anniversary, but you didn't turn over to Justin's side. You're not mad at him, but you were a bit underwhelmed by his reaction to your anniversary last night. And what was with the notebook? Turning over, you're all set to push him out of bed, but then you realize he's not there. Where is he? Instead of him, you discovered a heart-shaped note on his pillow. Justin, you called, only to receive silence in return. You picked up the red heart and read, "Good morning, baby. Can you believe we've been married for 2 years already? I feel insanely lucky waking up beside you every day. To know you chose me daily is the best gift. I thank God every day that he led me to you. Now it's your turn to use your memory and imagination to lead you to me." You flipped the heart over and it continued. Your first clue. After a long night, we both need one of these. I'm sorry that you were coughing and I was distracted.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm sorry.
I'm just over here horrified. What the fuck? Natty says. I don't know.
Well, luckily I can distract myself from the story that's going on.
No, it's not that it's not okay, because Derp says it's consensual, so it's okay. It's not that it's not okay. I just am uncomfortable at the thought of me personally being married to Justin Bieber. I don't like this thought. I don't even like the thought of Marcy being married to Justin Bieber. Nothing personal, but you know. How dare you eat the candy that I put out for us to be able to eat?
Sorry.
Kidding, you can eat all the candy.
Yay.
I don't have any chocolate in here right now. I need a Tookie repellent.
Oh no. Oh no, have you put your chocolate out? No, I forgot. Oh no. And then you just
like around the door frame like vampires with garlic. It's like, no, and then like Tookie just shows up with her 2 colored eyes.
Oh no,
looking through your window.
I heard there's no chocolate here. Can I come in? No, Tookie, you're not allowed.
Yeah, Natty, it's just cringy.
Anyway, sorry.
Oh, you're a clever boy. He'd been arranging a scavenger hunt in that notebook. You were sure of it. This should be interesting. The answer to the first clue is a shower, you said, and scurried to the edge of your bed, knowing your limbs and muscles were sore from last night. I don't need to know that. You took your time to rinse your feet, yawning. Really, again with feet. We keep coming back to feet, guys. Yawning in the morning sun, you got out of bed and danced into the bathroom. On the shower floor, you spotted a yellow heart. Sliding the glass doors, you felt like a giddy kid picking up your next clue. You think you're good at this, don't you? Get washed up, baby. You have a long day ahead of you. Your second clue, Gabe's face.
Oh she just showered last night. Why you don't need a shower?
Because they did other things last night. See, what makes me uncomfortable is not even really my own personal feelings about Bieber. It's just that it's a real person, and that makes me uncomfortable. You know? That's what I find strange. Your second clue. I love each time our lips meet. Your lips are oh so sweet, like your favorite treats. Following your shower, you got dressed and headed to the kitchen. As you predicted, the next heart was sitting beside a large candy dish filled with Hershey's Kisses. Fools, don't you know Kit Kats are my favorite candy? And Sour Patch Kid. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, those are my favorite candies, but how dare you not know every single reader's favorite candy? How yummy. Was the song Yummy out by this time? Because if so,
Cringe.
You weren't too much of a rush to redeem the clue. You were loving the mystery your husband was spinning. When your stomach started growling, you realized you should probably stop with the chocolate and eat something real instead. You prepared some cereal and then reached your lilac for the lilac heart. Your third clue. You have the key to my heart. You will find your keys at the keys. Bouncing your eyes behind you, you stretched your neck to look at your family into the family room. You read the clue over. You will find your keys at the keys. The piano. You stacked all your hearts and picked up your cereal bowl, smiling at his cleverness. He's good at this. Feeling the soft tickles on your ankles, you looked down to see your kitten Snow. Daddy's sending me on a scavenger hunt, you told her. She looked up to you, meowing. You reached down to pet her. I see he fed you before he ditched me. She purred against your touch. Come on, let's get to the next clue. At the discovery of the blue heart lying on the white Suzuki grand piano, you pumped your fist in the air. Snow leapt onto the cushioned bench as you read. Did you think you were going to stay in the house all day? Not today, baby. It's time for you to put in some work. Your fourth clue. You get... Sorry. So stupid. You get my engine going.
Oh my god.
The dimples in your cheeks drive me crazy. Winky face. That's pretty easy. To the garage you ventured, opening the door. I hope my parents don't tune in during this particular story. You were immediately greeted with various cars. Oh boy, you hoped he didn't stow the clue in one of their glove compartments. You didn't want to be diving in and out of cars. For the next heart, you strolled around the cars, hoping it was in the open on a front seat or something. After a minute of searching, you picked up the pace, growing more anxious to find it. Where was it? Aw, your hand slapped over your chest. Finally, you saw a heart on one of the car's hoods. It was a matte black G-Wagon, emblazoned with a huge pink bow. He got her a car.
Oh.
Cruising over to it, you could say there was pep in your step. Did he seriously? You nearly squealed as you carefully removed the bow. An orange heart fell to the ground. Retrieving it, you flipped it over to read. I saw how your eyes lit up when you saw this ride a couple weeks ago. Now let's travel back in time and relive some of the most memorable milestones of our relationship. I hope your memory is as good as mine. Give me a call for your fifth clue. I want to hear your voice. Winky face. They all end with winky face. I don't know. This Justin variant is very big on the winky face. He's something else. To get your clue, you patted your pockets for your phone, dialed his number, and tucked the phone between your ear and shoulder. Playing with your keys as the phone rang, you realized there was an extra one. Hell yeah, you said, and stuck the lock in a new car and opened the door. You miss me? Justin toyed over the phone. You climbed in the car. You're a little trickster, huh? Finding the garage opener on the visor, you clicked it and watched the door open behind you. You're a smart one, huh? You smiled. I've been told. This is fun, babe. Do you like your new car? I love it, but I miss you. Please don't tell me. I have 1,000,000 more hearts to find in order to get to you. You have 1,000,001 left. It may take forever and a day. Justin Bieber, you whined. You said you were having fun. You gave one small kick of a tantrum to his playful ways. I am. Give me my fifth clue so I can see you. You started the car. Oh, that was a nice sound. Can you see me? He asked, making you sigh. Why is he playing so many games? You know he's nowhere near you. Did he want to look around like an idiot? You peered over your shoulder, looking out the rear window like an idiot. I don't know where you are, but I know you're nowhere near home. Your next clue can be found where we first laid eyes on each other. Justin, you were met with the click of his phone hanging up. This guy was going to drive you insane. Did he just hang up on you? You couldn't help but laugh at his rudeness. As you drove, you floated in. Sorry, I'm just continuing on because I'm just. This particular story is reminding me of how much I'm ready to be done with this book.
We're almost there. Only like 30 something more pages.
As you drove, you floated into a daydream. It had been chilly winter night in Southern California. You'd returned home from college just a couple days before for the holiday season. Vacation had taken a huge weight off your shoulders. No more staying up all night to study, drooling over your desk in the morning, and stressing the long, life-determining finals. Your mom and dad welcomed you home with open arms at the airport. You'd only been away from home for a few short months and had chatted with them over FaceTime. But this was the longest you'd gone without holding them. Nothing beats the loving acceptance of your family. Sure enough, your parents had immediately begun asking you about your flight, school, and your friends, standard, but you were blindsided with the next question. How's your boyfriend? Your father asked, sitting in the back seat in his car. Your eyes widened at the question. What was he talking about? Who was spreading lies about you? I don't have a boyfriend, Dad. You stuffed your iPod into your teal backpack. Remember iPods?
I had an iPod Nano and it was silver.
I had an iPod Touch. Yeah, an iPod Touch. You told me she had a boyfriend, he said to your mom. I told you that I didn't know if she had a boyfriend, you said. I'm sure she does, she said defensively. You sat back in your seat, shaking your head. Why were they talking about your non-existent love life? Don't they have anything better to do? It was first year of college. You were trying to adapt to being away from home. You were trying to get used to the heavy study hours, not to mention your job. It had been tough for you to squeeze in time with your friends. You couldn't have balanced a relationship at that point, even though the cute guys roamed all over campus. It was easy to get distracted, but you couldn't afford it. Your friends were different, but you're not going to say names. Dear parents, overthinking and jumping to conclusions will get you in trouble. Sincerely, your children. The next day, you just wanted to relax, but your mom had other plans for you. Mom, are you sure you want to go to this Christmas party? You asked as you zipped up your sequined champagne cami dress. You look beautiful, sweetheart, your mom said from the other side of the bathroom door, even though she couldn't see you. You were trying to hurry and finish so you could see what she was rocking for the event. And yes, I want you to go with me because your father had to work tonight. I didn't want to go sorry, to Patty's party all by myself. My friend Patty, you're always away. My friend Patty, you're always away. It's good to have you home for Christmas break. I miss having you around, but I'm very proud of you. Her saying that made all your hard work feel worth it. College is kicking my tail. It's so good to be home. You secured your chandelier diamond earrings. Let's hope you're not looking too glam. You don't do this every day. Pulling small curly strands out of your curled ponytail, you framed your face and then opened the door, asking your mother, this isn't too much, right? It's the holidays. It's okay to be extra. What a backhanded compliment. She was wearing a nice flowing red gown. It wasn't too over the top, but it was a comfortable silky material that you could play up with jewelry to make look glamorous. Peeking out of the bottom were diamond-studded heels. Look at this gorgeous woman, my mom, you thought. You look gorgeous, Mom. You adored her. Where did you think you got your looks from? She struck a model pose for you. Of all times not to have your phone. I know, you smiled, trying to complete your finishing touches. Finally, you reached for your clutch. Are you ready? She fixed... Oh my god. Sorry.
Don't apologize. It's fine.
This is so interesting. I'm so interested by this story. She fixed the gold watch clinging to her wrist. Ready when you are. She stepped out, you followed her, flicking the bathroom light off, inspecting your bare feet. You just knew she was going to dress going to dress them in something troubling. I'm going to wear flats. No heels, she firmly suggested. What, Mom? Wait, I'm so confused. Hang on. No, heels, she firmly suggested. What? Mom? You may see someone there. I may have someone I want you to meet. She winked, and you stood back confused. What did your mom have up her tailored sleeves? There's plenty of heels in my closet. Choose whichever you like, she directed. Are you saying, Mom, that I'm not attractive unless I'm wearing heels? That's very non progressive of you, Mom.
Yeah.
Thank you. I try.
You succeed. I like the tone you have when you say this because it was kind of cringe.
Thank you. Choose whatever you like, she directed. Wait, a huff, you frown. Wait, with a huff, you frowned at her. Go, she clapped her hands. I don't want to show up too late. No, California cannot boast Christmases with blankets of snow, but don't underestimate our ability to celebrate the Christmas spirit, particularly with its love of Christmas music. Who needs snow anyway, you figure? When you and your mom arrived at the party, you were blown away by the house's decorations. You were certain that no children lived in the home, given there weren't any inflatable Santas, reindeer on Christmas trees, and the embellishments outside the home were more elegant. Good lights spiraled up the columns. Two huge green wreaths decked the double wooden doors, and hanging in the middle of them were golden bows. You admired the neighborhood as you closed your car door and waited for your mom to come around. As she lifted the gown over the curb, she went over to you and took and you went over to her and took her arm, assuring her safety. Strutting up the pathway, you followed an older, slower couple ahead of you. Once you were inside the home, a giant pine Christmas tree was the first accessory to abduct your attention. The many lights and various size ornaments. It's just killing me, literally. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
The many lights and various sized ornaments had a cozy vibe. One ornament in particular stood out to you, an impish elf in a green outfit. It looked family made. It was no wonder the elf was near the top. You knew the piece meant the most to the family. You smiled at the gem. A properly dressed man came to your assistance. May I take your jackets? Yes, thank you. You shrugged out of yours and handed it to him with a thankful smile. It would make no sense to cover your eye-catching dress. On cue, eyes began to bounce your way, clearing your throat for comfort. You turned to your mom, avoiding the stairs. To one side, a fireplace blazed behind a gorgeous black screen. The overall lighting in the room wasn't bright. Which you loved and felt comfortable and relaxing. I don't care for the way the sentences are structured, but that might just be me. The smell of gingerbread and cinnamon could have swept you off your feet. You couldn't wait to meet the owner of the home. The household made you want to throw a holiday party of your own someday. When the hostess came over, your mother introduced you. You complimented her on her house and thanked her for inviting you. Patty was so sweet. Her conversation was down to earth and humble. She had one of the waitresses get you both sparkling drinks. As your mother and she were talking, you glanced around the party, exchanging pleasant smiles with others as your eyes met theirs. Then your eyes landed on this cute, light brown-haired guy. From where you would say his eyes were brown or brownish hazel. Either way, they were pretty and sparkled, and something about him looked familiar. Thrillingly, he watched you the way you were watching him and cracked a little smile. You got shy, but smiled back at him. I'd love for you to meet my son, Justin, Patty said, leaning close to you. He's your age. You broke your stare from the guy and gave your attention to her. Oh, sure, I'd love to. Okay, let me find him. Her eyes started scanning the room. You did the same, as if you knew what her son looked like, and as you did, she said her son was Justin, and Justin Bieber is pretty recognizable, so she didn't put... It's fine. This is fine.
In this universe, he's able to or every time he's in his parents' house, he's unrecognizable. Or maybe it was after he got rid of his signature haircut, so people are like, who's that? That's Justin.
And as you did so, you noticed that the cute brown-haired guy was talking with someone. Justin, your host called, and suddenly He looked up. You looked at Patty and then at him. Oh, God. She waved him over. Come here. As he began walking over, you realized, holy shit, is that Justin Bieber? You whipped your head over to your mom, who was cheesing too hard. When Justin Bieber came over, you tried your hardest to play it cool, but he was more handsome in person than you could have imagined. His mom introduced him to you. Your mom introduced you to him. When he flashed his pearly whites, you melted into your heels. Your mom was still speaking, but you nearly lost your mind when he bit his bottom lip. He held out, oh God, the e-boy lip bite. No,
I'm
no.
or I think it was there's a or that just reminds me of in Twilight people made fun of Bella for biting her lip, and that just reminds me of Vampires Suck, where the character like puts like her entire bottom lip in. I think that's what happens there, but that's all I'm imagining. Just instead of the like
Natty says, I have a singular dimple, so rude. I do too. Represent.
gotta get them dimples.
Where was I? You lost your mind. He held out his hand to you. I'm Justin. It's a pleasure to meet you. You extended yours for his. His touch was so delicate, but a swirling charge went up your arm. Go ahead, call yourself corny, but you felt something. Oh, geez, you forgot your name when he brought your hand to his lips and kissed it. All you could think was, thank you, Mom, for inviting me. Whenever you come to your mother-in-law's home, you revert back to the wondrous night. The night that changed your life forever. Parking your car in the driveway, you got out and jogged up the front steps. After ringing the doorbell, you waited for the double wooden doors to part. When they did, Patty was standing there with your next heart dancing back and forth. You laughed and opened your arms for her. Hey, Mom. Hey, sweetheart. Happy anniversary. Can you believe it's been 2 years? Your eyes widened in shock. It's so hard to believe. You adored the gold heart with white writing. Did Justin do this on purpose? The heart symbolized Christmas for you. His subtle touches were beautiful. She handed you the heart. I do have a gift for you and Justin, but I know you want to get back to this hunt. Thanks, Mom. Love you. I'll see you soon. You gave her another hug and kiss on the cheek before sprinting to your car. What's next? You sat in your motionless car to read. One of the best nights of my life. What if your dad didn't have to work that night? What if your mom never invited you to come to my mom's party? Would we be where we are today? I wish I wasn't here reading this right now. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to be bitchy. I just
35 more pages of this.
Your sixth clue. We needed this in order to dodge the paparazzi for the first time. You can find it in your mother's kitchen. It had been some more flashbacks. I need to Hey, ever guess what? Oh no, what? Raining over here in Jersey, so I put on my long sleeve model and Survivorland t-shirt for cover. I'm so glad. I hope you like it. I love my Model and Survivor t-shirt. I think it
I'm gonna get the Tyra Y shirt once I get enough money on PayPal after taking some surveys.
I can just get you a shirt.
It's fine. I'll buy my own. I'm also trying to use this to subtly, like, maybe I can slip in a referral code at some point for swag bucks. Sponsor us, swag bucks, please.
It had been a cool morning in Southern California. New Year's was the week before, and one of your resolutions was to branch out that year. You wanted to do new things, to travel to new places, and meet awesome new people. Fumbling around in bed until you found your phone, you pulled it to you and turned on your back. Nowadays, who didn't check her device like it was the morning paper? After the tears from your morning yawn cleared, you began to scroll. You had some text from friends in town, but one stood out. It was from Justin. Yes, you'd met a few weeks ago and had taken the initiative to give him your number at the same night. Bold of you, to say the least. That was one way to boost your confidence. Opening the text, you read, I was wondering if you want to hang out today. We can grab something to eat if you like. Maybe coffee. That's if you like coffee. LOL. I just want to hang out with you. What a great way to wake up. Texting him back, you sent him. Justin Bieber has no game. If you want to hang out, you can. But if you don't like coffee, that's okay. Like, why did they do Justin Bieber like that? They're like, but if you don't like coffee, that's okay. We can just do whatever.
Maybe because he's quirky, Justin.
He's quirky, relatable Justin Bieber. What a great way to wake up. Texting him back, you sent him your address and said you'd be ready in 45 minutes. Rolling out of bed, you tried to grasp something to hold onto but failed dearly. The floor became your resting place, and surely that was a shoulder sprain you were feeling. Oh no. Are you okay in there? Your father's voice boomed up from below. I'm fine, you shouted, pushing up off the carpeted floor. You'd almost broken your face over this fool. Going into your closet, you paced back and forth, trying to figure out what you wanted to wear, not wanting to put up too much effort into your look. You grabbed an oversized gray knitted sweater and black distressed jeans. Searching for your black beanie, you left the closet, first tossing your clothes and then on the bed, and then cruising to your black dresser. Finding the beanie, you tossed that with the rest of your outfit. On your dresser was an assortment of rings and necklaces. You chose a dainty gold heart necklace and some diamond studs. After gathering fresh underwear and switching on your radio, you wandered into your bathroom for a muscle-soothing shower. All of this feels like paragraphs of information I didn't need. Sorry.
They must have read Model Land before.
Afterward, you got dressed, and having 20 minutes to spare, you put on a little makeup, leaving 5 minutes for your hair. You tied it in a high ponytail. Then you divided it in two and pulled it to tighten the hold, freeing strands to frame your face. You felt good about your look. You decided to grab a pair of black boots with cute heels. Mom would be pleased. There was a knock at the front door, and almost immediately, as if he had been lying in wait, your mom declared, "Honey, Justin is here." But we just texted him back. Was he hiding in the bushes outside?
He was very bored, so he just kind of waited in his car.
Your eyes shot up to your reflection in the bathroom mirror. I didn't know guys came to the door anymore. You peeked at your phone again before grabbing it. That's so depressing. We've never had a guy come pick us up for anything.
Oh, the standards are just so low. He came to the front door. I love them. They're my favorite.
He rang the doorbell instead of honking the horn? Wow.
But I am the type of person who, if I were to go to a friend's house, that I'm like, I'm here because I don't know if I'm like at the right house or something. So I'm like, is this the right house? I don't want to go to a stranger's house.
And then you've just been here so much that you're like, yep, this is the place.
Yep, I'm just like, here we are.
Your eyes shut. You peeked at your phone again before grabbing it. Okay, here I come, you yelled. Going into your bedroom, you grabbed your house keys and wallet, not feeling like messing with a purse. Going down the stairs, you saw that your dad had his arms crossed as he spoke to Justin like he was blocking his way. What is this man doing? Good morning, you greeted everyone. Hey, your dad's stern face disappeared. At your presence, he even uncrossed his arms and displayed a chipper smile. He wasn't fooling you. Justin watched you step into the living room. Hey, I was just talking to the boy, your dad said. You looked at Justin, who was wearing a black sweater with black distressed jeans and a gray beanie. The coincidence was unreal. Because we're wearing green, or we're wearing gray and a black beanie. He's wearing black and a gray beanie.
How cute.
We're matching. You pointed between your outfits. You're copying me, you accused, jokingly crossing his arms. He accused, jokingly crossing his arms. You rolled your eyes and looked at your mom. We're just going to get breakfast, you said, and headed for the door. Don't be driving reckless, your dad warned Justin. I know about your speeding tickets. I mean, he did do a lot of drag racing related things and did get arrested for it, so.
That is true. So, you know, it might be one of those, dad's so overbearing, but it's like, no. It's before.
You turned and gave your dad a look. Dad, no worries, she'll be fine, Justin assured as he came to the door. Holding it open, he waited for you to walk out first. As he closed the door behind him, he said, your dad is protective, and smiled as he walked to the driver's side of his car. What did he say to you? You heard Justin unlock the doors, cueing you to get in. To keep my hands to myself, he ducked into the ride, biting the inside of his cheek. You got in too, but you looked out your window, avoiding his knowing eyes. Embarrassing, you mumbled. You came downstairs quick enough to save me. I think he was going to give me the talk. Kill me now. You looked over to Justin. Same. I'm just kidding. Just over to Justin as he started the car. I wasn't expecting you to actually knock on the door. Where did you learn that? You joked, causing him to look over at you with a smile. His smile is really adorable, you must say. I wanted to show some manners. Is that cool with you? He turned to you, watching you, which made you nervous. Then he looked down. What? You looked down as well. Your seatbelt. Oh, you reached to your right and pulled it across your torso to click it. There we go. I don't need your dad hunting me down because you don't want to wear it. He gave you a silly look, earning a smile from you. Wear your seatbelts. Looking back to your house, you noticed a blind. This is your big sister lecture. Wear your damn seatbelt. Looking back to your house, you noticed a blind from the window was bent. Your dad spying on you. Suddenly, another bent. Now mom watching. Ugh, go away. What did you want for breakfast? Justin asked. Something sweet. You can't eat yourself.
Oh dear. I just
Sailor Moon is free in Japanese on YouTube? What?
Nani?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Seeing Mario tomorrow. Hope you like it when you do get to see it. Cringe. So cringe.
Not Mario, what Avery just.
Yeah, what I read. Not, yeah. Okay, how about Starbucks? We can't do Starbucks. Do you drink coffee or something? Yes, and I like their muffin. We can do Starbucks. Do you drink coffee or something? Yes, and I like their muffins. You cross your legs. What do you want? Dunkin' Donuts coffee is better, and you can get donuts. And I don't care what anybody says, Dunkin' Donuts. Donuts are good.
Please sponsor us.
Please sponsor us, Dunkin' Donuts. I will literally do anything. I'll take
Eat
you
their food on stream. Oh, sorry.
I'll take you to get your coffee and muffins, then I'm taking you to a real restaurant. He adjusted his seat, relaxing into it. Okay, you checked out his music player. I want to know what music you blast in your car. You like bass? You like jazz? I live for it. He pointed. Plug in your phone. Let's see what you listen to. I'm the best DJ in LA. You prepared to give him a taste of your style. I'll be the judge of that. He bit his lip again. Ugh, glancing over you swiftly before turning his attention back to the road. After singing and rapping along to some familiar tunes, you looked out the window to see cars with paparazzi aiming cameras in your direction. That cut off your singing session for today. Wondering if Justin was noticing what was going on, you turned to him, but he was already gazing out your window. Shaking his head, he said, don't even worry about them. Sometimes you have to act like they're not there. Don't you get sick of that? You eyeballed the paps. Hell yeah, but it comes with this. They don't bother me until they say something completely out of line. Even then, you have to keep your composure. They were yelling at the two of you, but your music was up too loud for you to really hear them. You frankly didn't want to hear what they had to say. You were wishing the street would narrow to one lane or something to keep them away. Justin nudged you as he picked up singing again. He was so into it. It was hard for you to make a graceful transition into the song. You laughed through your first attempt. Then you both began to clown and enjoy the rest of the ride. Arriving at your destination, you were met with the same paps who had apparently called some of their buddies. Getting out of the car, you both ignored the pops' outbursts and walked inside. Standing in line, you couldn't help but notice the stares of everyone inside and the buildup of cameras outside. This is crazy, you told Justin. I just want a freaking muffin. You scanned the goods behind the glass, then pointed to the cinnamon treat. That one looks so good. That does look good. I may have to get one too. No, you said you want a real breakfast, you mocked, dodging the swat of his hand by jumping forward. You laughed and lightly swatted his arm. Shush, you moved with the line. I'm telling your mom and dad he was very concerned about all aspects of safety today. Do it. You stuck your tongue out, and when you were dealing with the cashier, Justin pinched your side, making you bend and squeal. Justin, you spat through your teeth, trying not to get more attention. He laughed as you pulled your lips into your mouth, trying not to laugh. What a sentence.
Yeah.
You retrieved your mini breakfast and followed Justin. Lord knows you wanted to trip him, but you stopped the urge. When you got to the door, he turned to you, having sensed your timidness. It's cool. They're not going to touch you. I got you. Just don't react, whatever they say to you. It's not that bad. You nodded, seeing his hand reaching for the door. Having the Pops immediately come toward you and repeatedly shooting their flashes was annoying to say the least. You wanted to grab lenses and toss them. You felt exposed, and now they knew you were what you looked like. Life was going to be a little tougher from then on out. Who are you? Justin, what are you doing? Where did you come from? Justin, is this your new girlfriend? Shouts came from left and right. A Pop almost grabbed your sleeve. No, you said, and bumped into Justin, trying to avoid the contact. When Justin saw this, he took your hand and pulled you closer to him. You held it, wanting him to get away from everything. Wanting him to get you away from everything. Oh boy, looky there. You're holding hands. They're hungry. They're coming for my muffin, you said, making light of the situation. They're going to have to go through me to get your muffin if that's the case. This dialogue, I can't. Justin said, joining you in light fun. It's not over. I wish it was over.
There's still 20. You can do it, Avery. We believe in you.
I'm doing this for you guys. I did this to myself. I need another sip of my drink. Cake pop supremacy. Yes. Duncan is better. Thank you. Thank you, chat. I knew I was among my people. My hot take is that Starbucks coffee is not that good. Sorry.
Starbucks is like, we're not sponsored.
That's fine.
I'll have your coffee, Starbucks, even though I don't usually drink coffee.
That's way too, like, that's way too, like, popular for me to be. That's way too, like, cool people to be like, oh, Starbucks sponsorship. It'd never be me. No, we didn't even know the book existed before you picked it up at a dollar store, Avery. This one is on you. I know.
Don't put this all on Avery. Avery's just the nicest.
This one is my doing, though. I completely did this to myself. But content. Yay.
Yay.
I don't even know how many parts to this stream series we've been on now. I've thoroughly lost count.
Too many.
You walked now into your parents' house to find them relaxing on the L-shaped couch watching TV. Hey, family. Hey, honey. Happy anniversary. Your mother got on off the couch to welcome you with a hug. Hey, Mom. Thank you. You held her, closing your eyes, still in shock at how fast time was cruising. You opened your eyes, and your dad was getting off the couch to embrace you as well. Happy anniversary, sweetheart. He kissed your cheek and hugged you once your mother released your loving grasp. You snuggled into his chest. Thanks, Dad. Looking up, you continued your search. I heard you have a heart for me. You clapped your hands, then rubbed them together. Only the one in my chest, he toyed. Ugh. Did your dad just hit you with a dad joke? That's all I have to offer. You're so lame, you teased. Yes, we have a clue for you. You just have to figure out where. Your mom didn't give any hints. You already knew where to look, but thanks for zero helped, loved ones. To the kitchen. You marched that way as you came around the corner and located a teal heart in front of a coffee maker. Another thrill overtook you. I can't believe he remembers all these little things. You snapped up the heart between your fingers. Kissy, kissy, you heard your mother behind you, blushing, guessing it had to do with kissing. You didn't want her to see your bashful face. You left pink lipstick on your cup that day, the prettiest shade I've ever seen. Do you miss my lips? I didn't get to kiss yours this morning. Your seventh clue can be found where we first had ours. This is so... How is there still so much more of this? There's 20 more pages of this.
So sorry you have...
It's okay. Why didn't you kiss your husband this morning, young lady? Your mom pestered you. Oh, Mom, reading over your shoulder. Mom, he ditched me before I could wake up. You smiled, ready to leave. I'll see you soon. Stop by this week to pick up your gift from us. You got me a gift? You played surprised, looking at your father. Her idea, he said, not wanting to own the sweet notion. Why is your father like this? But you weren't buying it. Uh-huh. I may have had something to do with it, he said, sliding one foot back and forth over the carpet. I figured. You skipped across to hug him. I'll see you later. Love you. Love you too, they sang as you shut the door. Okay, think. Where are you heading to next? Justin didn't know you were coming home for summer break and you'd wanted to surprise him, but your parents had work, so you needed him to pick you up from the airport. Your other friends wouldn't be home until the next evening. Being homesick, you'd wanted the first flight out, and no seats were available for them. Anywho, you hadn't seen Justin, so it's like, screw you, friends. Sorry. Anywho, you hadn't seen Justin since spring break. Have you, you, and a mix of your friends spent the week in Malibu? It was nice, although one of your friends couldn't stop flirting with him. You weren't too fond of that. Justin isn't your boyfriend, but he's your friend, and you may have a small crush on him. You use the word small loosely. You may miss him a small amount as well. Dialing your homie. Sorry. Your homie.
Oh, God.
You sat on your dining room bed, swinging your legs in the open air. Finally hearing the ring stop, you perked up. Hi. Hello, menace, he began in the conversation with an insult. Excuse me, big head? You laughed through your scrunched up face. How dare you greet me like that? The straights aren't okay, and the straights are not okay. No, absolutely not. But hey, we're on page 600, guys.
Yay!
600 pages of this nonsense. All of the dinosaurs.
There's so many.
What did you want? His voice was playful. You know what? You smiled. I don't have to deal with this. I'm just going to hang up. You can call me back when you know how to act. You better not hang up on me, he warned, making you feel chills. He did this thing with his voice. You just... Okay, time to stop. I'm coming home tomorrow. What? You soaked in his enthusiasm for a moment. Yes, and I need you to pick me up from the airport. Could you please? I'm not sure. I have to see if I'm free. Justin! Okay, don't beg. I'll pick you up. What time does your flight land? 11:30 a.m. I got you. It literally says, I got you. I can't wait to see. Yeah, I know you miss me. Twirling your hair around your finger, you decided to provoke him. Shut up, he ordered in a goofy voice and hung up on you. The next day, just when you'd finally fallen asleep on the plane, the pilot came over over the intercom announcing you would land in 15 minutes. Most of the time, people returned home to feel comfort, but your nerves were all out of whack, as your consciousness may have guessed. This was... I think that means as your subconsciousness, not as your consciousness may have guessed, but I don't know. This was because Justin was picking you up. You couldn't help but envision the hectic scene you would face leaving the airport. When Justin was by himself, he could shut down anything. When you were around, the crowds got even more aggressive. You were just Justin's friend, but people always insinuated that you were together. People, I wonder why. They've been married for 2 years now. People were always trying to get a story when you hung out. You hated it. The attention was his. God knows you wanted no part of it. Finally, after collecting your luggage, you pulled it along to trail you. Seeing families and loved ones reuniting with hugs and laughs is always adorable. This was no different. How was your reunion with Justin going to play out? Taking your headphones off, you rested them around your neck and gave Justin a ring. Just as you placed the phone to your ear, you spotted a hooded fellow with light brown hair, and then you felt the butterflies. Justin was sitting in a chair like a normal person. He decided to sit on top of one. That's one way to stand out. Oh, sorry. Justin wasn't sitting on a chair like a normal person. He decided to sit on top of one. That was one way to stand out. Justin was checking his phone, but you had already hung up. Besides him, his bodyguard, Kenny, nudged him and nodded in your direction. I have a bad feeling that that's the name of his actual bodyguard and that they know that somehow.
Oh my gosh, Kenny. Sure, there's some Wikipedia article somewhere.
As Justin's eyes followed, his face lit up, recognizing you. In return, yours did the same. Tucking his phone away, he stepped off the chair and came to you. Hey, you rejoiced. Once you got to him, you dropped your bags and wrapped your arms around his neck. He wrapped his around your waist, holding you tight and lifting you up. His cologne was hypnotizing and familiar, making your nerves dissipate. About time you got here. He placed you down and created space between you. His chocolate eyes were warm and happy. His hand remained on your back, softly massaging it. My bad, you smiled through your apology. I missed you. You poked his cheek. Really? He rested his forehead against yours and chuckled at the poke. Yeah, but your words were interrupted by the seal of his supple lips. You were caught off guard, but that didn't last long. You relaxed in his arms as your lips moved together with his. Cringe. Your hand shifted to his neck, allowing you to kiss him the way you really wanted. He pulled away, clearly shocked by your boldness, but happy as all hell. Damn, I missed you, he said, holding your face, bringing it to his lips, and planting a kiss on your forehead. It feels good to be home. Home, sweet home. This feels like cheating. It feels like they wanted to write like 6 different Justin Bieber stories, and they somehow rolled them all into one with flashbacks. I don't like it. Yay. The pink one is called Heart.
Art.
Going to listen to stream for a bit. Holler if there's bots. Thank you. We're just trying to finish in time so we can go. We're just trying to finish so we can go eat, do a podcast, then maybe forget that this happened. So your next stop was the airport, and you were hoping you didn't have to fly anywhere or on no notice. Like, seriously, Justin, arriving in the airport, you weren't sure what your next move was supposed to be. Were you looking for someone? Were you just searching for a paper heart in the parking lot? Should you go inside? Reviewing your clue again, you couldn't find a direct instruction. Your husband was going to have you out here wandering around looking stupid. Pushing all your thoughts to the side, you parked and headed inside the terminal. Just as you reached an entryway, you heard a familiar voice. It was one of Justin's bodyguards, Dave. He usually accompanied you, but you hadn't felt like you needed his protection today. Ooh, are you in trouble? Hey, what's up, you say when you see him. What am I doing here? You blocked the sun from your face with your collection of hearts and looked up at him. To your surprise, he handed you a green paper heart. Your clue, my dear. Yes, thank you. You took it and, turning your back to the sun, examined the 8th clue in peace. I hope you have your passport. I'm joking, but you do have a flight to catch. That's all the heart had for you. You bit your lip, confused. Time for us to go. Dave waltzed into the terminal, not knowing what else to do. You followed him. Apparently, sitting on a helicopter, not knowing where your husband is, can make you anxious. With each clue, you were gaining ground, but you'd gotten to the point where you were going to start whining if you didn't find him soon. It was a fairly short flight. Upon landing, you realized you knew where you were. Malibu! You tried to repress your cheeky thoughts of one magical night. Hopping out of a vehicle, you headed to the next. Dave opened the door to your car for the day. On the seat was a burgundy heart. You gathered it in your grip and buckled up. Your clue read, playing in the sand, doing a little dance, sleeping in the same bed. I'm sure your father would have killed me if he had the chance. Your friend seemed to be cool, but you were no fool. This is killing me. This is so much.
No. I can take over if you need me to.
I feel like I'm starting to lose my voice, but I'm like, no, you had that really long one. I'm gonna keep going. It had been annoying that your best friend knew about your crush on Justin, but still had the nerve to flirt with him and all evening. What kind of friend does that? You told her almost everything about Justin, and not everything, but enough for her to know better. So it hurt your feelings to see her practically throw herself at him. Justin was polite about it. He would scoot away from her when she got too close. He would walk away from her if she came into the kitchen while he was there. She knew you well enough to know you weren't feeling her that night. She hadn't said goodnight or anything when you excused yourself from the rest of your friends. Though your room's window through your room's window, the skies held a hue of deep blue along the horizon where the sun was more than half set, an orange tint etched into its beauty. The vision was so alluring. You wanted to be more in the presence of it, scrambling over to the fresh white blanketed bed. Your bare feet tracked all the way out on the balcony doors. The gentle sea misted breeze enclosed you. Leaning on the balcony railing, you looked over the volleyball net to the open sea. Beach balls shifted in their dented sand. Hearing a squeak from your bedroom door, your attention was drawn behind you. Thankfully, it was Justin and not your flirtatious friend. Hi, you acknowledged over your spaghetti-strapped shoulder. Coming out to the balcony, Justin was just as barefoot as you. You're either barefoot or you're not barefoot. I don't. Just as barefoot as you. Okay, sorry. We're all so tired at this point. It's like whatever, it doesn't matter.
It's just, why are we talking about feet so much? Why?
A lot of stories have had to do with feet today. I don't know why. And leaned over the balcony rails as well. After first looking out to the ocean, his eyes scanned to the left over the beach. Hey, he finally said, looking at you. What's up? He bumped his hip into yours. You returned the plunk. Just chillin'. I've been around everyone all day. I just wanted some alone time. Your fingers traced over his bare, inked arm, more specifically his Believe tattoo. Can I chill with you? He asked. What are we doing now? He shrugged. You're right. You looked at him, eyes wide. I'm sorry about how my friend was acting. I don't understand why she was acting like that. The dialogue is absolutely stellar in this one. I love it so much. He dismissed this with a shake of his head. I know you weren't feeling it. I know this is why you came up here. Her actions don't reflect on you. Thanks. At least my friends like your friends. They're getting along well. You looked over your shoulder. They're loud, though. I may have to sleep in here tonight. He smirked at you. You laughed. You can sleep on the floor. There's plenty of room for you. You can sleep on the floor, he teased. I'll get blankets and everything for you. Maybe even a night light if you need it. You laughed. No way. This is my room. I'm not sleeping on the floor. I heard it's comfortable. Be quiet or else I'll lock you in a closet, you teased, knowing about his claustrophobia. Mean? I know you're claustrophobic, so I'm gonna lock you in a closet.
Teasing, I guess? Oh.
That would be evil of you. Don't test me. Your hand went up to his damp hair.
Don't tease me. You grab him by the hair and throw him off the balcony.
The straights are not okay, guys. I thought you were about to be like, what are the straights? And I was like, well...
when you know heterophobia that we talk about? Plot twist, we're all heterophobic. Sorry, continue.
Your hand went up to his damp hair. He went to pinch you, but you knocked his hand away. Lifting yourself from the rails, you went into your room and crawled into bed. Justin, on the other hand, threw himself onto the bed, landing on his stomach. On the soft sheets, he lay there, soon closing his eyes. You rested your head on his back, shutting your head on his back. I didn't read that wrong. Shutting your eyes and becoming as comfortable as your friend. You wondered about his near departure. As your friend, you wondered about his near departure. You're going on tour soon, right? Yeah, you know, I've been doing appearances, rehearsing, and promoting. I'm looking forward to touring. I miss the stage. It made you sad to think of his going far away, but you said, "That's dope. I can't wait to go to a show." You're going to quite a few of them. I was hoping you would say that because you're going to be gone forever. I need to see you every once in a while. You hate being away from me? He reached up and grabbed your thigh. You knocked his hand away. Stop playing. You're my homie. Of course I hate not seeing you. You know, you can see me whenever you want. There's so much more. 15 more pages.
Oh no.
Tell college that, you scoffed. It was good that you didn't have anything for this week. I did. I just canceled that to hang out with you and our friends. Justin, you didn't have to do that. You sat up glaring at him. You didn't want him to push his responsibilities aside for you. I wanted to. He sat up, supporting his upper weight on his forearms. You're not on spring break for long. Before you know it, you'll be heading back to school. I wanted to spend time with you. A grin took over your face. At this, he smiled. At your pleasure. You pinched his cheek. You're so sweet. He knocked your hand away and lay back down. You moved up the bed and rested next to him. Your friends were pretty rowdy from wherever they were. I like your friends. They're cool. Don't get too close to them, he said with his eyes closed. Well, don't get too close to my best friend. I don't want to hurt her or you. Healthy relationship? This is not that. Why would you hurt us? Because I don't want her throwing herself at you. I'm not cool with the flirting crap. I don't want my friends flirting with you, and I told them that. I know how shy you can be. I don't want them making you uncomfortable. He slightly opened his tired red eyes to meet yours. I really think I'm going to sleep in here. He closed his eyes again, and reaching over his body, you tapped off the light. Sleep in here with me. You rolled over and off your mattress to close the door. You were getting tired yourself, and you didn't want the party animals' voices ringing in your ears. You weren't going to kill their fun. What would you look like going down there and telling them to be quiet? It's spring break. Drink until you pass out. It's your liver. Oh boy. Returning to bed, you lay down. While you were getting comfortable, Justin wrapped his arm across your stomach and pulled you closer to him. Should you thank Jesus now? Thank you, Jesus. This is okay. Is this okay? He asked. It's fine. You relaxed into him and closed your eyes. You can't deny it. You love being close to Justin. Turning to face him, you buried your face in his warm chest and cuddled him.
Almost there.
Your next stop was the beach house you'd stayed at. After that special night, it became a getaway spot where the two of you would go to chill. You'd spend nights playing in the ocean there together. You'd pushed him in plenty of times, and he'd picked up and thrown you in. You'd write in the sand and play volleyball. It was a fun place to come and filled with cool memories. Dave claimed he had to leave and do something real quick and to give him a call if need be. You were hoping this was where you were finally going to meet up with your husband. Walking up to the house, you dug in your pockets, flipped through the clanging keys until you found the right one. Unlocking the door, you simmered in the memories between these walls. You saw your heart shattered against the glass of the beautiful long in-wall fish tank. Closing the front door, you locked it and grabbed the 10th heart from where it was taped to the tank. It read, no one will ever love you the way I do. No one will ever love you as much as I do. I know he didn't. Your 11th clue can be found where this went down. More flashbacks. Justin!
Why the flashbacks? Why?
What am I missing in chat? Anything? God, this feels like the sewer level all over again. Just end this thing. And god damn it. Yeah, right? So if you don't know, we played a Nancy Drew game where there was this sewer puzzle where we got lost in for like over an hour, and it was just the most miserable experience.
Oh.
We're one step away from the sideways tango. Yes, they keep getting as close as they can. I've never wanted a story to end so bad since Model Land, right?
Oh my god.
I kind of miss Model Land right now. I know. Blasphemy, but it's just so boring.
Why does it have to be 40 pages?
12 more pages. Justin was driving to the beach house with you curled up in the passenger seat, tired from having eaten too much at lunch. With the music from your phone playing in the car, you dozed off and out to the melody. Dozed in and out to the melodies. You were in Malibu trying to unwind from the busy week. You'd recently transferred back home for school, being away from your family for months and months. You weren't feeling it anymore. Your mom and dad hadn't been too keen on you going away for college in the first place. You wanted that freedom, but you began to miss them too much. Besides, some of your friends had already transferred back home. LA is one of a kind. And yes, Justin might have had something to do with your coming back home. Maybe a small amount, no regrets. You felt a hand on your thigh. Justin tapped it. Wake up. I don't think I can hear Justin Bieber saying I like a British person.
I.
I.
Oi, wake up. I can imagine that.
What? You pulled your hood out of you pulled the hood of your hoodie over your eyes. What do you want? You mumbled beneath the fabric. Who's texting you saying they miss you? Oh, hell, it was your ex-boyfriend. He'd gotten back in contact with you recently, and you wanted nothing to do with him. You didn't understand why he was texting you. He knew you were with Justin. Hell, the whole world knew you were with Justin. You removed the hoodie. It's my ex. Don't worry about it. Why is he texting you? Justin scolded you with a disapproving bug. You stated the obvious. He still has my number. Why? Because I didn't get it changed, Justin, you said with some attitude. Why was he making such a big deal out of this? You'd only texted with your ex back once to tell him to leave you alone and that his run was over. Justin knows you would never cheat on him. Okay, he set your phone back like he did to Selena Gomez, allegedly. Sorry. Not my girl, Selena Gomez.
Selena Gomez deserves better. I feel so bad for Selena Gomez and Demi Lovato in this book because Justin Bieber gets this fabulous chapter of flashbacks.
Yep.
and they get negativity.
We aren't sure this isn't written by a man. I don't know who this was written by. I don't know anything about this author. And of course they're not in the order that they were written in. Of course not. That would be too easy. About this book hurts me.
Oh. your fingers are like cut up from the book and you're like, oh, that's pain.
Charlotte, Kevin, where is this author? Oh. Joined Wattpad in 2013. Since then, she has shared 14 stories and has over 11 million reads. Her popular Body Rock series emphasizes strong female characters who face real issues. Fueled by raw emotion, Donacia started writing on Wattpad to address her feelings and created the successful series in process. While not writing, she can be found cheering on the Chicago Bulls or connecting with her fans, her riders, on social media. Look for her on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube as @Donacia. Do not harass any of these people. Good for her. Honestly, good for her. Clearly, her writing is for somebody. It's not my cup of tea, but it's clearly for somebody. If she has 11 million reads. Okay, he set your phone back on the center console out, but from your laid-back position, you could still see his jaw clenching, which was a bit annoying to you. You had a boyfriend for 5 months in college. Since knowing Justin, it was only 5 months. You knew Justin wasn't too fond of the relationship, but that didn't stop you from having it. You and Justin had a fun, close friendship, but that didn't stop him from dating around. Were you not supposed to live your life while you were away? You'd been dating Justin for a little over 2 months, and you'd known each other for 2 years now. He should know what kind of young lady you are. I don't understand why you're upset. Because your ex is hitting you up. He misses you. You rolled your eyes as you sat up, coming into the driveway of the beach house. You couldn't wait to get out of the car. Well, I don't miss him. You began to feel pure attitude coursing your veins. Once the car parked, you hopped out. Chill out. It's nothing for you to worry about. Heading to the front door, you heard Justin's door close behind you, and you knew the conversation wasn't going to disappear just because you'd entered a different environment. I never liked that dude, he said. You didn't want me in a relationship, I'm guessing. Checking behind you, Justin was coming up the pathway, just as annoyed as you were. You unlocked the door, suddenly wishing you were here alone. I never said that, he insisted. I just didn't like the dude you were with. This is what he chooses to remind her of on their anniversary. You turned to him, ready for an argument. Why? He didn't do anything to you. He played you. He hurt you, which means he hurt me because I hate seeing you like that. He single-handedly destroyed you. You're damn right I don't like him. Well, you could have asked her at first, Justin. Just saying. I don't like him. Justin held your phone up tight in his grasp. You should have his number blocked or something. He shouldn't have any way of getting in contact with you. He doesn't deserve it. I'll get my number changed. It's not a big deal. You can see I didn't text him back to start a conversation. I was telling him to leave me alone. You eyed your phone. Can I have that back? You said more of a demand than a request. Sighing, Justin handed it over. Thank you. You scrolled through the contacts and blocked and deleted your ex's number. He's gone. Why didn't you do that a long time ago? Because I haven't heard from him in months. He texted me last night for the first time. I thought he deleted my number. You shrugged. I don't know. You pulled your lips into your mouth and watched as you watched your boyfriend. I'm not trying to pick a fight with you. Then just drop it because it doesn't matter. I'm with you now. I only want to be with you. He's old news. I don't care about him. You were into the kitchen. You went into the kitchen for water, opening the refrigerator. You heard Justin go to the sink to wash his hands. Babe, I hate when people call people babe. I mean, not my business, but if my boyfriend ever called me babe, I'd just be like, babe, don't ever call me that again.
Oh, there's a reality show called Summer House, which airs on Bravo, like Vanderpump Rules, and there are two of the people on there are dating, and it's literally babe, 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 babe the whole time. So you would absolutely hate that show. You'd be like, cancel this immediately.
I know, Natty. Sorry, it's not over because apparently it will never be over.
Huh. Unlike that song from Steven Universe, it's not over, isn't it?
Without answering, you started to open your water. I just hated seeing you like that. It's not that I'm threatened by him. You shouldn't be. You have nothing to worry about. I just don't want any of those hurt feelings resurfacing from the look you're giving me. I know you're still a bit hurt, but I'm concerned about you, not him. She's never mind. You did love Justin's protective ways. Even when they were sometimes frustrating. Thanks. Feeling Justin come over to you, you lifted your head, meeting his eyes. Seeing him lick his lips, you closed your eyes in anticipation.
Oh.
Over.
The camera thing.
That's okay. That was already kicked over.
Oh, okay. I'm sure your family's like, what is going on? Because I've like laughed audibly.
It's okay. They're probably wondering where we are for eating purposes. But we're almost there, we swear. I'd rather be eating stuffed shells right now.
Ooh, we're eating stuffed shells?
Yes.
I mean, shells? I don't know why I said shelves.
Shelves. From IKEA. IKEA shelves.
Oh, God. We have to build them, and then we have to eat them.
Assemble it yourself. Okay, sorry. We're very close to being done, I swear. Look at how close look, guys. We've made it all this way, and like a lot of this is acknowledgement. We're almost there.
Just like the underrated movie Princess and the Frog, we're almost there. Because there's a song called Almost There.
Mountain, I've crossed the river,
and I'm almost there.
Yeah. Anticipating the capture. When it came, you began to relax, feeling the soft, gentle caress of his lips. After a few seconds, he pulled away, kissing both of your cheeks, earning a smile from you. It's so cute when he does that. He stared into you in the eye, making your breath hitch and heart race. I love you. You mentally asked, what? In over 100 languages. Breaking the stare with a blink, he looked down, a bit nervous. Every ounce of you wanted to repeat it to him, but you forgot how to talk. Looking back at you, Justin cupped your face with his left hand, his thumb lightly stroking over your hot cheek. I'm in love with you. And his eyes switched back and forth between your stunned ones. I only want what's best for you. He came closer to you again. Okay? Your forehead nearly rested against you. His forehead nearly rested against yours. You nodded, still trying to find your words. He placed the other soft kiss on your silent lip. Another soft kiss on your silent lips. I'm losing my mind. Your voice nearly cracked in its whisper. I love you too. You don't have to say it just because I did. Are you sure? I'm positive. You both had spoken your truths. I never get why people are so shocked when they've been dating somebody for a while and then they say I love you. Like, I don't. Maybe that's just me, but I'm just like, I feel like that should be, if you're like seriously dating somebody, that should kind of be a hope at least.
I blame TV shows where it's just like, no, you're not supposed to say it too soon, but when is too soon? I don't know.
I guess this book is kind of pushing negative stereotypes and tropes. Oh, yeah, about women, but I'm not sure. Oh, no, that definitely is. Oh, yeah. I just don't like affection, Natty says.
Straight people in their affection.
Without...
No offense to most straight people.
Most straight people. Without shedding your shoes, we're back on the shoes. You went into the kitchen, remembering that's where your first I love yous were exchanged. On the marble counter in front of the fridge, you found a paper heart and a banquet of salmon and red roses. Desire and romance. He nailed it on that one. Your heart was faltering. Do you see where I'm going with this? Your 12th clue. Flowers bloom when you water them. Where did I first water yours? Can't. This is so stupid. This is so stupid.
What does that mean? And he's like, no, I literally watered your flowers that one time when you were away from home.
I house sat for you that one time, Marcy.
You have to fly all the way back home.
You brought me out here to flirt with other females? You unlocked the door to the house you and Justin had gone to get away from everyone and everything for the weekend. You loved the mini getaways the two of you would spontaneously go on. You loved that about your boyfriend. What you didn't love was when you went to the bathroom at a restaurant only to come back and find waitresses throwing themselves at him. What you hated even more was the smile on his face when she slid him her number. I wasn't flirting, Justin insisted. Well, you sure seemed delighted to get her number. I was gone for 5 minutes. Damn, are you looking for opportunities like these, chicks? You're not responsible for who you attract, Justin, but you are responsible for who you entertain. Get it together. No, chill out. It wasn't even.
We'll be there soon. We're almost there. Has everyone been watching RuPaul's Drag Race? Season 15.
Pay so much money to see you start an ASMR.
Just need the have one, but it's a good one.
Technically, you could make ASMR on any microphone, just depending on what kind of ASMR you're making. Sorry, I just hit that microphone like 3 times. Sorry.
Understood. I'll just make like a minute-long video of me being like, "Shut up, Alabaduna."
No, chill out. It wasn't even like that. Relax. You rolled your eyes. Then what was it, Justin? He walked past you into the house. Nothing. Who would have known you were the jealous type? You were taken aback by the obvious claim. Yes, it's kind of obvious, but you weren't expecting him to say it out loud. He's the same way. You'll admit you're offended because it's true. Sighing, as you slid out of your shoes, you set them into the side of your front door. Justin left you in your own company to follow his annoyance up the stairs. You followed yours into the kitchen. You know what a girl needs at a time like this? Chocolate and ice cream. Thank God you had a mixture of both. Chocolate ice cream. I was going to say just chocolate ice cream sounds good.
Tookie's like, no.
Maybe with whipped cream on top. Suck it, Tookie. Maybe you did overreact. You don't know. Would you want anyone flirting with your boyfriend? You left to go to the bathroom, then came back, and they're all hee-heeing and ha-haing. That's what it says. Something went through you. You didn't even bother to ask what they were talking about. The waitress had looked over her shoulders and seen you coming back to the table. She took those 10 seconds to jot down her number and slid it to your man. How these chicks test you. Your boyfriend looked at the number, but once he spotted you, he knocked the sheet on the floor. I don't like the like competing with other women over my boyfriend trope. It's weird. It's so stupid, it's funny, Derprek says. Yes, agreed. Girls don't have to be pitted against each other over men. This is 2023. Stop doing this. Just stop. Stop it. Get some help.
Team up and defeat him yourselves.
Your boyfriend looked at the number, but once he spotted you, he knocked the sheet to the floor. Oh, you didn't overreact. Everyone was lucky you didn't fly across the table at him. Wanting to get comfortable, but being stubborn, you spread out on the couch, flicking through the channels. You must have watched 3 hours of reality TV. You were into it until you heard "baby" from upstairs. And I was like, sorry. You snuggled into the couch, not planning to move. In a second, you heard him coming down the steps. You were going to pretend to be asleep, but you knew he would pick you up and take you to bed, so you resumed with television. Babe, what? Your eyes darted over. How did we make it 2 years of being married? I can't. This is before we're married. How did we get married and then make it 2 years? I don't understand this.
I'm sure they're going to explain in long detail.
We only have 7 pages left. 7 whole more pages left. He came behind the couch. You wanted... What? Your eyes darted over to him. He came behind the couch. You wanted to ignore him, but he wasn't going to let that happen. Putting his hand on your waist, he wanted your attention. Come upstairs. He leaned over to kiss your cheek. I'm watching TV. You folded your hands and snuck them under your head as you lay sideways, your back to him. There's a TV upstairs. You're upstairs too. That's why I'm down here. I'm right beside you. He continued to state the obvious. This man can completely drive you insane if you allow it. Go back upstairs. I know that didn't make you this upset. It's not that serious. This isn't the first time a girl flirted with me. Actually, you're acting really crazy right now. I think you're really overreacting.
Gaslighting. Before we knew what gaslighting was.
I think we knew what gaslighting was in 2016. We just didn't talk about it as much as we do now. I think. Somebody can correct me on that. I mean, the term comes from a really old movie, but it wasn't coined until like later on. But you were going back and forth with her. I was being friendly. You hummed dismissively. I'm sorry. I didn't know just talking to a girl would offend you. Oh, that just made you sound petty. In retaliation, you flipped over to face him. Okay, whatever. You sat up, having a pillow fall behind you. Justin is a natural flirt, so maybe he didn't see the harm in his alluring action. What did she say to you? You pulled your legs closer to you, creating a ball of yourself. Well, he peered down, hesitating and contemplating his answer. Yes. She was flirting, he quickly admitted, and you were... listening, he guessed, seeking the correct justification. He rolled his eyes at your narrowed ones. Come upstairs and stop acting like this. He leaned over the couch. We're like, oh boy.
Oh gosh.
He leaned over the couch, balancing his weight over the pillows. You know I'm yours. His voice low and raspy. You're mine. Girls are always going to flirt with me. It's something you have to get used to. I won't flirt back, but I'm not going to be rude.
I feel like that's gaslighting.
Oh my god. I didn't know this bothered you so much. I know no one can replace you. You know no one can replace you. They don't compare to you. You know I love you, right? Why does he have this effect on you? You can't stay mad at him for anything. You pinched his cheek, receiving the cutest mug from him, bowing your head in your lap. You were dying of feels. He was too cute to resist. You had to stretch up and kiss him. I love you too. I was being childish and jealous. You were. You gasped. Make it stop. Please make it stop. But
We're
that's
almost
another
there.
argument for another day, he smirked. Besides, it's sexy to see you get all jealous. Go back upstairs, you ordered with a pointed finger. Justin climbed over the couch to sit beside you. Grabbing your waist, he pulled you into him. You pressed your hand against his chest, trying to form some distance. Go upstairs. You're annoying. He couldn't take you seriously, and you knew you couldn't be taken seriously. Small chuckles were leaving your mouth. Justin fed on your easy vibes as he ran his fingers up your shirt and tickled you. You flattened against the couch with unrestricted laughter. Justin, you managed to shriek. He hovered over you. Huh. Go away. You pulled your shirt down from the tickle attack, lowering your body onto yours. He pecked your lips. Come with me, he kissed again before he could properly respond. Your lips did the talking for you. They didn't have to speak. They just had to perform, welcoming him on top of you. All of this is absolute... I hate this so much. I hate all of this. I hate this. I hate this.
I thought they said save the best for last. That is not the case.
That is not correct.
Is incorrect for this. Why?
Fingers glided behind the back of his head, smooth over his hair. His kiss escalated. You wrapped your legs around his waist, securing you around him. He stood up. You're coming with me, he began. Oh boy. Huh. That's when you came across and you wrapped kiss.
Oh.
Needing to breathe, he gasped. So hold around him and crawl. His great.
Oh gosh.
His craving lips went to your neck.
He turned into. He's vampire Justin.
He's vampire Justin. Throwing your head back. YouTube censorship. Don't shut us down, please. Thank you. Oh man.
And then sorry came over the radio and they danced to it and then the Real Housewives came on.
Ah.
Oh my gosh, it's going on for this long.
Still going on.
Oh my gosh. They're watching Real Housewives and there's a lot of arguments and women and men and other individuals acting and non-binary individuals acting in ways they should not be acting. It's entertaining.
This is cringe. This is so cringe.
Is it still going? Oh my gosh. Just imagine there's a bunch of kittens running around.
I mean, they don't explicitly, like, it's not like explicit, but it cuts off right before it gets explicit, but it literally a page and a half of just
Dinosaurs.
Burn the book. Skipping over this. Skipping over this. I did my best to skip over. With my headphones so I can hear you now. If someone said to me it was sexy when I got jealous, I would be so pissed. I would be mad. She said mad. I would be pissed. Burn the book. Burn the book. F tier. This is as bad as the Kanye West one.
Oh,
it's bad in a different way, but I also hate this. At least the Kanye West one was only like 10 pages of stupid.
This is 40 pages.
Look, I don't read smut about real people, but because that's weird. I also feel uncomfortable reading even smut adjacent about a real person. It's weird. It's just weird. I don't like it. You called out Justin's name but got nothing in return. Figures, you said with a pout. We're back to the
okay, we flash
back,
forward.
Setting your purse down, you spotted your 13th heart. You're so close, babe. You're just not there yet. Follow the rose petals. You obey and follow the romantic path all the way up the steps. You've been on this scavenger hunt for almost 3 hours. I know. It feels like it's been a lifetime. A woman can only be so patient. Going into the room where those beautiful memories were made, you find on the bed, a red gown with a plunging neckline. Around your beautiful garment lay diamonds and earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and 2 watches. This man really gave you choices. At the end of the white bed were 2 tan shoeboxes. Wow, he didn't have to do all of this, you think. He knows material things mean nothing to you. His time is the most valuable and cherished part of your bond. You were a bit dumbfounded to not see a heart anywhere. Lifting the gown and looking under it, you didn't find anything, so he's going to make you hunt for this one. Your hand stuck to your hips as you spun around looking. Checking behind pictures and opening drawers, you became frustrated. Think like Justin. Your fingertips play at your lips. You stared at the shoeboxes. You quickly dove across the bed and flipped open one. Behold, inside was a black heart, your 14th. I'm good. You got off the bed to prance. The heart read, you've come to the end of the hunt, but we'll never come to the end of us. I'm lucky to call you my wife. I'll cherish you for the rest of my life. Be dressed and come outside at 5. He's really showing off his He's really showing off his lyricism in this one.
Oh, Justin.
What's the navy blue dinosaur's name?
Yes, chat. Name the navy blue dinosaur.
Being jealous is okay. Being in this relationship. I mean,
Literally.
I think the thing about jealousy, and I'm no expert, but it's just like it's a natural emotion, but you also can't let yourself act stupidly because of it. His name is Axe. That one is named Axe.
Oh, okay.
We
Like we
can
need
be
to axe
free.
this story.
We're almost free. Well, it's also like one of our like my favorite character in the. No, I've named another Axe. Natty says. Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind.
Axe the second.
We can axe this story.
Yeah, that's the name of our favorite character in Animorphs. He's lovely. We love him. He's our son, and we must protect him. He's a little alien teenager who's come to Earth, and he like can shapeshift. So he's shapeshifted into looking like a human child, but he knows nothing about human culture, and he loves food so much because on his planet they don't have mouths, so he's not used to tasting things. And he's just like he finds like candy on the floor of a movie theater, and he's like globules. It's pretty great.
Oh, that's great.
You know what's not great? The fact that I still have to read the last 3 pages of this.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Oh my god, there's more than 3 pages left.
Oh no.
No. Oh no.
How many more pages do you have?
Oh no. No, like 10.
10?
No,
oh no.
no.
Oh.
It never ends.
Oh no. Speed read.
This is not Bieber, it's Jisser 3. Axe the child. Yes, Axe is our child. No, Natty just goes, no.
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry. I'm trying. Oh my god, too much. I hate this so much. Looking at your phone, you saw that 4 p.m. was approaching fast. You'd been roaming the traveling and had just enough time to freshen up for your man. Ugh. Another shower for the day. After another shower for the day, you were glamorously decked in Justin's gifts. You loved everything he got for you, and the same time they felt over the top. But as you knew, if you didn't wear them, he would get offended. Well, that's problematic. To pass some time, you rested on the bed, sorting through the helpful hearts with an appreciative smile. This clearly was what he was working on last night. He always exceeded your expectations. Why would you ever think he forgets or doesn't pay attention to what's around you? He truly treasured you. It's been 8 years since you first met, and he's every day regards you with that same sparkle in his eye. How have we made it 8 years? I don't understand. The same sparkle that makes you a little bashful. You never want that sensation to weaken. You shiver at his soft touch. The smoothness of his voice makes you melt. His kisses steal your breath, and when you two make love, it's ecstasy. Searching for a heart with a blank side, you found one on the burgundy heart. You wanted to write a message of your own for him, but first you needed a pen. Looking around, you spied one on the dresser. Let's see if you can walk in these heels. From the bed to the dresser became a successful trial. Dropping the heart from your hands, you watched it drift and slice through the air until it came to a halt on the dresser. Grabbing the pen, you glowed as you comprised a riddle of your own. As you ventured to your former spot on the bed, your attention focused on the window and swayed palm tree. Smiling at more memories, you sat on the bed again, spreading your fingers along the soft white comforter. As you were doing so, you detected different colored petals. Some of these weren't here when you went to take your shower. There was a mix of peach cream, red, and salmon. Gratitude, appreciation, romance, and desire. Who'd been in here? Justin? You stood in your high heels. Baby? You followed the trail out of the room. Looking both ways, you scanned for any shadows, but you got nothing. Following the petals, you continued walking the stairway. You bent down to retrieve one. Rubbing the velvet smoothness between your fingertip, you enjoyed the floral scent of the house. As you admired the spiral staircase, your groan draped over the first step. The large crystal chandelier hung beautifully from the elevated ceiling. You wanted to reach out and touch the decor. Instead, you reveled in the chandelier's colorful reflections. on the walls. You loved this place. Taking the rail, you slowly came down the stairs, pausing and gathering your silky dress, assuring your safety. You resumed, carefully watching yourself. You checked your watch. It was 4:59 p.m. Maybe you should jump on the banister and slide the remainder of the way. Your heels clicked at the bottom of the stairs and dropped your gown from your hand. You glided on the Spanish tiles. 5:01 p.m. Grabbing the cold doorknob, you twisted it, taking a second to prepare for him. Opening the door, you were finally reunited with your husband. Justin looked as handsome as ever. He knew you loved when he wore his hair down, but he was perfectly styled in a coif with his sides perfectly cut. His tailored dark navy suit with peaks of his neck tattoos gave you life. Sometimes you wonder why he chose you, but you're beyond blessed that he did. Winding the door, you bit your lip, loving his odd expression. You were undeniably checking him out as well. I finally found you. You knew you were glowing. I saw you first, he beamed through his words. You drifted back into the memory of that holiday party, watching your dress as you closed the door. You came down the pathway, meeting you halfway. Justin held out his hand to help you. You took it, having him guide you into his arms, holding his face. You planted one of the most rewarding kisses. You felt complete again. You are so handsome, babe. You stepped back to get the whole view. He confidently posed for you, making you both laugh. I'm nothing without my better half. You insanely gorgeous baby girl. Are you hungry? Yes. Will you join me for dinner? He shifted, opening a hand to point to the limo. Do you really think I'm letting you out of my sight for the rest of the night? You laughed, heading to the opened limo door. Thank you. Ducking into the stretch limo, Justin came beside you, leaving your driver to shut the door. Pulling your legs into his lap, Justin rubbed them with a light massage. Your hand massaged over his. He seemed to be thinking about something. What's up? Thinking. Talk to me. I'm going to. Great dialogue. He tucked the loose strand of hair behind your ear before kissing your temple. Closing your eyes beneath the caress, you held his free hand, resting your head on his shoulder. He rested his head on yours. You're not tired, are you? No, I'm happy. You brought his hand to your lips to kiss. Happy anniversary, baby. Happy anniversary. At the restaurant, I thought this was the end. I thought this was the end, and then it says, at the restaurant.
Oh, that's so mean.
A million camera flashes blinded you as you left the limo. Hold on, Justin bent down for your dress. Let me help you out. I'll be damned if you fall because of this dress and because you can't see. Your look at your husband being all protective, lifting the dress past your ankles, you scooted to the edge of your seat. Justin stood outside the door waiting for you to take his outstretched hand. You got it? He asked as once you grasped his hand, you nodded and watched your head as you got out. He laced your fingers and used his free hand to block the flashes. You look beautiful. Look this way. Over here. Happy anniversary. You mimicked Justin's actions, trailing behind him, and Dave, another bodyguard, was inside you, was beside you. Jesus Christ. Blocking the outstretched hands. Justin saw one and stopped walking. Do you guys remember the Haunted Mansion movie where it's like, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary? That's what I'm just thinking about. Ah, yes, absolutely riveting dialogue, Rex says. Such good. What's up? Thinking. Talk to me. I'm going to. They have so much chemistry.
They get to the restaurant. That was a great combo we had. Yeah.
Where was it? Someone stopped walking. He snapped. Don't touch her. I didn't, some guy denied. Don't even reach your hand out to. Don't do it. Justin's hand came to the small of your back. He guided you ahead of him, assuring your passage. I got it, Justin, Dave declared. Do you? Your husband's voice had sass. You couldn't lie. His protective ways are sexy. Nope. Don't like that. That's just, I don't like this. This is so awful. I hate this a lot. The restaurant was elegant. You've never been there before, but the smell of its Italian food guaranteed this was going to be amazing. The eatery was beautifully lit. It's mocking us. We have Italian food for dinner. I want to go get Italian food for dinner. The eatery was beautifully lit. You loved the candlelit tables and the fireplace set far back. Justin came to your side. You okay? I'm fine. Those guys can be freaks. He ran his hand over his hair. Reservations for Bieber? The maitre d' was prepped and ready to go. Right this way. His voice was overly proper as he led you. Black and white dressed waiters and waitresses were plating your table. I ordered our favorites. Justin bumped his hip into yours. His knowingness was impressive. You're good, you complimented. Coming behind and around you, Justin wanted to be the one to pull out your seat. Seeing how much it meant to him, one of the waiters backed away. Sitting down, you rested your napkin in your lap. Thank you, my love. Taking the seat, Justin waited for you and waited for your waiter to finish filling your glass and then raise his in a toast. When you picked up yours, he smiled. To my precious wife, I love you more than I did yesterday and less than tomorrow. Happy anniversary. Here's to 500 more. You clinked your glass against his. It feels like this has been going on for 500 years. I will say that.
We only have like 3. You only have like 3 more pages left.
Finally, I thought I was gonna be done like 7 pages ago. 4 more pages. 500. You took a sip of the champagne. I don't know if I can deal with you for that long. I've had hours to think about what I want to say to you. He paused, a rare shyness overcoming him. Wanting to ease his nerves, you said, can I say something first? You looked past the burning candles between you. Smiling, he gave you the floor and took a sip of water. The hunt today, it was the most romantic thing someone had ever done for me. You blushed, tucking your hair away. I love how you remember exact details of our first. I never thought a girl like me could grab your attention and keep it for 8 years. I look at you each day with more love than the last. Your corny little jokes make me laugh for some reason. You shrugged when he played hurt, but it's pure laugh each time. So many people want to dig into our relationship, but we're pretty simple. We do what average couples do. Average toxic couples. I love the simplicity of our relationship. I love just lying in bed, eating junk, and watching movies with you. I love blasting music and dancing crazy with you. He smirks. Don't do it in your socks anymore because you fell the other night. Oh my god, this dialogue! I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm yelling right into the microphone. In my defense, I jumped on the bed, but my feet slipped, okay? I landed on my butt. That's what happened. Justin laughed, turning away from you. To throw his clumsiness in his face, you decided to bring up another story. Remember when you fell trying to get me with the water gun? Socks, what about the glass doors? Breaking your smile, you dove back into your speech for him. Falling in love with you was never the plan. It came with no warning signs. One day, I woke up and thinking I love you too much. It was odd to finally call you my boyfriend, but I wasn't content with anything else. I needed you closer to me. This is so original. I'm sorry. Justin looked at you with his soulful eyes. I had a crush on you from the first time I saw you. What I love is that we didn't put any label on us. It's like you just knew you were mine. You knew you were my girlfriend, and I knew I was yours. I wanted to be yours. No girl has ever captured my attention like you. I knew you were special from the jump. You're my husband now, and you're my best friend. I can talk to you about anything. No matter what it is, I don't feel awkward. You make me a better person. I love who I am with you. I love the man you are. And for me, we may argue over silly things, but at the end of the day, you know I have your back 100%. I can feel a million emotions when I look at you. You can ease my nerves, yet give my skin goosebumps. You can be so soft and sweet, but tell me how it is when I need it. I appreciate you, and I need to tell you that more. Falling in love is easy, even though I fell ungracefully, you joked, attempting attaining a smile from him. Falling in love with you every day is a powerful feeling, a powerful happiness. I want to give you the world. You make me feel this way. How could Shakespeare not have gotten this one? He pulled his lips into his mouth. They do that a lot. They bite their lips. They pull their lips into their mouth a lot. There's a lot of lip action going on.
And feet.
And feet. But the feet is also the work of like 4 other stories too, so I can't blame just this one.
I am.
Gabe can.
I'm just kidding. I blame them all equally.
As he deliberated on your words, the candle's flame accented another sparkle in his eyes. The night I first saw you, he blushed, looking down for a second, then reconnected with you. I spilled my drink. He shook his head through an embarrassed scoff. Ryan grabbed my glass before I destroyed my mom's floors. You were wearing this beautiful pinkish sequin dress. It was champagne, actually, so
We're done.
we're done. Your hair was curled, the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen, and the heels you were wearing, man, you were born to stand out. It would have been weird to ask you right then and there if you had a boyfriend, but once we hung out the next week, I was relieved that you didn't. I didn't understand why you didn't, but I'm now not complaining. Justin shrugged with an adorable frown. I know you were going insane with the scavenger hunt. Sorry about that. I was only going insane because I missed you. He reached over and took your hand. No words I recite to you can ever describe how much you mean to me. No words can ever illustrate how beautiful your heart is, how beautiful your soul is, and how beautiful of a person you are as a person. In order to do that, I would have to define you and give a limit to you, but I cannot do that. There's no limit to your beauty. There's surely no limit to my love for you. It frightens me how my love for you expands each day. I'm aware that my life isn't the easiest to handle, but you handle it with grace. I know you could care less about the spotlight. That's what I adore about you. The most that doesn't mean anything to you. People think that all that they see of me is all that I am. That's not true. They know what I show. I am beyond the lights. You know the true me. You know my weaknesses. This man just went straight into like talking about himself when this is supposed to be like the I love you speech.
Oh,
For like a solid 3 sentences.
I've been dissociating this whole time, so I
That's valid.
haven't been following. I'm sorry. Sorry, isn't this the last page?
Next to last page.
Oh my gosh.
This is toxic. That shit is normalized and the isn't progressive at all. Right? Yes, absolutely.
Someone called Britney Spears because this is toxic.
And then they die suddenly. The end. No, that doesn't happen. I don't wish any ill anything on the real person that is Justin Bieber. Birds are chirping. Even the birds are like, are you guys done, please? The birds are like watching on a tiny little bird phone.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yes, this female character is not strong and independent in any way. Whoopsies. Where was I?
I love you and our relationship is toxic, but you forgive me.
Grow as a person. I have less weaknesses and more strength because of you. You build me up. I love how we've grown together. You're a part of me, my heart, my mind, my soul. You're the better half of me. That's when I start to think I want more. He showed his uneasiness. Yeah, babe. You attentively waited for him to go on. I want more. I want to build a family with you. This is only going to go well. I don't know if you're ready yet. We can wait, but that's what I want next. I would love little me's and you's. Stop. I hate when parents are like little versions of us. It's like, no, your children are individuals. Don't think about them like that.
Yeah, we've seen several movies where it's like, stop trying to make me like you, mom, or stop trying to make me like you, dad.
He fiddled with his thumbs. I wasn't expecting you to say that. You looked into your lap and pulled out the paper heart you had written on. Upon retrieving it, you sat it on the table and then looked at your husband. You watched him as you slid it across the table. He looked confused. Taking your hand back into your lap, you nodded for him to pick up the heart. Peering down as you tucked your hair behind your ear, you watched him through your eyelashes. I thought I was the one spreading our hearts. He grabbed the paper and held it closer to the candles to read. Just read it. This hunt was cute and sweet. Clearly first hold value to us. I'm excited to experience more with you. In you, I found everything I have ever wanted, and in me, you have a bundle of joy.
I knew it. I knew it.
He read carefully, resting his elbow on the table. He relaxed his chin over his shut fist. Seeing his eyes scan from side to side, he tried to solve the brain teaser. Really, Justin? Really, you had to think that one through? Dropping his arm, he sat up and finally his eyes grew and he went back to reread the riddle for the 10th time. Does this mean his eyes shot up to you? As happiness completely possessed you, a huge smile spread across your face. You quickly nodded, feeling your emotions rise. Your vision became clouded with tears. You're pregnant. We're pregnant. He dropped the heart as his face lit brighter than the sun, slapping his hand over his mouth. He was even more stunned than you'd predicted. He was frozen when you got up from your seat to wrap your arms around him. He stood and put one hand around your waist, bringing you to him. Then the other cupped the back of your head. As you exhaled, tears fell. You're going to be a father. You embraced him, and then inspiring revelation. Happy anniversary, baby. I'm going to be a father, Justin exclaimed. I love you, I love you, I love you. Thank God it's over.
It's over.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, I'm so sorry you had to read all of that.
It's okay.
I think the birds got a little louder. They're like, they're done.
I'm so tired.
Oh gosh, you had to read 2 out of the 3 chapters. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. You had to do that last week, I'm pretty sure. Or we each read one, and you had the very long one, so it's about even. We're done. Guys, we're done. Excuse me, I'm going to lay down and die. Right? I'm so tired.
I've made 31 dinosaurs and 2 cranes.
Yay, cranes. Good night, guys. Thank you for being here for this entire horrible thing.
Yes,
I will never, ever read it again, ever. I'm also never going to give it to anybody because I wouldn't wish this on anybody. It's like Jumanji. It's like you gotta bury it. You gotta like keep it away so nobody else has to deal with it.
Oh gosh, you wake up in the middle of the night and there's drums beating. You're like, no Imagines, and then the beating stops.
Yeah, and every like a new Imagines comes to life out of the book, and you're like, no, not the Justin Bieber one. No.
Oh gosh, imagine all the actors and actresses popping out of the book.
Just yeet it into the sun. I don't know what we'll have to do with this. We're not going to read it again. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. We've already suffered. And if anybody knows of anybody else who's covered this book, please let me know because I would like to find someone else to commiserate with us. Boy, this was... There were actually some cute ones in there. There were some fun ones. This last one was not one of them, and it did not need to be like 40 pages, however long it was. It felt longer than that.
I think the only long one should have been the Kim Kardashian saves the world with selfies, in my opinion.
Hi, Laser. We're literally just about to get off. Feel free to watch back the stream, although this last story was really bad. Natty says, maybe re-rip the papers to make a craft? Maybe. We'll see.
I make cranes made of the book, and they each individually fly to that they're referencing.
Oh, God. Yeah, something will have to be done with this book, but not reading it again. But thank you guys very, very, very much for hanging out with us. We can finally put this book on the red shelf on Goodreads. It's done.
Yay.
We can read Dinotopia next week.
Yay!
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
This was a lot of content, and it was probably a mistake to buy this at the dollar store, but I'm glad we did. In the end, I had fun with Gabe, even though the book wasn't very good. I had fun with all of you guys, too. So yeah, we will go. We will see you soon. Goodbye. Don't let your imagines be dreams or something. I don't know.
Just bury them. Bury your imagines. Never let them see the light of day.
No, maybe their imagines are good. This needs to be buried.
Yeah.
Now the tier list later. Yeah, tier list. We'll have to figure that out.
Oh gosh, that could be a stream in it of itself.
But goodbye, guys. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. We will see you next time.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.